Yo, 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 what's going on? Yeah, man, it's your boy Teach, back with another video. Oh, man. First and foremost, man, I just want to give all thanks and praise to the Most High, for the opportunity to come and build and reason and commune with the fam, with the tribe once again. Man, you know how I go. Oh, man. Man, I ain't know if I was going to be back, I ain't going to lie, man. I was feeling like, man, I was going to hit y'all with that last one. And I was going to be out, I wasn't really feeling the YouTube scene, man, or making the videos, man. But, the Most High had other plans, man, and hit me over the head with this one. And I was, oh, my God, I got to get this to the people, man, you know what I'm saying? So, I had to be a servant and get back on the scene, man, and labor, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm doing, man. And, I don't know if this one's going to be my last one. I can't say, man. All I can say is I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad to be of service. And anytime the Most High need me to, and come and, to do my thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. So, like I say, man, I give all thanks and praise for the opportunity to be back and build with the fam, man. But, right now I'm coming to y'all with a very heavy one, very important video, man. Especially considering, the times that we are in right now. And with that being said, man, hope everybody out there staying safe, staying healthy, staying vigilant, you know what I'm saying, being prepared, being on your toes, you know what I'm saying, and also more importantly, hope you staying faithful, you know what I'm saying. I hope you growing and increasing in your spirituality. You know what I'm saying? And in your faith, right? First and foremost, I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on out there. A lot of people panicking, doing this, that, and the third. But you know what I'm saying? As the righteous seeders of the Most High, we must remain firm, fixed, and immovable. You feel what I'm saying? And, and with that being said, like I say, man, this video right here is very important, man. And it's a very heavy topic. We're gonna break down a lot of barriers and a lot of walls with this video, man, because with this on this journey, with our people, man, on this journey of trying to find ourselves, try to recover what's ours, you know what I'm saying, trying to get closer to our God, you know what I'm saying, in our spiritual practice, we tend to set up these barriers and these walls and these systems of divisive mechanisms, you know what I'm saying, that we instill where really they don't even exist. You feel what I'm saying? So with this information, man, right here, what I want to do is I want to kind of show how these barriers really don't exist. And I know you see the title, yeah, man, you see African spirituality in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because what I want to show, man, is that the spirituality of the Israelites is not to be separated from African traditional spirituality, right? These traditional systems that are voodoo, hoodoo, juju, Ephod, wanga, you know what I'm saying, Hinti, all of these different traditional spiritual systems, you feel what I'm saying, are not to be separated from the Israelite covenant of spirituality. And that's what we as Israelites, as people who go into the scriptures and study, this is what we need to bring out and make sure that the people understand, because it's very important to understand African spirituality in association with biblical tradition and biblical history, because it'll show us where we went wrong, where we corrupted a lot of traditions, a lot of things we incorporated we weren't supposed to, and it will show us a lot of cyclical history pertaining to when traditional spirituality was used, how it was used, why it was used in certain instances when we were in tribulation, Exodus, you feel what I'm saying, oppression, captivity, these things. And these things are very important to understand, right? Because we know all, things move very like cyclical in nature, you know what I'm saying? What was in the beginning, what shall be in the end, you know what I'm saying? What is there is no new thing in the earth, right under the sun. What was done then is that what shall be. You feel what I'm saying? So it's important to understand these cycles in our history, where we implement certain utensils of spirituality, certain forms of spirituality, right? So it's very important to understand that African spirituality is not to be separated from the Israelite covenant of spirituality. In fact, it is the Israelite, the Hebraic traditional spiritual system, right? And with all these, I know a lot of people get, you know what I'm saying, kind of tied up on the different names, you know what I'm saying, of voodoo. I know those things have like kind of like a bad negative connotation to them, but a better term to kind of encapsulate all of these traditional systems is ancestral religion. Because when we talk about ancestral religion, what are we talking about? Just that. We're talking about the religion of our ancestors, spirituality that's passed down from our ancestors, right? And that's what these traditional systems are, right? There's spirituality that's passed down from the ancestors, right? We know we as Israelites, we serve the God of our ancestors, of our forefathers, right? Our Torah, our traditional practices come from our ancestors, our forefathers, right? So it's very important to understand a concept, right? And this concept is that the law, right? Speaking of the Torah, speaking with the traditions of the Hebrews, is very important to understand that the law is preserved in the traditions, right? It's very important to understand that, because when we understand that, we'll understand that when we talk about making a return to the Creator or return to his laws, we're talking about making a return to a traditional form of spirituality, because our laws are preserved in our traditions, because the Creator gave us he gave us our laws, our customs, and our statutes in traditional form. He gave us he gave us our laws in tradition format. You feel me? So it's very important to understand that, and that's what we're going to get into. But I want to just kind of set that premise to help us understand that African spirituality, what we call African spirituality, indigenous spirituality, traditional spirituality, whatever, because we got to understand there's no separation, right? We got people on both land masses. Our people over there and they over here. You feel what I'm saying? Both land masses house Shemitic territory. So it's not to, again, we got to break down the walls. There's no separation, right? For our brothers on the African continent with us over here. But one thing I do need us to understand when I'm talking about African spirituality, I'm not talking about African spirituality on the continent of Africa. I'm talking about African spirituality that's preserved right here amongst us in America, in North America, in South America, in Central America, in the islands. You feel what I'm saying? That's important to understand, that we don't got to go nowhere to recover our spirituality, because it's preserved right here among us where we're at. Right? You don't got to go to the continent for initiation, do all this. We have to understand what was preserved right here amongst us, our people, our direct bloodline lineages. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's where this spirituality is housed. It's housed in the bloodline. You feel what I'm saying? In the lineage. Very important to understand. You feel what I'm saying? So when I'm talking about these different spiritual systems, you feel what I'm saying? Understand that these spiritual systems comes from the traditions of our ancestors. You feel what I'm saying? And therein is housed the law and the divine wisdom, right, that we have as a nation, as a people. All right, so understand that. Remember, the law is preserved in tradition, right? And when we dive into the traditions of our people, what we find is the laws and the wisdom and the preserved collective wisdom of our people housed within those traditions, right? What were they studying? What were they looking at? What were they practicing? Because our people were communing with the divine forces of nature, which are the laws of God, the laws of nature, right? So when we dive into them traditions, we are able to break down that wisdom and see how our people were communing and worshiping the divine spirit, right? And this system of spirituality is our measuring system of uprightness. Our ability to have this level of wisdom and spirituality is what the Most High uses to measure how righteous we are. And that's what we're going to get into, because that's very important to understand, because that'll help you understand the importance of what is true spirituality. Alright, because all the games, you know what I'm saying, the play, like I say, all that done, you know what I'm saying, like I told you, it's going to get real priestly. And then it's getting real priestly. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to understand the traditions that was preserved first and foremost by our priestly class. You feel what I'm saying? So, like I say, one of the most important things we got to understand, especially for the beginning of this video, is the fact that the law is preserved in the traditions, right? And so we're going to break that down first. So without further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and get into it. All right. So one important thing to understand when we understand in the concept that the law is preserved in tradition, it's also important to understand that different tribes have different traditions, right? Different tribes may have different practices or forms of worship, the way they commune with the Creator, because they have different traditions, right? They come from different lineages. The Most High gave different families, different lineages, certain traditions. And not only that, but depending on where the tribe is located, his ecology, you know what I'm saying, his ecosystem, his environment, you know what I'm saying, the vegetation that's in the environment, you know, the flora, the fauna, these type of things could affect his traditions, right? What he eats, what he uses for divine service, the type of herbs and things of that nature, you know what I'm saying? So it's important to understand that different tribes can have different traditions, right? And that's why we see different spiritual tradition systems, such as, like, you know, the voodoo, the hoodoo, your Khan traditions, your Elway Fan traditions, and your Yoruba, you know what I'm saying, traditional systems, Ephod, these things, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So that's important to understand first and foremost, right? When we understand that the law is preserved in the traditions. So, all right, so looking here, you know what I'm saying, we can see a couple of verses and it'll show us that, right? When you look at certain verses, you'll see how the Most High was giving us customs and laws, right? That he was giving us these things in traditional format. So, like you can see here, right? Exodus 12, it say, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. All right, and ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. Okay, check out this one. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in the self same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore ye shall observe this day in your generations by ordinance forever. Right? Okay. Let's see. It is a night to be much observed unto the Lord, to bring them out of the land of Egypt. That is the night of the Lord, to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. All right. So check this out, right? It say, and Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it upon before the Lord, to be kept for your generations, right? In the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Israel. So see that this particular statute was given to a specific family in Israel. So everybody don't have this custom, right? Let's get some etymology real quick. All right, so coming over here to the online etymology dictionary, getting the word tradition, right? So a tradition, late 14th century, is a statement, belief, or practice handed down from generation to generation, especially belief or practice based on Mosaic law. Boom, look at that. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you can peep the rest of the definition or the etymology if you want, but that's really what I want you to see, is that when we're dealing with tradition, we're dealing with beliefs and practices that are handed down from generation to generation. Okay, so when we see when the Most High gave us a lot of our laws, our customs, our statutes, he gave us those in tradition format, right? We were to pass these down from generation under generation, and certain families, certain tribes had different traditions because they had different functions, right? They served different functions. You know what I'm saying? Just like right here, we're looking at a priestly family that has a tradition of going in before the veil of the testimony, right? And ordering it, right? And also, excuse me, hold on, talk about that family. Also, right? Say, this shall be continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle. So it's tradition for this particular family to have sacrificial rites amongst the tribe, right? And to do other things, right? And Aaron shall make atonement upon the horns of it once a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once a year he shall make atonement upon it throughout your generations. You feel what I'm saying? So understand that. So understand a lot of our traditions or a lot of our laws and customs, right, were given to us in traditional format. You feel what I'm saying? So within our traditions is housed our law, right, our wisdom, our Torah. So it's very important to understand that concept. All right, so let me get a little bit more for y'all because I wasn't satisfied with how much I gave you. So, wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, right, and observe the Sabbath throughout their generation. So that's tradition. You know what I'm saying? And thou shalt anoint them, as thou anointed their father, speaking of Aaron, that they minister in the priest's office, for their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout the generation. So it's a tradition of this specific tribe or the specific family of this tribe to have the priesthood. You feel what I'm saying? So their traditional practices have a lot to do with practices that involve the priesthood. You feel what I'm saying? The spirituality of the priesthood, right? The administering of law, medicine, politics, all of these different things. You feel what I'm saying? So it shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout your dwellings, right? Right? Here's another one, right? Peep this as I'm reading them, you know, as I'm going through them. Just peep these different things, right? Don't drink no wine or strong drink. You know, when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, right? It should be a statute throughout your generation, right? So that's tradition, right? And they shall sacrifice, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils whom they go a-whoring, right? So that's supposed to be tradition, you dig? Alright, so you know, as you go through this, like I say, you'll see what I'm saying. You'll see how a lot of our customs, a lot of our laws were given to us in a traditional format, right? So when we understand that our people, a lot of our people, in certain tribal communities still preserve and practice a lot of these traditions, right? Alright, so boom. So like I say, it's important to understand the concept of the law being preserved in traditions. Now it's important to understand the preservation of tradition itself, right? The preservation and the keeping of tradition. Alright, because we know us as the children of Israel, and read our scriptures, we know that through history our people tend to corrupt tradition, right? They tend to corrupt the traditional spirituality that the Creator had given us, causing us to go astray, go in error and go a-whoring after other gods and sacrificing the devils and things of that nature, right? And our priests, who are the key penitents of our spirituality, the ones that give us our spirituality, a lot of them, which are the penitents of our traditions, they begin to, you know, go astray and corrupt the traditions and become wicked, right? But even on the outskirts of that, we know through looking at our scriptures that our priestly class is first and foremost responsible for the preservation of tradition. But we're going to get to that in a second. But it's important to understand that a lot of our priests corrupted the traditions of our spirituality. But there was a family of priests that didn't, right? And that's what we're going to get into because it's important to understand. All right, so we hear in Ezekiel 43, right? Well, we're going to get you. If you've been watching my channel, you should already know we're here to understand the sons of Zadok, right? The Ascend, because we follow the Ascend way, right? So in chapter 43 and 44, in chapter 48, it tells you something very profound about the sons of Zadok. So let's get it. So we hear in Ezekiel 43 where Ezekiel is getting the visions of the third temple in its pattern, in its design, in its setup, right? Its blueprint, its layout, right? So right here we talking about the altar. Okay, so at verse 18 he say, And he said unto me, Son of man, thus saith the Lord God, these are the ordinances of the altar in that day when thou shalt make it, to offer burnt offerings thereon, and to sprinkle blood thereon. He said, thou shalt give it to the priests, the Levites that be of the seed of Zadok, which approach unto me to minister unto me, saith the Lord God, a young bullock for a sin offering. All right, so we see here the Most High is telling Ezekiel that in the day where the third temple is established in the inner course with the altar, that altar is for the sons of Zadok, right? This family of priests is the family that approaches me to minister, right? All right, and so we got to understand why the Most High is talking about this family specifically as the ones that come before him to minister, right? So we had verse at chapter 44. All right, and so it says, start at verse 10. It say, and the Levites that are gone away far from me when Israel went astray, which went astray from me after their idols, they shall even bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gates of the house and ministering to the house, right? Because it's tradition, right? That was given to their generations, the Most High said, forever. They shall slay the burnt offering and offer the sacrifices for the people. They shall stand before them to minister, right? Because they ministered unto them before the idols and caused the house of Israel to fall into iniquity. Therefore I have lifted up mine hand against them, saith the Lord God, and they shall bear their iniquity. See what I'm saying? So we see here that the Levites had corrupted the traditional spirituality of Israel, causing them all to fall into iniquity, right? And they shall not come near unto me to do the office of a priest unto me, nor to come near to any of my holy things in the most holy place, but they shall bear their shame and their abominations which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all of the service thereof, and for all that shall be done therein. Right? So peep that. All right. So now it say in verse 15, say, but the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me fat in the blood, saith the Lord. Right? And so you see why the Most High is only dealing with this family, or it's only calling this family to approach unto him, to minister unto him, and to offer. It's because this family never went astray. They kept the charge of his sanctuary when the children of Israel and the rest of the Levites went astray, right? All right, so we're going to come over here to Ezekiel chapter 48, right? And I'm going to start at verse 10 and say, and for them, even for the priests, shall be this holy oblation. Toward the north 5 and 20,000 in length, and toward the west 10,000 in breadth, and toward the east 10,000 in breadth, and toward the south 5 and 20,000 in length. And the sanctuary of the Lord shall be in the midst thereof. It, right, speaking of the sanctuary of the Lord in the midst, it shall be for the priests that are sanctified of the sons of Zadok, which have kept my charge, which went not astray when the children of Israel went astray, as the Levites went astray. Alright? Alright, so understand that, right? So we're talking about tradition, right? We're talking about customs given to families, tribes, right? We can see that the traditions and the customs that was given to our priesthood, or which houses the true spirituality of our nation, because our priests, these are the ones that divine, that communicate, right, that heal, right, that go before the presence of the Creator. So these are the penitents of our truest forms of spiritualities. And we can see that our Levites, our priests, corrupted their traditions except one family, right? The sons of Zadok kept the charge of the Most High. He kept the charge of the sanctuary, right? So that's why the Most High say this is the only family that can come and minister unto me in the end days, right? And that's very important, because that'll show you that this family are the key penitents in the preservation of our spirituality. What is our true spirituality? Because they never went astray from it, right? Remember, it said the priests that are sanctified of the sons of Zadok, which have kept my charge, right? All right, so when we go to the etymology, we look at the word preserve, right? Late 14th century, keep safe, right? To keep, preserve. Okay, so the Most High said that there was only one family in Israel that did not go astray from me when all of Israel went astray, worshiping their idols and corrupting their traditions. He said only one family kept the charge of my sanctuary, meaning that this family, like I said, they're the key penitents in preserving the traditional spirituality of our people, because they kept it, they preserved it, right? They kept it safe. Alright, so real quick, I just wanted to bounce over here real fast just to show you who this family is if you don't know already, which if you watch my channel, then you should know, you know what I'm saying? But so we're here at the Essenes, right? The Essenes was a Jewish sect during the Second Temple period, right? The Jewish historian Josephus recorded that the Essenes existed in large numbers and thousands and lived throughout Roman Judea, but they were fewer in number than the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the other two major sects at the time. The Essenes lived in various cities but congregated in communal life dedicated to voluntary poverty, daily immersion, and asceticism. All right, their priestly class practiced celibacy. Most scholars claim they succeeded from the Zadokite priests, right? So the same family we're reading about in Ezekiel 43, 44, and 48, that Zadokite family, that priesthood, were called the Essenes, right? Alright, so, you know what I'm saying, we're going to bounce around a little bit, because I don't want to spend too much time on this, because this should be stuff we already know, you know what I'm saying, but I just wanted to show you, that this, you know, help you understand that this family of Zadokite priests that kept the charge of the Most High are the Essenes, right? That's why we follow the Essene way, because these are the only ones who kept the truest form of spirituality in communion with the Creator, right? And it is only by their interpretation of the law that we must follow, right? Which is why they're the only ones ministering in the inner courts, right, in the last days, all right? Because it's by their interpretation of the law that we must follow. All right, so right, we're here at the fragments of a Zadokite work, right? The Damascus document, also known as the Damascus document, right, which is an Essene record. All right, so I'm gonna bounce down to here real quick. Let me see where I'm gonna start. All right, so now one thing we got to understand too is with this family, this priesthood, the Essenes preserving their traditions, keeping the charge of the sanctuary that was given to them as tradition in their bloodline and their lineage, right? With them keeping that, what we have to understand is a lot of times that calls for separation, right? When the entire nation of the children of Israel are being wicked, and only one is keeping the true ways of the Most High, a lot of times they tend to separate themselves from that wickedness, and that's what the Essenes did, right? And that's what another phenomenon that occurred with our ancestors. You feel what I'm saying? That we're gonna get into in a little bit, but I just wanted to state that, right? Because we got to understand that the Essenes, the sons of Zadok, separated themselves from Judah and Israel and went in and kept their truest form of spirituality and rewrote these things in their text, which was the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, so let's get it. Say right here it says, but with them that held fast by the commandments of God, right, who were left of them, God confirmed the covenant of Israel forever, revealing unto them the hidden things wherein all Israel had erred. Right, this part is very important for really the entirety of this video, right? You'll understand it towards the end, but this is a very important part, right? His holy Sabbaths and his glorious festivals, his righteous testimonies and his true ways, right? His true ways and the desire of his will, if the which if a man do, he shall live by them. He opened before them, all right? And they digged a well of many waters, and he that despised them should not live, but they wallowed in the transgression of a man and in the ways of an unclean woman, and they said that it belongs to us. But God wondrously pardoned their sins and forgave their transgression, and he built them a sure house in Israel, the like of which never arose from old nor unto this day. They who hold fast to him are for the life eternity, and all the glory of man is for them, as God confirmed it to them through Ezekiel the prophet, saying, the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept, that preserved the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from them, they shall bring near unto me the fat and the blood, Right here it says, the migration of the penitents to Damascus, sons of Zadok, hold office in the end days. The priests are the penitents of Israel who went forth out of the land of Judah, and the Levites are they who joined them, and the sons of Zadok are the elect of Israel, called by the name, that are holding office in the end days. Behold, the statements of their names according to their generations, in the period of their office, and the number of their afflictions, and the years of their sojournings, and the statement of their works, The first saints whom God pardoned, both justified the righteous and condemned the wicked. And all they who come after them must do according to the interpretation of the law, in which the forefathers were instructed unto the consummation of the period of these years, in accordance with the covenant which God established with the forefathers, in order to pardon their sins, so shall God make atonement for them. See what I'm saying? So understand that it is by the interpretation of the law written by the sons of Zadok that we find the true ways, of the Most High, that he revealed to them, the hidden things in which they had erred, the way they corrupted tradition, and he revealed to them his true ways, So we find in the Assyrian text, and it's important because we got to understand when we diving into African spirituality, because that can be a scary feel for a lot of people, because a lot of people can see a lot of corrupted tradition right off the bat. But what we got to understand, when we understand and when we diving into African spirituality from an Israelite standpoint, we have to use the Assyrian text as like a rubric, as like a guideline, Because we know our Assyrian priesthood are dealing with divine laws of nature, the forces of nature, So they were in harmony with the divine law of nature. So if anything is not in harmony with the divine law of nature, that's what we have to kind of, put it to the side or cut it out, because like I say, what we have to do is we have to look at African spirituality and cleanse it, purify it with our Assyrian records, Alright, so boom. So when we understand the preservation of tradition, we have to understand that concept, the preserving of traditions is very associated with our priesthood, our priestly class, our Levitical family, in the scriptures. Alright, so it's no wonder why a family of Levites preserve the traditional spirituality of our Israelite nation, It's no wonder why a priestly class preserve these customs and traditions when everybody else went astray, because one of the key characteristics of our priesthood is their ability to be zealous, We know that, One thing about the Levites, they're very zealous, We see different scenarios in the scriptures where they prove their zealousness. And with that zealousness, we know comes what? The priesthood. We know that the Most High gives priesthood to the zealous ones. When the children of Israel, or when the Levites become zealous and stand up for righteousness and the law of the Most High God, we see that's when they kind of get the priesthood, it's through the zealousness. And that's very important, because the Most High gives the priesthood to zealous ones, because he know that they're going to be zealous in preserving tradition, They're going to be one of the main zealous ones for their form of spirituality, their way of life. That's why they are key in preserving tradition, because they're always going to stand up for righteousness in the law of God. They just have that zealousness in them, And so let's dig on that for a second, to help us understand this concept of our traditions being preserved in the connection with our priestly class, our Levites, Alright, so let me bounce you over here real quick. I was gonna hit the book of Joshua, but I'm gonna do that after this. So I wanna come over here to Numbers 25 first, right? Because we're talking about the priesthood being given through zealousness. And we can see that clear as day right here in Numbers chapter 25 when we look at the zeal of Phineas, right? And I'm gonna try to go through this pretty fast 'cause I know we got a lot to cover. So right here in the first part of the chapter, we see that Israel abode in Shittim and began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab, right? And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat and bow down to their gods. So Israel joined himself to Baal Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled, right? So here they are averting from their tradition, or you know what I'm saying, the customs, the type of spirituality that they have to commune and worship the Creator. They have now abandoned that and for someone else's traditional system, which is a big mistake, and that can put you in grave danger, especially if these people are your enemy, right? Never, you don't want to find yourself in the traditional practices of people who have ancestors that were fighting with your ancestors, right? That's just not a smart thing to do. So here's Israel kindling the anger of the Most High, right? And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses and in the sight of all the congregation of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation, took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Israel into the tent, and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly, so that the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague were 24,000, right? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, have turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his God and made atonement for the children of Israel, right? So it's already tradition for a priest, for sons of Aaron, right? Levites to make atonement for the children of Israel. This priest, zealous in keeping his traditions amongst the tribe, appeased the anger of the Most High God and was given the priesthood because of his zealousness. Right? This is a very important concept and phenomenon to understand in our Israelite history. Alright, so coming over here to Exodus chapter 32, right? And so I'm not going to read this, we're just going to talk about it real quick, alright? Because we talked about it, I believe, last video. But this is where the children of Israel became impatient, right? In the Exodus, when Moses went up to the mount and to receive the law. And so they asked the patriarch of the priesthood, Aaron, to build them a golden calf, right? So they can worship, right? So when they did that, this kindled the anger of the Most High, and so Moses came down from the mountain and seen what was going on, and his anger got kindled, right? And so he asked, you know what I'm saying? So he was like, well, who's on the Most High side? And only the tribe of Levi stood up, right? So you have to understand what is in the priesthood for them to even be able to do that, and what was not present in everyone else, right? Why, after the Most High just showed signs and wonders coming out of the land of Egypt, delivering them from their oppressors, when he asked who would stand up for the Most High, why nobody stood up? Only the tribe of Levi. Right? And so the tribe of Moses commanded the tribe of Levi to go in the camp with their swords. You feel what I'm saying? And literally turn the children of Israel back to the Creator with the sword. Right? This shows, and that's when they receive, right, the blessings of the priesthood. You feel what I'm saying? Right there at Meribah and Massa, like I said, he proved at Meribah and Massa, right? So we can see through another point of zealousness that the Levites were given this blessing of priesthood, right, where they were the key penitents of the traditional spiritual system of the people, right, because they were zealous and they were zealous enough to preserve traditions at all costs, right? Alright, so let's come over here to the book of Jasher real quick. We're in the book of Jasher. We're going to get chapter 85. This right here is very interesting, man. I recently just came upon this. I didn't even know this was in here. You know what I'm saying? So this is very interesting. But again, we're building on the zealousness of our priestly class, our priestly tribe, right? Because this has a lot to do with the preservation of our traditions, alright? So it says, and King Ephod the Canaanite, who dwelled in the south, heard that the Israelites had come by the way of the spies. And he arranged his forces to fight against the Israelites. And the children of Israel were greatly afraid of him, for he had a great and heavy army. So the children of Israel resolved to return to Egypt. And the children of Israel turned back about the distance of 3 days' journey unto Mizrah beneath Jaakan, for they were greatly afraid on account of King Ephod. Right, and the children of Israel would not get back to their place, so they remained in Beni Jaakan for 30 days. And when the children of Levi, right, when the children of Levi saw that the children of Israel would not turn back, they were jealous for the sake of the Lord, right? Really, we know what should be zealous. They were zealous for the sake of the Lord, right? And one and the same, considering the context, right? So, but I'm going to say zealous. Right, they were zealous for the sake of the Lord, and they rose up and fought against the Israelites, their brethren, and slew of them a great body, and forced them to turn back to their place, Mount Hor. And when they returned, King Ephod was still arranging his host for battle against the Israelites. And Israelites vowed a vow, saying, if thou wilt deliver this people into my hand, I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord hearkened unto the voice of Israel, and he delivered the Canaanites into their hand, and he utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of that place Hormah. Alright, so boom, so check that out, right? So you see here the Israelites being afraid, right, because of a great army that sits before them, and they getting ready to go back to Egypt. And so we see the Levites like, what y'all got going on? Like, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? We ain't going nowhere. So these Levites, being zealous for the sake of the Lord, rose up and fought against their own brethren. That's how zealous this family is. They will fight against their own brethren to get the nation to be upright, right? To be in harmony with order, right? In the Most High, right? And they slew of them a great body and forced them to turn back and take their place. And when they did that, they vowed the vow and saying that if the Most High would deliver the people into their hand, that they would utterly destroy the cities. And they did just that. So with the zealousness of the tribe, we was able to keep our place and our position and conquer and take land, right? Very important. Alright, boom. So let's come over here to the book of Maccabees, right? And Maccabees, that should ring a bell because you should know Maccabees are a Levitical family, right, that was zealous and restored the temple of the Most High, right, and rededicated it to the Most High. So we know that these people are key in preserving traditions. In fact, they're so key in preserving traditions that they actually gave us traditions based on them preserving traditions, right? Which is where Hanukkah comes from. It comes from the rededication of the temple, because these zealous ones from this priestly Levitical family did not give up their traditional spirituality, and due to their zealousness, they rose up and casted the invaders out of the land, right? And rededicated Jerusalem and the temple to the Creator, right? Very important. So Maccabees, let's get we're in First Maccabees chapter 2, right? Verse 1, it say, in those days arose Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Joarib from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin, right? And he had 5 sons, Johanan, right, called Cadius, Simon, called Thassi, Judas, called Maccabeus, right, Eleazar called Avaran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Aphos, right? And when he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Judah and Jerusalem, he said, Woe is me, wherefore I was born to see this misery of my people and of the holy city, and to dwell there, and it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers, right? Her temple is become as a man without glory. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets. Her young men with the sword of the enemy, right? What nation have not had a part in her kingdom and gotten of her spoils, right? All her ornaments are taken away. Of a free woman she has become a bond slave, right? And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty and our glory is laid waste, and the Gentiles have profaned it. To what end thereof shall we live any longer? Then Mattathias and his sons rent their clothes and put on sackcloth and mourned very sore. Right? So here you have a priest from a Levitical family who's literally looking at Israel and Jerusalem and looking at how the people have corrupted their way and how the corruption of the way have led to such a demise and such a glorious kingdom where every nation round about have had his hand and, you know what I'm saying, robbing or dry, sucking or dry and raping the right and making the people slaves. You feel what I'm saying? So it says, in the meanwhile, the king's officers, such as compelled the people to revolt, right, came into the city of Modin to make them sacrifice. And when many of Israel came unto them, Mattathias also and his sons came together, right? Then answered the king's officers and said to Mattathias on this wise, Thou art a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with sons and brethren. Now therefore come thou first and fulfill the king's commandments, like as all the heathen have done, and the men of Judah also, and such as remain at Jerusalem. So shalt thou and thy house be in the number of the king's friends, and thou and thy children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards. Right? Then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, Through all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him. Though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers, right? So he's saying that though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him and all of them have abandoned the traditions of their ancestors, the religion of their ancestors, right? Their ancestral religion, and give consent to his commandments. Yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers. God forbid that we shall forsake the law and ordinances. We will not hearken to the king's word to go from our religion either on the right hand or the left. Right? So boom, understand what's going on here. Right? Since Israel is being colonized, you got colonizers that's coming into Israel and it's coming into Modin where his priestly family is and is about to make the people sacrifice unto a foreign god, right? And the king's officer that's sent to do this has came and said to Mattathias and was like, hey, you're a priest, you're an honorable man, you're a noble man in the city. He said, come. He say, and fulfill the king's commandments like everybody else, like the heathen and all of Judah and Jerusalem has done. You know what I'm saying? Put away your God and come and serve the God of the king, right? The Babylonian doctrine, right? Or whatever the colonizers was pushing, right? But Mattathias spoke with a loud voice and say, though everybody else has committed are under the king's dominion and obey him and have given away their ancestral religion for his colonizing doctrine, he said, me and my sons, we're going to keep and walk in the covenant of our fathers, right? We're going to keep the traditions of our ancestors, right? He said, God forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances, which are what? We know these law and these ordinances were given to us and they were to be passed down generation to generation. So he's saying, God forbid that we should forsake our law and our ordinances that are preserved in our traditions. Right? We will not hearken unto the king's word to go from our religion either to the right hand or to the left. So he's telling you that we, being of this priestly family, you know what I'm saying, this Mattathias of this priestly family, he and his sons are going to preserve the traditions of their ancestors. They're not going to get colonized or give up their traditional spirituality for anything or anyone else's system, because they have a covenant with the God of their forefathers, right? So this family is showing how this family is penitent in the preservation of our spirituality, even when everybody else round about them gave in to the colonial doctrine, right? So it says, now, starting at verse 23, now when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar which was at Modin according to the king's commandment. Which thing when Mattathias saw, he was inflamed with zeal, right? Here we go with the zeal again, with the zealousness. And his reins trembled, neither could he forbear to show his anger according to judgment. For he was so hot, he couldn't even hold it in. Wherefore he ran and slew him upon the altar. Also the king's commissioner who compelled men to sacrifice, he killed at that time, and the altar he pulled down. Thus he dealt zealously for the law of God, like Phinehas, right, which we just read, did unto Zambri, the son of Salom. And Mattathias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, whoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me, right? So whoever keeps the tradition, whoever are zealous enough to keep the traditions of our ancestors, right, and maintain our traditional spirituality, let him follow me. So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that ever they had in the city. Then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there, both they and their children and their wives and their cattle, because afflictions increased sore upon them, right? Hold on one second. Okay, so boom. So, you know what I'm saying? So pay attention to what's going on here. Alright? So what you have is a priest who has the traditions. His lineages is responsible for the tradition of sacrificing on the altar. Right? Now some Jew has came to sacrifice strangely upon the altar to a foreign doctrine. The priest being zealous, having the zealousness in his bloodline passed down from his ancestors, right? Was so angry he couldn't even hold his anger in, and was so zealous for the Most High that he went and slew the man who altered the Jew and the king's commissioner who compelled the men to sacrifice in the first place, right? And he's told the people, he said that whoever is going to preserve the traditions of their ancestors and practice that, right, and practice their true spirituality passed down from their ancestors, right, their ancestral religion. Whoever's going to keep their ancestral religion, let them follow me. And they left everything and went into the wilderness, went into the mountains to preserve traditions. That's very important, because you got to understand these traditions of traditional spirituality are preserved in real tribal establishments. You feel what I'm saying? In certain places, in different forms of wilderness, or certain tribes have separated themselves to keep a very ancient form of spirituality, right? And a lot of these mysteries and secrets are withheld and preserved and kept, and they are guarded by what we call initiation, right? Initiatory rites. Right, we know the Essenes were an initiatory sect. You had to be initiated to get the science, the mysteries, and the traditions of the Essenes, right? That's how the information was protected and preserved. So when you see right here, you see a group of Levites and the zealous and the traditional spirituality practitioners and keepers of the people of Israel go into a remote place and a tribal establishment to keep these and preserve these, right? So that's very important to understand. Now, at the remainder of this chapter, in the next verses, what you see is that once they found out that these people were not going to give up their traditional spirituality, right, the king sent, you know what I'm saying, people after them to make war against them. Right. And so a lot of the people just, you know, they just died. They just, you know what I'm saying, stood on the forefront and died. But Mattathias and his family, you know what I'm saying, the zealous ones, they were like, yo, we can't do this, because if we do this, they're going to uproot us out of the earth. And so what they did was, they consulted the Creator. You feel what I'm saying? They joined forces with other people who were zealous for the Creator to preserve traditional spirituality. And they went and cleansed the land. You feel what I'm saying? And drove all of those little areas where colonizers was coming in and profaning Israel. They drove them out. You feel what I'm saying? And they started to restore order in the land, right? And that was very important, because that's something important for the latter part of the video, right? Understanding that when we keep, or when we go or make a return back to our traditional spirituality, is going to get real, right? But we got to understand what true spirituality is, because we're going to have to be able to combat in that time. All right, so let's keep going. I know we got a lot to cover, and I'm over here rambling, so let's get it. All right, so boom, so we can see, right, that our Levitical families, they have this zealousness within them that allows them to preserve traditions, right? Allows them to preserve traditional spirituality, that even in the time of colonization, they're going to fight to keep their traditional spirituality, because they're zealous, right? Now, this is a very important concept to understand, because we can see this concept be displayed in real time in our near past, right? When we were being colonized, and our traditional spirituality was being taken away from us, there were certain ones amongst us who was zealous enough to separate themselves to keep these traditions, right? And that's what we're gonna get into today, all right? Or right now. All right, so boom. So when we come over here to this wicked tab on maroons, right? A lot of you should know what a maroon is, especially if you watch my last video. And if you watch my last video and you don't know what a maroon is, that's kind of sad, man. We got to do better than that, because these are very important concepts that we got to understand if we're really understand what the person who's making the video is trying to convey to you. If you don't even know what a maroon was, how could you understand what I was showing in the last video? You feel what I'm saying? So it's important that we understand these concepts, right? So maroons, right? Maroons are descendants of Africans in the Americas who formed settlements away from slavery, right? Some had escaped from slavery on plantation to form independent communities, but others had always been free, including those born in such settlements, right? Maroons often mix with indigenous peoples of the Americas, eventually evolving into separate Creole cultures, right? Such as Garifuna and the Mascogoas, right? And we know with the Seminoles and things of that nature as well, right? So, etymology: maroon, which can have a more general sense of being abandoned without resources, entered English around the 1590s from the French adjective marin, meaning feral or fugitive, right? The American Spanish word cimarron is often given as a source of the English word maroon, used to describe the runaway slave communities in Florida, right? In the Great Decimal Swamp. Remember, I told you, maroons love to go to that swamp, right? On the border of Virginia and North Carolina, on the colonial islands of the Caribbean, and in other parts of the New World, right? Spanish word cimarron means wild, unruly, or runaway slave. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm gonna jump down real quick. Let me see what I want. Alright, so there's some history, but I want to jump down right here, because like I said, I don't want to spend too much time with this. We got a lot to cover. You know what I'm saying? And you know, videos be long, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, y'all rock with me, but you know I ain't coming to waste your time. So we had culture, right? On the culture tab of the maroon page, right? So it says enslaved people escape frequently within the first generation of their arrival from Africa, and often preserve their African language and much of their culture and religion. African traditions included such things as the use of medicinal herbs, together with special drums and dances with the herbs are administered when the herbs are administered to a sick person. Other African healing traditions and rites have survived through the centuries, right? And the main way that they survive is because of these maroons. These maroons are the key penitents of separating from colonization so that our traditional spirituality can be preserved. You feel me? Alright, so I want to come right here real quick in the history part. It say the early maroon communities were usually displaced by 1700. Maroons had disappeared from smaller islands. Survival was always difficult as the maroons had to fight off attackers as well as grow food. One of the most influential maroons was Francois Mackendal, right, a Hungan or voodoo priest, right, who led a 6-year rebellion against the white plantation owners in Haiti that preceded the revolution, right? So just wanted to get that just to show you how right, the maroons, right, which were the preservers of traditions, one of the most influential ones was the priest, a priest of these traditions. You feel what I'm saying? Just to show you how the priesthood always had a zealousness to separate, preserve tradition, and use what was preserved in tradition because it is true spirituality to combat the forces at hand, right? Okay, so with understanding all of that, it is safe to say that our sins of our ancient past are literally our maroons of our near past. You feel what I'm saying? These are zealous ones who separate themselves to preserve the traditions and the traditional spirituality of the people. They have that zealousness. They just can't deal with colonization. It just ain't in them. They're not going for it. They're zealous for the sake of their God. Their spirituality forms to the point where they will give their life, or they will put their life on the line to preserve it, right? Or to keep it, or to continue practicing it, because they know this is their connection to the true creator. So why would they give that up? You feel what I'm saying? So it's important to understand the connection between the Essenes and the Maroons, right? The Essenes are basically ancient Maroons. They're the ones who separated themselves, right, to preserve traditional spirituality when the entirety of Israel went astray and corrupted traditions, which caused them to be colonized and which caused those traditions to be, you know what I'm saying, cast away even further, right? So, like I say, understand that the Essenes are ancient Maroons. So as time goes on, we look at our near past and we see our Maroons. These are the key penitents in preserving African spirituality in North America. So it was what was preserved by these Maroons that we have, you know what I'm saying, our traditional spirituality preserved here, right? We have the hoodoo, the voodoo, right? It was preserved by zealous ones who wanted to keep their traditional spirituality. It's very key that you understand this phenomenon. I know I'm being redundant with it, but I need you to understand the connection between our ancient Levites, the way they preserve traditions and separated, and the Maroons, the way they preserve traditions and separated once we got here in this particular situation, because it's no different. It's the same. It comes from our zealous ones, right? Okay, so now that we understand that our Essene priesthood, our Zadokite priesthood, were key in penitence in preserving the traditions of our spirituality that everyone else seemed to abandon and neglect. All right, it's important to understand what they preserve, because what we're going to do is we're going to link what they preserve to what was preserved by the Maroons in our near past, right? We're going to link what was preserved by the Essenes with what was preserved by the Maroons of our near past. And we know what was preserved by our Maroons of the near past is African spirituality, the hoodoo, the voodoo, the juju, the wanga. These different traditional spiritual systems is what was preserved by the Maroons, right, when they were zealous enough to separate themselves and keep their ancestral religion, right, the traditions of their forefathers. So we're gonna show and compare that to what was preserved by the Essenes when they separated themselves and kept their traditions even when Israel went astray, right? So like I say, it's important to understand what was preserved by the Essenes. Alright, so we're going to come over here and we're going to read this. This is in text, the Essenes and their teachings, right, from the Nazarene Way, .com. So let's get it. It says, from the remote ages, right, starting up here. Alright, so rock with me. I'm going to read this, y'all. I'm going to run through it. Just rock with me. Sit back. We're going to get a little bit of reading, and then we're going to get into some scriptures, you did. But I need y'all to rock with me, because I'm telling you, man, where we going is powerful, you did. So it says, from the remote ages of antiquity, a remarkable teaching has existed which is universal in its application and ageless in its wisdom. Fragments of it are found in Sumerian hieroglyphs and on tiles and stones dating back some 8 or 10,000 years. Right? Some of the symbols, such as for the sun, moon, air, water, and other natural forces, are from an even earlier age, preceding the catalysm that ended the Pleistocene period. How many thousands of years previous to that teaching existed is unknown. To study and practice this teaching is to reawaken within the heart of every man an intuitive knowledge that can solve his individual problems or the problems of the world. Traces of the teaching have appeared in almost every country and religion, right? It's important, right? Because we can see what was preserved by our mystical priesthood. We can see bits and pieces in this in just about every spiritual system or out there. We can see forms and pieces of what was preserved by our mystical priesthood. That's very important to understand, right? It says every country and religion. Its fundamental principles were taught in Persia, Egypt, India, Tibet, China, Palestine, Greece, and many other countries, but it has been transmitted in its most pure form by the Essenes. I dig that. In its most pure form by the Essenes, right, as this stuff been transmitted and preserved, right? That mysterious brotherhood which lived during the last 2 or 3 centuries BC and the first century of the Christian era at the Dead Sea in Palestine and at Lake Mareotis in Egypt. In Palestine and in Syria, the members of the brotherhood were known as the Essenes, and in Egypt as therapeutae or healers, right? So it's important to understand, because one thing I want to drive home is the concept of medicine, right? When we're dealing with traditional spirituality, it's very important to understand what is called traditional African medicine. You feel what I'm saying? Because they go hand in hand. Just like when we were reading about the Maroons, what did they tell us? Right? That the enslaved people frequently escape frequently within the first generation of arrival from Africa, and often preserve their language and their culture and religion, and their traditions included such things as the use of magic herbs, right, and drums and dances and other African healing traditions, right, that were survived via the preservation of tradition by the Maroons, right? So we can see that when our ancient Maroon-like priesthood separated themselves to preserve a very ancient and sacred mystical system of spirituality, they were known as healers, right? Therapeutae, healers, right? And that's an important word too. We're kind of going to break down something with that a little later, right? So the esoteric part of their teaching is given in the Tree of Life, the communions, and the sevenfold peace. The esoteric and outer teachings appear in the Essene Gospel of Peace, Genesis, and Essene interpretation, Moses, the prophet of the law, and the Sermon on the Mount, right? The origin of the brotherhood is said to be unknown, and the derivation of the name is uncertain. Some believe it comes from Enosh or Enoch and claim him to be their founder, their communion with the angelic world having first been given to him, right? So remember, we already broke down the name of the Essene in the Levitical Cherokee video. We know it means fiery bush, and we know that this represents an order of a priesthood that comes from Eden, from the beginning, right? So others consider the name comes from Israel. Hold on one second, you guys. All right, sorry about that. It says, others consider the name comes from Israel, the elects of the people to whom Moses brought forth the communions at Mount Sinai, where they were revealed to him by the angelic world. But whatever their origin, it is certain The Essenes existed for a very long time as a brotherhood, perhaps under other names in other lands, right? The teaching appears in Zen Avesta of Zoroaster, who translated it into a way of life that was followed for thousands of years. It contains the fundamental concepts of Brahmanism, the Vedas, and the Upanishads, and the yoga system of India, sprang from the same source. Buddha later gave forth essentially the same basic ideas, and his sacred Bodhi tree is correlated to the Essene tree of life. See that? In Tibet, the teaching once more found expression in the Tibetan wheel of life. The Pythagoreans and Stoics in ancient Greece also followed the Essene principles in much of their way of life, right? Pythagoreans, right? The same teaching was an element of Adonic culture of the Phoenicians, of the Alexandrian school of philosophy in Egypt, and contribute greatly to many branches of Western culture, Freemasons, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, and Christianity. Jesus interpreted in his most sublime and beautiful form in the 7 Beatitudes of the Sermon of the Mount. The Essenes lived on shores of lakes and rivers away from cities and towns, right? And practiced a communal way of life, sharing equally in everything. They were mainly agriculturalists and arboriculturalists, having a vast knowledge of crops, soil, and climatic conditions, which enabled them to grow a variety of fruits and vegetables in comparatively desert areas with a minimum of labor, right? They had no service of slaves and were said to be the first people to condemn slavery, both in theory and practice. There were no rich or poor amongst them, both conditions being considered to them as deviations from the law. They established their own economic system based wholly on the law and showed all man's food and material needs can be obtained without struggle through knowledge of the law, right? They spent much time in studying of both ancient writings and special branches of learning such as education, healing, and astronomy, right? They were said to be heirs of the Chaldean and Persian astronomy and Egyptian arts of healing. They were said to be heirs of that Egyptian healing. So, like I say, a lot of things in traditional African spirituality we have to understand is not to be separated from our Hebraic Israelite traditions. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of our people had to do you know what I'm saying? A lot of our people were the ones who established a lot of these sciences, right? They were adept in prophecy, which for they prepared by prolonged fasting and the use of plants and herbs for healing man and beast. They were likewise proficient, right? They lived a simple, regular life, rising each day before sunrise to study and commune with the forces of nature. Very important. Very important, right? Pause. Understand that. We got that. We're good. All right, let's go. Bathing in cold water as a ritual, and donning white garments, right? Very important because this is also a key tradition in voodoo, right? After the daily labor in the fields and vineyards, they partook of their meals in silence, proceeding and ending it with prayer. They were entirely vegetarian in their eating and never touched flesh foods nor fermented liquids. Their evenings were devoted to study and communion with the heavenly forces. Okay? Evening was the beginning of their day, and their Sabbath began on the holy day on Friday evening, the first day of their week. This day was given to study, discussions, the entertaining of visitors, and playing certain musical instruments, replicas of which have been found. Their way of life enabled them to live to advances of 120 years or more, and they were said to be marvelous in strength and endurance. And in all their activities, they expressed creative love. Right? They sent out healers and teachers from brotherhoods, among whom were Elijah, John the Baptist, John the Beloved, and the great Essene Master Yeshua. Right? That's important to understand that these brotherhoods sent out healers from the brotherhood. So even when you study traditional spirituality and you look into the origin of these scenes, you see certain priests that just pop up out of nowhere with certain abilities to divine. You got to understand a lot of times what's going on was people were sent out from this brotherhood. So you had people that came from this order to come amongst a tribe or a group of people you know what I'm saying, to work this type of spirituality amongst them, right? So that the certain traditions can be preserved in certain places. Alright, so membership in the brotherhood was attainable only after a probationary period of a year and 3 years of initiatory work, followed by 7 more years before being given the full inner teaching. Right? See, that's how these traditions were preserved. So a lot of the sacred wisdom was preserved. It was through initiatory work, right? You had to be initiated. You had to go through initiation, right? You had to show these people that you were righteous and you were here for the upright intent of understanding this information, right? And that you were worthy to have it. You know what I'm saying? So you had to go through initiation. A lot of times where we fail is when we gave a lot of our secrets away freely. You feel what I'm saying? To people who weren't worthy to have them. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how we protected and preserved a lot of our traditions, was by keeping them into certain priesthoods where you had to go through initiatory time. You feel what I'm saying? To get these secrets, right? Records of the Assyrian way of life have come down to us from writings of their contemporaries. Pliny, the Roman naturalist, Philo, the Alexandrian philosopher, Josephus, the Jewish historian and soldier, and Solonius, and others spoke of them variously as a race by themselves, more remarkable than any other in the world. The oldest of the initiates, so I'm saying, receiving their teaching from Central Asia. Really, their traditional spirituality came from Eden. We're talking about the original way, right? Teaching perpetuated through an immense spaces of ages. You did, constant and unalterable in holiness, right? Constant and unalterable holiness. Excuse me. Constant and unalterable holiness. Because remember, like I said, the word Assyrian, we broke it down to the fiery bush, what represents an order, a priestly order, coming all the way from Eden. You did. So some of the outer teachings is preserved in Aramaic texts in the Vatican and Rome. Some in Slavic texts was found in the possession of the Habsburgs in Austria, and some have been brought out of Asia in the 13th century by Nestorian priests fleeing the hordes of Genghis Khan. Remember that, Nestorian priests? Alright. Echoes of the teaching exist today in many forms and rituals and masons, right? And of the 7 branch candlesticks and the greeting, peace be unto you, used from the time of Moses, right? So a lot of secret societies have the mysticisms of our ancient priesthood. From its antiquity, its persistence through the ages, it is evident through the teaching could not have been the concept of any individual or any people, but is the interpretation by a succession of great teachers of the law of the universe, the basic law, eternal and unchanging as the stars in their courses, the same now as 2 or 10,000 years ago, and as applicable today as then. So what they're telling you is this comes from the preservation of traditions that was passed down from generation to generation. So we're talking about 1,000 years of our ancestors practicing and communing with divine laws of nature and preserving this wisdom in tradition, right? So that's what they're saying right here about this teaching, the teaching of the Essenes, right? It says the teaching explains the law, shows how man's deviations from it are the cause of all his troubles, and gives the method by which he can find his way out of his dilemma, right? So that's what we're getting into, right? That's what's most important. You feel what I'm saying? Alright, so boom. So I wanted to get there just to kind of give you a glimpse into the Essene way of life, the Essene and their teachings and what they were separating from the rest of Israel to preserve. They were communing with the divine forces of nature. They knew how to use herbs, plants, and healings. They understood the divine mysticism of the tree of life, the divine spirits, Sephiroths, right? The spears and the heavens and the different heavens and the different spheres of existence, right? They understood these things, the deep science, right? Because one thing you got to understand, what we're going to get into later, is this is the wisdom of our people. That's what we got to understand. This is the wisdom of our people. I'm not going to get into that right now. Like I say, we're going to get into that later. But I just wanted to show you, you know what I'm saying, what was preserved amongst the Essenes, the way of life, the teaching, and things of that nature, right? So we're gonna get a little bit more of it right here with this. I'm gonna get a little bit out this clip. I actually played this same clip I'm about to play in my Levitical Cherokee video. Because of how relevant it was, I had to dig it back up. And I'm like, oh my God, even that video, when you take that video and have a understanding of traditional African spirituality, you can see how powerful that video was, man. But like I say, not to ramble on too much, but I'm gonna get this clip out of this video so you can see, have a little deeper look into the life of the Essenes to let you know how traditional this priesthood was. And it wasn't like the pictures that they try to paint. It was more like African traditional spirituality than you can imagine. You feel what I'm saying? So without further ado, man, I want to get this. This is The Mystery of the Essenes with Professor Ted Nottingham from Ancestral Productions. So I'm going to get a few minutes out of this. Rock with me real quick, and I'll see you in a second.
The rules of life, the very strict discipline which went with them, were not a constraint, but were freely accepted as ways to forge character, to develop one's highest being. The Essenes received many teachings of the ancient universal wisdom, which they had to bring to life inside themselves as a sacred service to humanity. They were fully aware that the major part of this wisdom was for future humanity. And they thought that the great masters would come in the future and make use of their work. They believed that without them, the masters, the benefactors, would not be able to help human beings, and that people would therefore sink into the darkness and ignorance and depravity that is seen so often around us, and eventually destroy one another through wars and other unspeakable atrocities. The technique of Essene initiation consisted in plunging deep inside oneself to find again the source of divine existence, which then allowed one to recognize in the inner level and also around in the outer level the living and divine water which animates everything. It is this state of mind, voluntarily cultivated, that opened up the doors of the spiritual worlds to them. Thus, an Essene was conscious of belonging to a people, a tradition, a lineage. It is only when he or she felt themselves in harmony with this lineage that they could really find their place and fulfillment as an individual and as a community. An Essene could not reach fulfillment outside the lineage of light. Whatever he did in his or her individual life had to be linked to the global task. Thus, an Essene was conscious of belonging to a people, a tradition, a lineage. It is only when he or she felt themselves in harmony with this lineage that they could really find their place and fulfillment as an individual and as a community. An Essene could not reach fulfillment outside the lineage of light. Whatever he did in his or her individual life had to be linked to the global task. Some cultivated the soil, others were craftsmen, others therapists, teachers, but all of them worked in one way or another for the good of all.
Alright, so boom, there you go, you know what I'm saying? Right there you see that the Essenes knew that it was very important for them to preserve the traditions, but not even just for the time that they were in, but for the latter days, right? Because that science, that ability to commune with the divine forces in nature that our people have, that's what's going to be needed in this time, right? That's what's going to heal the earth. You feel what I'm saying? It's the divine communion and the appeasement of the divine forces in nature. You feel what I'm saying? So they knew that they had to preserve this wisdom, and they also knew that it was important to link themselves with their tradition and the tradition of their lineage. Very important, so they know their function. They know what they need to do in the community, whether, you know, they come from a agricultural tradition, a herbalist tradition, a warrior-like tradition, or, you know what I'm saying, whatever type of function their bloodline lineage possess, right? That type of function was enacted in the traditions that was preserved by that specific lineage. Alright, man, so very important to understand, you feel what I'm saying? And it's also important to understand, like I say, that when we're understanding African spirituality, that we must use our Essene records, right? The texts, the teachings, the interpretation of the law given to us by our most righteous priesthood that was zealous and righteous enough to preserve traditions, right? We use their records as a guideline, as a rubric when we're looking into our traditions that was left in real life by our ancestors, because we know a lot of times our traditions can be corrupted, right? But when we use the Assyrian text as sort of a guideline or a rubric, right, we can come out with a more purified substance, because when we're dealing with traditional spirituality, it all has to be in harmony with divine order and nature. And if it's not, if certain traditions we see that don't kind of fit our rubric left to us by our Assyrian priesthood, then we can kind of cast that aside, right? Because that purified substance is what we need to make straight the way of the Most High, right? Make straight the way to the Most High, right? So that's very important. All right, so now what I want to do is, because like I say, we can see, we have to understand that what was preserved by the Assyrians and what's preserved by the Maroons is one and the same, is true traditional spirituality, right? And so we have to understand what that is and the components of traditional spirituality, or what they call African spirituality, ancestral religion. So let's get into that, man. We're going to dive into some components of the spirituality. This way it get real, so rock with me. Let's get it. Alright, so one of the first components of African spirituality I want to talk about is the divine forces in nature, right? Also known as the angels, you feel what I'm saying, or the spirits, right? And I want to highlight this because it's very important to understand the divine forces in nature, because not only are these just divine forces in nature or angels or spirits, but these are also laws, right? These are the laws of the universe, right? The laws of nature. You feel what I'm saying? And that's exactly or essentially what our spirituality deals with. It deals with the laws of nature. You feel what I'm saying? So the divine forces of nature are very important to understand. They're very important to understand that in the wisdom of the traditions of our mystical priesthood, they were communing with the divine forces in nature. You feel what I'm saying? And it's important to understand that in the mysticism of African spirituality, at the core of it is the communion of divine forces in nature. Now, these aren't gods, goddesses. These are principalities. These are divine forces that rule in nature. You feel what I'm saying? We're talking about the actual force, right, that our people understood, and they created stories and personas behind them. But at the core and at the root and at the foundation is the divine force of nature in itself. And in our spirituality, we have to understand the communion between the divine forces of nature, because they teach us the laws of the universe, right? The laws of nature. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so boom. So first and foremost, when we're digging into African spirituality, understand that we have two parent traditions that kind of, you know what I'm saying, are like the origins or the foundations of most traditional spiritual system that we find preserved in the Americas, right? And those two systems are voodoo, right? That was practiced by the Ewe and the Fan, and then we have the Ephod, right? The Ephod that was practiced by the Yoruba, right? So in these traditions now, what we have to understand, they have two different names for their spirits, right? And in voodoo, we're dealing with Loa or voodoo, and then with the Ephod, we're dealing with Orisha. So let's understand something real quick, right? So voodoo, right? West African voodoo, spirit in Fan and Ewe languages, right? Voodoo, and voodoo, etc. is practiced by the Fan people of Benin in southern and central Togo, as well as Ghana. Now, I'm real with y'all. This tribe, Ewe, very important tribe to focus on. I'm not going to go into them. I was going to do a whole segment on them in this video, because it's a very important tribe. When you do the research, you find that this tribe is one of the main tribes that was sent to Haiti and Louisiana, which is why voodoo is preserved in these two places. But there's a lot to go into. I'm not even going to get into it. But like I say, you do your research, man. Dig on the Ewe, very important tribe. Properly pronounced Ewe, right? So, It says it is distinct from the traditional African religions in the interior of these countries, and is the main source of religion and similar names found among the African diaspora in the Americas, right? Such as Haitian voodoo, Dominican voodoo, Cuban voodoo, Brazil voodoo, Candomblé, I don't know how to pronounce that, Tambar de Mina, Puerto Rican voodoo, and Louisiana voodoo, right? So check this out. It says voodoo cosmology centered around voodoo spirits and other elements of divine essence that governs the earth, a hierarchy that ranged in power from major deities governing the forces of nature, right? And human society to the spirits of individual streams, trees, rocks, as well as dozens of ethnic voodoo defenders of certain clan, tribes, or nation. Alright, so peep that. Alright, jump over to Haitian voodoo, you know what I'm saying? Alright, you know what I'm saying? Catch some of this, you know what I'm saying? Voodoo originated in what is now Benin and developed in the French colonial empire in the 18th century of West African peoples who were enslaved. When African religious practice was actively suppressed, right, and enslaved Africans were forced to create the Christianity, right? So here comes the zealous ones when traditional spirituality is suppressed and they're forced to convert the Christianity. We're thankful for the zealous ones who preserve traditional spirituality, right? Religious practices of contemporary voodoo are descent from and closely related to West African voodoo practiced by the Fawn and Ewe. Right? Voodoo also incorporates elements and symbolisms from other African peoples, including the Yoruba and the Congo. Right? All right. So I'm gonna jump down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Catch all that. But really, what I want right here is the spirits, right? The Loa, right? Let's get on that real fast. Alright, Loa, right? Loa are the spirits of Haitian voodoo and Louisiana voodoo. They are also referred to as mysteries, right? The invisibles, right? That's important because we know they're also the revealers of hidden wisdom and mysteries, right? So, let me see what I want. Alright, so right here, very important, the word Loa and Loa comes from the French Louis, Loa, the laws, right? So each spirit is a law. Remember, angels are ministers. You feel what I'm saying? They are ministers of law. So whatever law or principality they represent, you feel what I'm saying? It's the ministry in which they come to teach, which is why the spirits, we call the spirits themselves laws. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're talking about divine forces of nature. You dig what I'm saying? Alright, so we over here to Orisha, right? And not gonna get into this too much on Wikipedia, but I just wanted to come over here to show you that in the native Orisha are the spirits sent by higher divinities, right? Such as Ludamar, right? Or Ludamare, which is the Most High in the Ephod Yoruba tradition. You feel what I'm saying? So I just wanted to show you that we're dealing with the Orisha, we're dealing with the same forces in nature, right? The spirits of traditional African spirituality. So let's get into these two real fast to show exactly what they are. Alright, so first, you know what I'm saying, with the Orishas, right, we can see right here that these are forces of nature, parts of God who mediate between the Most High and humanity. Humanity can commune directly with the Most High by way of the transpossession, always in a ritual setting. So understand that, right? The Orishas are the forces of nature, right, that were calculated, observed by the Yoruba. Alright, so we're going to come over here to Orisha.net. Alright, so it says the Orishas, right? The Orishas are the emissaries of Oludumare, or God Almighty, right? The Most High. They rule over the forces of nature, right? And the endeavors of humanity. They recognize themselves and are recognized through their different numbers and colors, which are their masks, and each have their own favorite foods and other things which they like to receive as offerings and gifts. In this way, we make our offerings in the manner they are accustomed to, in the way they have always received them, so that they will recognize our offerings and come to our aid, right? That's the importance of tradition, right? Because we talk about, you know what I'm saying, thousands of years of observing how to commune with divine forces. And then today we look at our traditional system and it encapsulates 1,000 years of wisdom, all right? Because it's passed down from generation to generation. It says the Orisha are often best understood by observing the forces of nature, right? They rule over. For instance, you can learn about Oshun and her children by watching the rivers and streams she rules over and observing that though she always heads towards her sister Yemiya the sea, she does so on her own circuitous route. Alright, peep that. Also observe how the babbling rock and the flash flood reflect her changeable moods. As you observe the Orisha at work in the world and in your own lives, you will gain a better understanding of them and their ways, right? More so than any other living being such as you or I. We are also blessed from time to time in the religion with the opportunity to meet the Orisha face to face, right? During a Wamilir drumming ceremony. I know I butchered that. Drumming ceremony, when one or more of the priests will be mounted. See, transposition, right? Very important concept. We're gonna get into that in a little bit, but very important, right? But like they say, we have the opportunity to meet the Orisha face to face, right? We know that even in the scriptures, right? When the prophets and priests come in face to face with an angel. You feel what I'm saying? So understand what the Orishas are. The Orishas are the divine forces of nature. They rule over the divine forces of nature. You commune with them via the divine forces of nature. Alright, so we're going to skip over to the Voodoo tradition and talk about the Lawa and show how they are in fact the same thing, right? So we're here at learnreligions.com. Spirits in African diaspora religions, right? Voodoo spirits. Okay, so it says, in the New World, the spirits or Lawa with whom believers interact are divided into three main families. Rada, Petro, and Gede. Lawa can be viewed as forces of nature, right? But they also have personalities and personal mythologies, right? They are extensions of the will of Bonje, right? That's the Haitian Most High, right? In the Voodoo, in the Haitian Voodoo tradition, right? So the ultimate principle of the universe. All right. So let's see if it's anything else we want here. All right. So I'm gonna jump over here to Vice.com. They did an article on Voodoo. All right. It says he says Voodoo generally doesn't have the best reputation. Turn to your left and ask the person sitting next to you what Voodoo is about, and he'll likely tell you it's something to do with pins, dolls, and hurting people or zombies, or rituals where you wear skull necklaces and sacrifice vows, right? But unsurprisingly, given that most of that information is garnered from TV shows and shitty horror films, there's a lot more to it than that, right? Voodoo originated in West Africa, where practices and rituals revolve heavily around spirits that govern the forces of nature and humanity, right? Other belief systems with similar names, Dominican Voodoo, Cuban Voodoo, Haitian Voodoo, share similarities with Voodoo, but they tend to be synchronized with Christianity to create slightly different take on how things are done. Okay, so in Haitian Voodoo, there is a divine creator, Bonje, who rules over an army of spirits, the Loa, right? Kind of like God and his angels in Christianity, right? The Loa you're most likely to have come across in film or TV is Papa Legba, the guy in American Horror Story with the top hat and red eyes, the spirit who can facilitate chats between Loa and mortals, right? Voodoo, let me see where I want. Oh, but that's basically what I wanted right there, right? That the divine creator rules over an army of spirits, right? Like that are the Loa, that are like God and his angels in Christianity. Alright, so we see that those spirits, the Loa, right, govern the forces of nature. Alright, so I'm gonna bring you to this Google book I came across, right? No tea, no shade. And so I'm gonna read right here. It says, was right here, it says, not one of these authors wrote about queer, or whatever that means, but almost everyone wrote about Loa, that is, about the spirit forces of the Haitian religion, voodoo, right? And why wouldn't they? In its cosmology as well as its community formation, voodoo is radically inclusive of creative genders and sexualities. Practitioners work to communicate with the sacred energies called Loa, forces of nature, including the ocean, land, metals, to achieve personal harmony and fulfill their life purposes, right? Dealing with forces of nature, many of these Loa model and mentor the divinity of gender and sexual complexity, right? What they're saying is these Loa govern the forces of nature. Different forces of nature have different characteristics, different principalities. And the way we commune in communing with these forces of nature, we're able to understand ourselves and our own complex makeup. Because if, just like I say, it might be in someone's lineage, in their energy makeup to be a person like who smelts iron, right? Who deals with metalworking, right? So understanding the divine force and nature that is Ogun, that deals with metal, communing with that spirit, helps you understand yourself and your own nature, being in communion with the divine force in nature, right? As you fulfill your function and purpose. So it's very important to understand these forces in nature, right? But I wanted to show you that the Loa of Haitian voodoo and West African voodoo, the voodoo of West African voodoo, are dealing with the spirits, the divine forces in nature, right? And that the Orisha of Ephod and of the Yoruba are dealing with the same, the divine forces of nature, right? Alright, so coming back over here to the Essenes in their teachings, remember what we read out of here. It said that they lived a simple, regular life, right? Excuse me. Rising each day before the sunrise to study and commune with the forces of nature. You feel what I'm saying? All right, I'm going to bring you over here to the living center, right? Who were the Essenes, right? The Essenes, an ancient permaculture people, right? Remember, we built on permaculture, right? On that Adam the Farmer video. Dig on it. All right, I'm going to jump down. Let's see where I want. I'm going to jump down right here, right? So the Essenes were vegetarians. They avoided any form of alcohol except ceremonial wine, and they daily fed their bodies, minds, and souls with the contemplation of the earthly and cosmic forces they poetically called angels. See what I'm saying? In the morning, they contemplated the forces, angels of nature. Oh, excuse me. All right, so understand that the way the Essenes see the divine forces of nature, right, they call them angels, right? So when you understand that when we're dealing with the scriptures and we're dealing with the Malachim and the angels, understand we're dealing with divine forces of nature, right? So when we look in our traditional spiritual system and we see us communing with the Loa and the Orisha, understand we're talking about the same divine forces in nature. Because I'm not going to get into it, you know what I'm saying? But when you look into the Essene communions, you see they're dealing with 7 angels, right? When you look into traditional African spirituality, what you have is the 7 African powers, or the 7 chief Loa, or the 7 principal Orisha. You dig what I'm saying? So these forces in nature, these spirits, these angels, they're all the same thing. Remember, the Most High maketh his angels spirits. So the spirits, the Loa, the forces of nature, all the same, right? So we can see what was preserved by the Essenes. That type of spirituality is one and the same with what's preserved by the Maroons in African spirituality here in North America. Alright, so in the evening they contemplated the cosmic forces, right? And at noontime each day they contemplated one aspect of the sevenfold peace, right? Through this weekly cycle, the balance and practice of peace would be reviewed continuously. Alright, boom. Alright, so boom, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to get all of that to show you the similarity in the language of the practices, right? To show you how the Essenes were communing with the divine forces of nature. To show you how the Ewe de Fon, who gave us voodoo, that was sent to Haiti and Louisiana, they were in communion with the Loa and the voodoo, which were the divine forces of nature, right? And then we have the Yoruba, right, in Nigeria and things like that, that were dealing with that had the spiritual system of Ephod. They were communing with the divine forces of nature as the Orisha, right? So we can see in African spirituality, to preserve traditional spiritual systems revolves around the communion of divine forces of nature, which are spirits, which are angels, right? That's very important to understand, because that's neglected in our Hebraic traditions, right? We don't really dig on that. That's why I made the video, right? Archangel Michael, the Archangel Michael, right? The Ogun of Voodoo, right? To show how powerful angelic communion is in our spirituality. Not only how powerful, but just how prevalent and evident it is in our traditions, in the scriptures, right? So that's things that people don't focus on, which is very detrimental, because when we talk about the true spirituality of our people, we have to understand it evolves around the understanding and the communion of divine forces of nature. All right. So I want to bring y'all over here, right? On the Nazarene way, right, where we read the Essenes and their teachings, right? We're gonna jump down and we're gonna get this right here, the one law, because this goes so deep, right, in understanding the traditions that was given from the priesthood to the people of Israel, and how it truly evolved around the one law of the divine system of understanding forces of nature. All right, so we're gonna get into that, man. There's a little bit of reading, but it's probably like the last bulk of reading we're gonna do. So after we do this reading, we're gonna get into some scriptures and bring African spirituality out in the scriptures in the Bible. But it's important that we understand what was preserved amongst our truest and most righteous priesthood, and how they viewed, right, our biblical history as it pertains to the giving of the law. All right, so let's get it. All right, so the one law. The teaching which Moses brought forth at Mount Sinai were practiced 1,500 years later by the Essene Brotherhood in Palestine and Egypt, right? And Egypt. To understand his teaching is to understand the values the Essene practices have for man today, right? Moses was the giver of the law, the one law. He established the monotheism that was to become not only the fundamental tenet of the Essene Brotherhood, but of all Western civilization. The most authoritative information we have about this teaching comes from their brotherhoods, right? Because even we know some of the oldest texts of Torah was preserved by the Essenes in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So their tradition divides his life into three periods, symbolic of the experiences in every man's life. In the first period of 40 years, during which he lived as a prince of Egypt, he followed the path of tradition, acquiring all the education and knowledge available. He studied the rituals of Isis, Amun-Ra, and Osiris, the precepts of Ptah-Hotep, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and the traditions that came from the east to Egypt, right? The cultural center of the world at that time, right? Egypt. But in all his studying, he found no inner dynamism or unifying principle explaining the universe and the problems of life. In the second period of his life, he spent 40 years in the desert following a path of nature, studying the book of nature as have many other great geniuses and prophets, including Yeshua. In huge vastness of the desert, with their solitude and silence, great inner truths have been brought forth, right? Like they say, there's no better place to find God than in the desert, right? That's what they say. It says, in this period of his life, Moses discovered the one law, the totality of all laws. He found that this one law governed all manifestations of life, and it governed the whole universe. To him was the greatest of all miracles to find that everything operates under one law. Then he came upon the idea of the totality of laws, and this totality he called the law spelled with a capital L, right? The law. Alright. So he first observed the man he first observed that man lives in a dynastic, constant changing universe. Plants and animals grow and disappear, moons wax and wane. There is no static point in nature or man. He saw that the law manifests in personal change, and that behind the change is the plan of the cosmic order on a vast scale. Right? He came to understand that the law is the greatest and only power in the universe, and that all other laws and all things are part of the one law. The law is subject to no other law or laws. It is eternal, indestructible, incapable of defeat. Right? A plant, a tree, a human body, or a solar system each has its own laws, mathematical, biological, and astronomical. But the one supreme power, the law, is behind all of them. Alright, peep this. Alright, the law governs all that takes place in the universe, in all other universes, in all activity, all creation, mental or physical. It governs all that exists in physical manifestation, in energy, in power, in consciousness, all knowledge, all thought, all feeling, all reality. The law creates life and it creates thought. Right? The sum total of life on all the planets in the universe was called by the Essenes the cosmic ocean of life. And the sum total of currents of thoughts in the universe was called the cosmic ocean of thought, or cosmic consciousness, in more modern terminology. This cosmic ocean of life and cosmic ocean of thought form the dynamic unity of which man is an inseparable part. Every thinking body of every individual is in constant intercommunion with this unity. Every human being is an individualized part of the unity. The unity is the law, the eternal light of which Moses spake. Right? Moses saw the law broken everywhere. Egypt had built without regard for it. Right? Egypt had built without regard for it. Despite the nation's great military and political might, there was no law of equality. Misery and slavery existed everywhere. Rich and poor alike suffered from oppression, epidemics, and plagues. He learned that ignorance of the laws of nature was responsible for all evils, and that the rulers and the ruled were equally to blame. Right? The rulers and the people being ruled were equally to blame. Right? It became evident to Moses that everything created as a result of deviation from the law destroys itself in time, disappears. And in time disappears. Though only the law is eternal. So understand that. Everything that goes in deviation of the law destroys itself and in time disappears. Right? Which is why you don't see certain glorious kingdoms anymore that you did. Right, which you thought had the science of the laws of nature, but obviously there was some deviation going on. You feel what I'm saying? Because we see that no longer exists. Right, it had destroyed itself and in time disappears. Right. The third period of Moses' life, the Exodus, began when he determined to dedicate the remainder of his days to the realization and the application of the law, and to bring mankind into harmony with it. He recognized the enormity of the task before him in attempting to make both the ignorant masses and the arrogant rulers accept the law and live in harmony with it. Seemingly insurmountable obstacles confronted all the world's reformers, right? When pure idea meets the opposing force in the inertia of the human mind and the resistance of entrenched power, it represents a revolution of dynamic against the static, of higher values against the pseudo values, of freedom against slavery. And it is not limited to one time in history nor to mankind as a whole, but occurs repeatedly in life of individual man. Right? That's so important because we have to understand that, right? Just like now I'm bringing out true spirituality via what's taught in a lot of Hebraic sects, a lot of camps, right? Which is pseudo spirituality. We talking about a level of high spirituality, higher values against pseudo values, the freedom of slavery. You feel what I'm saying? Freedom against slavery, because we're talking about the freedom of the law versus the binding system of tradition that is followed by Hebrews who follow the lying pen of the scribes. You feel what I'm saying? So it's very important because understanding the true one law is not limited to no time in history, no tribe, no name, no kingdom. You feel what I'm saying? This is the law of eternity. So we have to understand, so we have to separate ourselves from all of these different labels that separate us, that separate African spirituality from Israelite tradition, or, you know what I'm saying, whatever else, because we have to understand that the truest form of our spirituality deals with the innumerable, the ever-existent, ever-present, eternal law, one true law, right? The law was God, the law was with God, because the law was God. Remember what they were saying, that Moses was understanding that the true totality of the creative essence was his law, right? The law. You feel what I'm saying? So, continuing, right? When Moses found he could not change the Egyptian rulers or masters of the people, he turned to a small minority, the enslaved and oppressed people of Israel, hoping to convert them and establish a new nation based wholly on the law. He is the only figure in universal history that did establish such a nation. Right? Moses saw the universe as a gigantic cosmic order in which existed inexhaustible sources of energy, knowledge, and harmony at man's disposal. He had always remembered the two legends of his ancestor Jacob, who had fought and conquered an angel and later had a vision of the angels ascending and descending up a ladder connecting heaven and earth. He identified these angels as the forces of nature and the powers of man's consciousness, and saw that these forces and powers were the connecting link between man and God. He identified God with the great universal law. Please, I hope you are understanding this and are processing this, because this is so important. You feel what I'm saying? Understand that these angels, these divine forces in nature help us commune with the divine creator, because they are the manifested attributes and characteristics of the creator himself. You did? And it's important to understand, you feel what I'm saying, that the Most High is also identified with the law. That's also very important. You did what I'm saying? Because it's also important to understand that as Hebrews, our law is our God, right? Our law is our God. Separating the term God from creator is important to understand that the Lord is our righteousness, right? God is our righteousness, is our law, right? That's a concept we're going to get into a lot later, but I just wanted to hit you with that, right? So he came to the conclusion that if man is to reach God, he must first become master of all the forces which are manifestations of God, of the law, right? Which are what? The forces of nature, right? So he wanted to make his people strong with the law, which is the meaning of the word Israel. He wanted to create a system of life which would make it possible for them to conquer the angels as their forefather Jacob had done. This was the foundation of occult science, as it is termed today, of the science of angels, right? Later recorded as angelology, right? Because that's important with the Essenes. They noted that the Essenes were very proficient in their science of angelology, right? We can get that up here real fast. Let's see where it's at, right? It says they bear a similar correlation to a later teaching like those of the Kabbalah and Freemasonry. Their most unique element, which has apparently been developed independently, is their science of angelology. So people that are observing the Essenes, they see that one of the most unique elements about this brotherhood is their science of angelology, so their study and communion of angels. Alright, so Moses wanted his followers to realize that they are in constant contact every moment of their lives and of all parts of their being with all the forces of life and the visible and invisible in the visible and invisible universe, right? And if they contact these powers consciously and become continuously conscious of them, they will enjoy perfect health, happiness, and harmony in body, mind, and every department of their lives. The method of contacting these forces was engraved on the 2 stone tablets he brought down from Mount Sinai, but destroyed when he found the masses of the people were not ready for the teaching, even as the masses of mankind are not ready for it today, and may not be for many generations to come. But too bad we ain't really got time to wait on it, right? But to the few who were ready, he taught the method given on the tablets, the communion with the angels, right? Which has been preserved through the ages in the Assyrian brotherhoods and can still be practiced by man today, right? This was a part of the esoteric teaching given by Moses and practiced in the Assyrian brotherhoods 5 centuries preceding the Christian era. In the later Assyrian tradition, the abstract idea of the law was conveyed by the symbol of the tree of a tree called the tree of life. Moses had received a great revelation when he saw the burning bush in the desert, right? The Assyrian in the desert, right? This represented 2 aspects of universal life, warmth and light. The warmth of the fire symbolizes the fire of life, vitality in the material world, right? The light symbolizes man's consciousness, represented the light of wisdom as opposed to the darkness of ignorance in the immaterial universe. Together they represent the whole universe and the idea that man in the center draws life and vitality from all the forces of the cosmos. Man, this is deep. The Assyrians symbolized this teaching in their tree of life, which pictured to them in a concrete form that man was a unit of energy, thoughts, and emotions, and a unit of life force constantly communing with the totality of energies in the universe. And this is also true for the original man, which is why it's important that he returns back to his traditional spiritual system, because these forces govern his life daily, even when he's unconscious of it, right? Moses wished to see man living in harmony with the laws which govern all the energies inside and outside man, to become conscious of them and to utilize them in every moment of life. In his study of the totality of the law, Moses attained an intuitive knowledge of the origin of the world and of the beginning of all things, right? It was from this beginning of all things he derived the laws for daily life, right? From the beginning, the laws. See what I'm saying? He learned that all things are a part of the whole put together according to the law. And the 7 elements or basic forces of life appear in 7 great cycles of creation, 1 element in each cycle. He grouped the days of the week into a corresponding cycle of 7, considering each day to correspond to a different one of the elements. This was symbolized in the Assyrian traditions by the 7-branch candlestick, the candles of which lit every 7th day, the Sabbath, to remind man of the 7 cycles and the 7 basic forces of the visible world, and the 7 basic powers of the invisible world of man's consciousness. Understand that, right? So Moses, through understanding the law, observed, right, the 7 elements or basic forces of life, and he developed a traditional system, right? And this same system is preserved by the Icons, right? In the Icon tradition and hoodoo, and what we call hoodoo in North America, where they have the 7-day system of the Obosom, right? Which is the Icon word for force in nature, right? The spirits, right? The Loa, right? The Orisha in the Icon, they call it the Obosom, right? So they have a 7-day system that's linked to each day, that links a day to an Obosom, right? Which is the same thing that Moses did right here. So you can see, again, the tradition, the preservation of the traditional spirituality of the Maroons, right? That was the hoodoo, the voodoo, the juju, the wanga, the hinti. All of these different spiritual systems is the same spirituality that was preserved in ancient time by our Maroons. You feel what I'm saying? By our Assyrians, right? Our most righteous priesthood. All right, so let's keep going. 3 periods of Moses' life in which he discovered the law and its manifestations represent the 3 periods into which nearly every man's life can be divided. The first, Egypt, has been called the period of bondage, of darkness, of ignorance, right? When the free flow of vital energy is obstructed by ignorance and false values. Mankind's Egypt, his slavery consists in the totality of his deviations from the law. Now remember what they said in this period of his life was the period of tradition, right? When Moses was understanding tradition. So this shows you how even in tradition of African spirituality coming out of Egypt, you feel what I'm saying? That we had a lot of deviations from the law, right? That the observation of tradition in that sense was only helping us understand the deviations of the law, which is the same thing that you can say for Hebrew Israelites today that are caught up in the traditions that are written in the word, right, by the pen of the scribes who made the law in vain. So you can see the way they keep certain customs, the way they keep tradition. You feel what I'm saying? It's only that first period of bondage. We still dealing with a binding law. You see them leave Christianity and go into another form of slavery, right? That they call Hebrewism, right? Or the Israelite covenant, which really that's not the case. You feel what I'm saying? So the second period of Moses' life corresponds to the desert in an individual's life when his false values fall away and he sees nothing but the emptiness ahead of him. It is in this period man most urgently needs inner guidance that he may find his way back to the light, the law, right? This is also that initiatory period. The third period, the Exodus, is possible for every man. There is always light showing the way to the Exodus. Man's Egypt of bondage is never eternal. Peep that. Understand that. Alright, the Exodus under Moses lasted 40 years, but it was only a beginning on the path of intuition, in the path of learning to living in harmony with the laws of life, of nature and the cosmos, right? And Exodus for humanity can only be accomplished through the cumulative efforts of many people over many generations, right? But it can be accomplished and it will be accomplished. There is always a Canaan, which is not a mythical utopia, but a living reality. The Exodus is the path that leads toward Canaan, the path that Moses trod, the path to which the Assyrian practices light the way, right? So peep that. Okay, so boom, man, peep that. Very heavy, very heavy. The one law, man, go get it from the Nazarene way, right? Out of the Assyrian text. You feel me? So it's important to understand, right, the observation of the law in its totality, the one law. And in that one law comprises all of the laws that are represented by the divine forces in nature that man must master, right, in order for him to understand God, to be close to God, right, to be in communion with the divine creator. You feel what I'm saying? But it's important that he masters these divine forces in nature, right? Moses understood that and tried to teach that to his people. Very important, right? Moses understood, or the law of Moses, right? The law that Moses understood, the divine forces of nature, is what Moses wanted to convey to the people. Although he understood, a lot of them wasn't ready for that. But the ones that were, right, the 70 elders that he gave it to, and you know what I'm saying, preserved these traditions and this mysticism, right? And then, you know what I'm saying, traditionally, generation to generation, it was passed down and kept and preserved by initiation. You did what I'm saying? So that's very important to understand, right? That this aspect of African spirituality, when we're dealing with the communion of the divine forces in nature, understand that this is the same communal practice and tradition of what was preserved by our most righteous priesthood. All right, so let's keep moving. Alright, man, so boom, man, I want to come over here and I want to talk about ancestor veneration, right, as an aspect of African spirituality, right? So we know in traditional African spirituality, the honoring of ancestor, the veneration of ancestors is very important, right? Not the worship, right? We don't worship, we venerate and we honor our ancestors, right? So we know that's very important in African traditional spirituality, right? In all of the different traditional spiritual systems, honoring the ancestors is important. Now, what we don't see a lot is this concept brought about in the Bible, right? In the Hebraic traditions, right? Although we talk a lot about the God of our forefathers, right? The God of our ancestors, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We give our ancestors reverence in that way. But I just want to show just a quick scenario in the scriptures where the veneration of ancestors take place for an important purpose, right? The understanding of the communion with the ancestors in the scriptures, and how it's very important, and what it has to do, and how it has a lot to do with the preservation of our traditions, right? As well as remaining upright and standing in righteousness, firm, fixed in our traditional spiritual beliefs. Alright, suppose we're gonna jump over here to the scriptures, right? And we're gonna get one of the apocryphal books, the first book of Maccabees, right? We were in it earlier. Remember, we were reading chapter 2. Alright, remember what we left off in chapter 2. Remember how the king, understanding that there were people in Judah who were going to preserve their tradition no matter what, right? They were not going to convert or conform, right? And so they sent people after him, right? And so the people they sent smote a lot of the people, and the people that got smoked, they really didn't fight back. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of, allowed themselves to be smitten, because they knew they were being wrongly killed. You know what I'm saying? They were standing up for their tradition, so they knew that their spirit were going to profess that to the earth. You know what I'm saying? To cry unto the Creator that, hey, we were killed unjustly. You know what I'm saying? So they allowed themselves to be smitten for that reason. Now, this is not in the scripture, but I'm going to say, with that being said, I'm going to guess a lot of those spirits probably had a lot to do with a lot of rebellion, a lot of revolt, right? A lot of those angry spirits, a lot of the petrol rites we see, the fiery rites we see, and a lot of the voodoo practices. A lot of these probably come from stuff like these. A lot of valiant ancestors, right, who were wrongly accused, wrongly killed, that stood up for the preservation of their tradition, right? You feel what I'm saying? So, so what I want to do is I want to start right here in verse 49. So you go ahead and finish those in between verses. Like I said, we got a lot to cover, so I'm not really going to try to hit on it. But here it is in starting at verse 49. Now remember, we talking about this aspect of African spirituality, that is the honoring and the veneration of ancestors, right? So it says, now when the time drew near that Mattathias should die, he said unto his sons, now hath pride and rebuke gotten strength, and the time of destruction and the wrath of indignation. He said, now therefore, my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers. So that's instilled in our priestly lineage, right? Was to be zealous for the law and to give their lives. So when you see a lot of Maroons, you know what I'm saying, that are preserving traditions and giving their life to rebel, to preserve them, understand that come from the zealousness, and a lot of that zealousness passed down in the bloodline just through the priestly lineage. You dig what I'm saying? Not only the priestly lineage, but, you know what I'm saying, more so the priestly lineage, because we see a lot of zealousness in them. So, right, it say, call to remembrance, right? Now, here's where the veneration and the honoring of the ancestors come in. He said, call into remembrance what acts our fathers did in their time. So shall ye receive great honor in an everlasting name. You feel what I'm saying? So you shall receive a great honor in an everlasting name by honoring your ancestors, right? Remembering and recalling in the acts of your forefathers, right? Your ancestors, right? So was not Abram found faithful in temptation, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness. Joseph, in the time of his distress, kept the commandment and was made Lord of Egypt. Phinehas, our father, in being zealous and fervent, obtained the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Right? Yeshua, for fulfilling the word, was made a judge in Israel. Caleb, for bearing witness before the congregation, received heritage of the land. David, for being merciful, possessed the throne of an everlasting kingdom. Elias, for being zealous and fervent for the law, was taken up to heaven. Ananias, Azarias, and Mishael, by believing, were saved out of the flame. Daniel, for his innocency, was delivered out of the mouth of lions. And thus consider ye throughout all ages that none that put their trust in him shall be overcome. Alright, so basically understand what was going on. Mattathias is telling his sons to remember the acts of your ancestors, right? To honor them, to honor their works, to call into remembrance their works, to venerate them, right? Because understand, all these people he named, this is family, right? We talk about Mattathias, we talk about a family of priests, right? That's a forefather. You feel what I'm saying? That's one of our uncle's sons. You feel what I'm saying? That's our patriarch. That's granddaddy. You feel what I'm saying? So, what else, right? David, that's the king. That's one of our uncle's, sons. You feel what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. You feel, we talking about family. Joseph, right? That's our uncle. We talking about family. We talking about ancestors. We talking about their deeds and their acts. So in the priestly act of preserving tradition and the importance thereof, we see the honor and the veneration of ancestors, their deeds and their acts, because that's going to help us understand who we are and what we need to do, right? In the times to come, because it's important to understand ancestral veneration, because we talking about ancestral religion. Understand, our ancestors are the key penitents and practitioners. So it is their wisdom and their knowledge of how to navigate through these things, because they don't want to pass them down and give them to us. So ancestor veneration is important, not in just African spirituality, but also in the Hebraic Israelite tradition, because we got to understand they're one and the same, right? Alright, I'm going to take you over here to Second Maccabees, right? Because this is interesting. You know what I'm saying? In Second Maccabees, right, you have Judas Maccabees, the warrior, the mighty one from the priestly lineage, the captain of Israel, he was like a conquering lion, right? You have him about to go to war, right? And he's having a vision, right? So it says, thus he armed every one of them, not so much with the defense of shield and spears as with the comfort of good words. And besides that, he told them a dream worthy to be believed, as if it had been so indeed, which did not a little rejoice them. And this was his vision, that Onias, who had been high priest, a virtuous and a good man, reverend in conversation, gentle in condition, well spoken also, and exercised from a child in all points of virtue, holding up his hands, prayed for the whole body of Jews. So now we have an ancestor in the spirit realm making intercession, right, for us, right, trying to make atonement, praying for all of us, right. This done, in like manner there appeared a man with gray hairs and exceedingly glorious, who was of a wonderful and excellent majesty. Then Onias answered, saying, this is the lover of the brethren, who prayed much for the people and for the holy city, to wit, Jeremiah, the prophet of God, right? So whereupon Jeremiah, holding forth in his right hand, gave to Judas a sword of gold, and in giving it spake thus, take this sword, a gift from God, with the which thou shalt wound the adversaries, right? And thus being well comforted by the words of Judas, which were very good, and able to stir them up to valor and to encourage the hearts of the young men, and they determined not to pitch camp, but to courageously to set upon them, and to manfully try the manner of conflict, because the city and the sanctuary and the temple were in danger. You feel what I'm saying? So look what happened. Right now, Judah is finna go into war, and to rally his troops to to, you know what I'm saying, to provide some courage in his troops. He tells them about a dream and a vision he had where two penitents in his lineage, in his ancestry, Jeremiah and Onias, are praying on our behalf in the spiritual realm, in the ancestral realm. You feel what I'm saying? And in the ancestral realm, Jeremiah, who is an ancestor, because Jeremiah is also a Levite, so they come from the same lineage. So this is an ancestor of this lineage, right? That Judas Maccabeus come from, being the son of Mattathias. You feel what I'm saying? So now Jeremiah gives Judah a sword. You feel what I'm saying? And tell him to take this sword and wound his adversaries with it. You feel what I'm saying? So an ancestor is coming to one of our leaders and giving him courage and giving him a sword and telling him to go and smite his adversaries. And he takes this story and he tells it to the army and to the troop and let them know that, look, Jeremiah just came to me in the vision. You feel what I'm saying? And that stirred up the hearts of the men, and stirred them up the valor to courage that they may go out in the war. And guess what? You best believe that they went out and they conquered. Okay, so I just wanted to get those two small cases dealing with, Maccabees, because this family is a family that preserves our traditions. They're the penitents. They're the zealous ones. They keep, you feel what I'm saying? They have the zealousness to preserve that tradition, that traditional spirituality. So I wanted you to see that ancestor veneration was prevalent among them, right? The honoring of ancestors, looking back on what our ancestors did, where they came, their trials, their tribulations, and how they overcame through their traditional practice, right? Through the honor, through the worship and the communion of our divine creator, our God, our power. It was important for Mattathias to tell his sons, like, look, honor your ancestors, because we are here to preserve ancestral religion. We're here to preserve the traditions that they gave us, that they passed down. They gave us our culture, our religion. So you have to understand that even in African spirituality, but also in the Hebraic tradition, the honoring and the veneration of ancestors is very important, right? Alright, so another important concept to understand, right, when we're dealing with African spirituality in the Bible, is the understanding of traditional medicine, right? What they call African traditional herbal medicine, right? So it's very important to understand this, because this is so key, especially right now. You know, so we got the virus going around, people being sick. It's important to understand the principalities that we commune with for healing, and how we get the divine wisdom and knowledge to know what herbs to get to go out and use and to heal. And a lot of our, you know, even like I say, in our Hebraic traditions, in our people who, well, not in our Hebraic tradition, but in the people who teach us our Hebraic traditions, they don't dive into this aspect of spirituality. And this is so important, because we have to be our own healers. We have to be our own shamans, our own traditional healers. You feel what I'm saying? And that is so important, especially in a time when the earth is sick. You dig what I'm saying? But like I say though, a lot of our Hebrew brothers, they don't bring this aspect of the spirituality out. You might be on this. It might be in your bloodline, in your lineage, to be a herbalist, but you don't see how it correlates. Nobody really brings this out. So that might bother you, but you got to understand, I'm here to show you how herbalism, traditional medicine, is in the traditions of our people. Not only are they in the traditions of our people, but first and foremost, they are the traditions of our priestly class, our shamans. First and foremost, and we're going to go into the scriptures to bring that out, right? But we must understand traditional medicine. That is a big part of our spirituality. How do we commune? How do we get the science and understanding of what herbs to use to go out in the wilderness so that we can heal our people, to bring them into a healthy, holistic state so that they can be in communion with the divine creator themselves, right? But traditional medicine is very important, right? We got to understand that, right? And like I say, some of you might already be on this path, and I'm here to push you, like, go. Study them herbs, commune with the principalities that teach you the wisdom of traditional medicine, because we need it. and is a big part of our spirituality, right? Because one of the Hebrews might look at you and look at your involvement in traditional, herbalism, and they might say, "Oh, brother, that's not of the," but that could be farther from the truth. You feel what I'm saying? Because they don't know how to bring out this element in our spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? What they're teaching us is not going to teach us how to commune with the divine forces to receive information on how to heal, because they're not dealing with the divine forces of nature, right? So it's important that we understand traditional medicine. So let's get this. We already know how that plays its part in African spirituality. Let's go ahead and go into the Bible and see traditional medicine in the scriptures. All right, so we're going to come over here to the book of Jubilee, man. We're going to go to chapter 10. And I want to give a shout out to Wake Up Jacob, man, that sister, for bringing this to my attention, because I really ain't even noticed was really in the scriptures the way she showed it. You know what I'm saying? With the book of Jubilees, chapter 10 and chapter 45, right? So that was very profound to me. So I'm gonna show you that the way she showed it. You know what I'm saying? The way she showed it in her video, because that's very profound, right? That's something that we got to understand. All right, so. Let's go ahead and get into it. Chapter 10, right? It says, "In the 3rd week of this Jubilee, the unclean demons begin to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah, and to make to err and destroy them," right? "And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told him concerning the demons which were leading astray and blinding and slaying his son's sons," right? "And he prayed before the Lord his God and said, God of the spirits of all flesh," pay attention to how he addressed them, how he invoked them, right? "Who has shown mercy unto me and has saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and has not caused me to perish as thou did the sons of perdition. For thy grace has been great towards me, and great has been thy mercy to my soul. Let thy grace be lift up upon my sons, and let not the wicked spirits rule over them, lest they should destroy them from the face of the earth." From the earth, right? So it says, but to thou bless me and my sons, that we may increase and multiply and replenish the earth. And thou knowest how thy watchers, the fathers of these spirits, acted in my day. And as for these spirits which are living, imprison them and hold them fast in a place of condemnation, and let them not bring destruction on the sons of the servant of thy servant, right? The sons of thy servant, my God. For these are malignant and created in order to destroy. Alright? So, and let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for thou alone canst exercise dominion over them, and let them not have power over the sons of righteousness, and henceforth and forevermore. So pay attention to what Noah is praying for, right? He say, "And the Lord our God bade us to bind all." So now we got to understand, because it changed a little bit on us, right? It went from Noah talking to an angel talking, because it said, "And the Lord God bade us to bind all," because now an angel is talking. Pay attention to what he say. "And the chief of the spirits, Mastema, came and said, Lord, Creator, let some of them refrain before me, and let them hearken to my voice and do all that I should say unto them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men. For these are for the corruption and the leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men." So this angel is saying, hold on, like let's not do away with all of them. I need some of them, because this is how I'm going to judge. You feel what I'm saying? The children of Israel, or men, all right, for their wickedness, right? Because children of Israel are not in play at this time. But this is how I'm going to judge the sons of men for their wickedness, because their wickedness is great. And through their wickedness, these spirits are able to tempt them. So leave me a portion of them, right? So he said, "Let the 10th of them remain before him, and let 9 parts descend into the place of condemnation," right? And he said, "Let the 10th part," right? "And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines," right? So he said, "And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness, very important, nor strive in righteousness. And we did according to all his words. All the malignant evil ones we bound in a place of condemnation, and a tenth part of them we left, that they might subject before Satan on the earth. They might be subject before Satan on the earth, right? And Noah, right? And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, and how he might heal them with the herbs of the earth. All right, so pay attention. So they just gave Noah all the science of herbal healings of all the diseases, right? All the seductions of low vibratory spirits, how to heal these with the herbs of the earth so that these spirits do not torment his sons. You feel what I'm saying? And Noah wrote down all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine, right? Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah, right? And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. All right, so boom, so peep that, right? So now we see that the spirits are tormenting Noah's sons. Noah's praying to the Most High, like, Most High, your grace and your mercy is abundant. You've been graceful and merciful with me. I pray thee that this same grace and mercy be bestowed upon my sons and my sons' sons, that these spirits do not torment them. You feel what I'm saying? Because they're tormenting them in every which way. You feel what I'm saying? So the Most High tells his angels, you feel what I'm saying, to go down and teach Noah all of the medicines of all the diseases and the science of the herbs of the earth, and how to use all the herbs of the earth for healing. And Noah wrote all of this down, and he gave all of this information to Shem, right? And this is where we get the understanding of shamans, right? Shaman, right? This is what we get the understanding of a shaman comes from, because this information that was given to Shem composes the traditions of a shamanic priesthood, right? Of a shamanic person, one who can heals with the herb, right? Okay, so let's jump over here to the book of Jubilee chapter 45 now, right? And keep in mind everything that we read from chapter 10, right? Because we're carrying on right here in chapter 45, right? And it said, I'm starting at verse 14. It says, and Israel blessed his sons before he died, and told them everything that would befall them in the land of Egypt. And he made known to them what would come upon them in the last days. And he blessed them and gave to Joseph, 2 portions in the land. Alright, peep that out. Okay, and he slept with his fathers, right? And he was buried in the double cave in the land of Canaan, and near Abram his father, in the grave which he dug for himself in the double cave in the land of Hebron, right? And he gave all the books and the books of his fathers to Levi his son, that he might preserve them and renew them for his children unto this day. So what just happened? Israel, Jacob, is dying. On his deathbed, he gives all his books of his fathers to Levi. So the books that Noah had written, that he passed down to Shem. Shem passed down to his sons, and then Abraham passed down to Isaac, and Isaac passed down to Jacob. And then Jacob gave this information to Levi, that he might preserve them and renew them. Preserve what we know. Preserve, we talking about what? To keep safe, to keep them, right? So understand that traditional medicine, traditional healing, shamanistic healing, herbal healing is one of the traditions of our Levites, right? Of our priesthood. Our priests are not really like, Western priests. They're more like shamans. They're more like ancient indigenous shamans, right? They have the ability, to heal with herbs and also, as well as combat a lot of wicked spirits with herbal service as well. You feel what I'm saying? So it's very important to understand that traditional medicine is part of the tradition of our Levites, of our priesthood. Not even just the Levites, the priesthood, but our shamanic bloodline, period. Understand that. Alright, so real quick, I want to share out something interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? This was real interesting to me. Is that when you look in the scriptures and you look at the word for medicine, right, you find this word terufah, right? Healing, right? Terufah from 7322 in the sense of its congener 7495, a remedy, medicine, right? Medicine. You feel what I'm saying? Medicine. You feel me? So check something out. Alright, composed of the word roof, right? To shake, to tremble. Alright, yeah, but to agitate, very important. Alright, the other part, 7495, Rapha, right? For Raphael, right? Heal, physician, cure, repair, right? To heal, make beautiful, right? Heal, physician. You feel what I'm saying? Of individual diseases. You feel what I'm saying? So understand, Rapha, when we're dealing with Rapha, we're dealing with to cure, to heal, right, from diseases. You feel what I'm saying? So we're talking about something medicinal. We're talking about healing. We're talking about cure. We're talking about medicine. Okay, so it's very interesting to understand that the word terufah, right? Terufah, Rufah, Rapha, terufah, right? Healing means healing in the Hebrew scriptures, right? But it's interesting because check this out. That is also where we get the word therapy from, right? Therapy, medical treatment of diseases, right? Curing, healing, service done to the sick, right? Awaiting a service, right? Therapeutic, right? To cure, to treat medically, right? Therapeutic, right? Therapy, look at the word, right? Terufah, right? Therapy, look at the roots, right? The ta, right? The resh, and the pay, right? You know what I'm saying? Therapy, terufah, right? Rapi, Rafa. You see what I'm saying? Alright, so back over here on the Essenes. Who are the Essenes? Remember, it's very important to understand where it's at. Let me see. It says the Essene word means healer or therapeutic, which they were well known for, and they healed many people, right? They were known, they knew that the disease is created when one deviates from the law of nature. By living in harmony with the elemental forces and the cycles of nature, health and happiness return, right? Weekly, monthly, and quarterly fasting and cleansing practices were used to regenerate and rejuvenate the body, to help develop the will to increase and move the energy to a higher spiritual level. They sent out healers and teachers from the brotherhoods, right? But like I said, remember, seeing means healer or therapeutic, so they say. Alright, remember right here in the Essenes and their teachers, what it said? It said, brotherhood were known as the Essenes, and in Egypt as therapeutic or as healers. So in Egypt, they were known as therapeutic or healers. You feel what I'm saying? I say they spent much time in study both of ancient writings and special branches of learning, such as education, healing, and astronomy. They were said to be the heirs of Chaldean Persian astronomy and Egyptian arts of healing, right? They were adept in prophecy, which they prepared by prolonged fasting, right? And in the use of plants and herbs for healing man and beast, they were likewise proficient. So they had this science, they had this knowledge of plants and herbs for healing, right? They were called healers. Alright, so boom, right? So it's important to understand that Noah was given the knowledge and the wisdom and the science of traditional medicine. Right, all the herbs, the roots for diseases and for the seductive spirits, for all that, right, to protect the sons from all the wicked spirits that attack us daily. You feel what I'm saying? He was given the science of traditional medicine, right? Now, it's important to understand that as he passed this down to his son Shem, and Shem passed it down to his sons, it got to Jacob. And Jacob, having 12 sons, passed it down to his third son Levi, which was his priest, which was the priesthood of his sons, right? And and he gave it to him that he might preserve them and renew them for his children unto that day. So although this was shamanic tradition, it became especially preserved in the traditional system of the Levites. So the Levites specifically had the science of and the knowledge and wisdom of traditional medicine, right? So then as time goes on, when the Essenes come around, we see that they have resurrected this preserved tradition, right? That they keep it, they heal, right? They have the ability to heal with herbs. They deal with nature and the herbs and the plants, you know what I'm saying? Because they're already communing with the divine natural forces, right? So they have this level of sacred spirituality dealing with the herbs preserved in their traditions, right? In their brotherhood, right? Because their forefathers was given this science, you feel what I'm saying, from the ancient patriarchs, right? That he may preserve them amongst himself and his children, right? For his people, for his tribe, you did, right? Which is why when you look in Maroons, right? When we look back at Maroons, and we go down here to culture, remember it said what? That the enslaved people escaped frequently within the first generation of their arrival from Africa and often preserved their language and much of their culture and religion, right? So their traditions, right? African tradition included things such as the use of medicinal herbs, right? Together with special drums and dances when the herbs were administered to a sick person. Other African healing traditions and rites have survived through the centuries. So one of the main things that was preserved was the ability to heal. You feel what I'm saying? So it's showing you right there how even amongst the Maroons, the zealous ones who preserved tradition preserved a lot of the healing. So even looking at the Hebraic tradition, the zealous ones that preserve a lot of tradition, a lot of the traditions that come from this priestly lineage, that's the same lineage that preserved the sacred rites for healing in medicine. So peep the game is the same. Follow the pattern. You got to deal with your boy showing you. Alright, so boom. So even with understanding African traditional medicine, there's two things I want to do. I want to tie another segment in with this one, and that's going to be the understanding of talismans and fetishes that are made by practitioners of African traditional spirituality, right? People who make traditional medicine make talismans and make amulets, you know what I'm saying, and fetishes and things of that nature. So I'm a add that section into the African traditional herbal medicine section, right? But before I do that, one thing I need for us to understand is that in the Most High giving our Levitical families the sacred rights to heal, he was not just giving them just the knowledge of, you know what I'm saying, just herbs in general, but he was giving them a tradition. He was giving them an actual tradition, and that tradition is what we call here in North America hoodoo. Alright, let's get into it. Alright, so first, man, I want to come over here, man, bring you to this brother's channel. It's called Achirafo, right? And man, this is a powerful channel, man. It's a lot of dope information on this channel, man. I learned a lot from this channel, especially dealing with true, ancient, authentic ancestral religion that's preserved in North America. That's what he teaches, right? The brother's name is his name is Kwesi Ra Nehem Ptah, right? He's a Khan, right? So he teaches the Akan tradition that's preserved in America, and he teaches that the Akan tradition that's preserved in America is hoodoo. Hoodoo comes from the Akan tradition of African spirituality, right? So he's showing that hoodoo is not some faction of voodoo or some corrupted version of voodoo that's only dealing with folk magic, southern folk magic. No, it's a whole preserved tradition, and it comes from the Akan spiritual system, right? And so very, like I say, man, very powerful, man, information. Check this channel out. Dig it, man. The brother is not the most biblical, pro-Bible person out there, but at the same time, he don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody read the scriptures like we can. So we got to understand that, you know, he don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? He don't know that what he, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the stuff he's teaching is in fact the spiritual science of the Israelites, but that's where we come in. You feel what I'm saying? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lot of this brother's work, and I'm gonna show you how corresponding the Israelite covenant is with African spirituality. Because what this brother teaches is he teaches the authentic form of ancestral religion that's preserved in North America, right? His channel is called Ajitafo. Ajitafo is a Khan term, and a Khan term dealing with purification. So he's all about the purification of ancestral religion, which is so important. You know me, I'm a young cedar. I'm all about separation, purification, right? And the purification of tradition is so important because we got to understand the purification of our priesthood is so important. You feel what I'm saying? That's what joins us back to the Creator, right? That we offer in righteousness, things of that nature. You feel what I'm saying? So the brother teaches the truest form of authentic hoodoo, not the corrupted version, and not even the version that's corrupted on the continent, because he tells you that our ancestral religion is preserved wholly and intact right here where we at. So we don't got to go nowhere. That's the beautiful thing about it. And I think that's the beautiful thing about us who are studying these Americas, because the focus is right here. It's not, we're not be focused nowhere else. If we're in the United States of America, our traditions, our spirituality is preserved right here. If we're in the islands, they're preserved in the islands. If we're in the States, we don't got to go to the islands. There's nothing wrong with that. If we want to, hey, boom, boom, boom. But we got to understand is our traditions are preserved right here in the North America. Right? We think we don't have nothing. We don't have no spiritual system. That's not completely true. All right, so I wanted to give y'all this link because I'm going to be coming from this brother's website. He's written 31 books. Very awesome information, man. Go check it out. As always, you know, eat the meat, spit out the bones. You feel what I'm saying? But very powerful information. This is the other half of the Ascend text that you're missing, right? The spirituality that they're not going to give us. We have to understand that spirituality lies in what was preserved by the Maroons, right? By our ancestors that fought to keep their traditions. And this brother teaches us that, you know what I'm saying, wholeheartedly, man. He teaches what's preserved in those Maroon communities is very important, because that's the ancestral religion that houses our spirituality. You did what I'm saying. So without, further ado, like I said, I'm finna go to this brother's website and go into a few of his books that touch in certain topics of African spirituality, and I'm gonna bring information out of that. So I just wanted to give kudos and credit to the brother Ajitafo, Kwesi Rod and him Pata, you know what I'm saying, for the information, for the work, you know what I'm saying. So let's go ahead and get into it. Alright, so I just want to show y'all the brother's website. It's called Ajitafo.com. So go and check it out, man. A whole bunch of information. And like I say, the brothers is written books on different subjects. Here's his books right here. Different subjects on different aspects of African spirituality, right? In a purified form, right? A holistic form, right? Alright, so I'm gonna bring you to one of his books right here, man. It's called Hoodoo People, right? This is one of the brothers' books. Alright, Hoodoo People. Africanute Africans in North America, right? Akan custodians of hoodoo from ancient hoodoo Udunu land, right? Kanit, Nubia, right? So the ancient voodoo lands of Kemet and Nubia. Alright. So these are the Akan, right? And so it's interesting because I'm gonna be talking about the Akan, right, and their tradition in preserving medicine, right? But it's interesting because I was just talking about how that tradition was given to our priests, the Levites. Now, right now, we're talking about Akan traditions. But if you go to most Hebraic camps, what they'll show you, they'll always show you a picture of the Ashanti priests with the Hebraic breastplate. But the Ashanti are Akan people, right? The Ashanti are an Akan tribe. So even still, you can still see, even with that just small correlation, you can see the correlevance of the Akan tradition of hoodoo with the preservation of medicine with the Levites. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna dive into some of this right here, man. Like I say, the brother, man, he gives a lot of good information. So, African black people in North America brought our hoodoo religion and culture with us in our blood circles from Africa. during the Muswo Casey, the Great Perversity and Enslavement. This is an unbroken tradition, right, which is not only intergenerational but transcarnational. This means that it was and is informed by the Obosom, right, the Loa, or the divine forces of nature, the Risha, right, and our Nananom Unsamanfo, a Khan term for deity, spirit forces, right, the Obosom are the deities and the spirit forces that animate creation, and our spiritually cultivated ancestresses and ancestors are our Nananom Unsamanfo, right? It is through the Obosom deities that our ancestral religious traditions are established. Boom, look at that, what I told you. African spirituality and what was preserved by the Essenes are centered around the divine forces in nature. All right, this is true of all Africans wherever we are in the world. When the Obosom first possessed our ancestors via ritual and communicated the divine order of creation directly to them, our religious practice was established. Boom, peep that out. All right, when the first ancestors preserve what they were taught by the Obosom and transferred that tradition via protocol to their posterity without profanation, our religious practice was/is perpetuated. See what I'm saying? So that's the same thing I just got in the scriptures, right? Our ancestors preserving what they were taught by angels and transferred that tradition via protocols to their children. So that's the same thing with Noah, right? Noah, you feel what I'm saying? Preserving what he was taught by the angels by writing it down, putting it in books, and giving that to his descendants, Shem, and Shem giving that to his descendants, and it ends up in the hand of Levi, right? Without profanation, and our religious practice/is perpetuated. So with Noah doing that caused the system or the tradition of hoodoo to be birthed in the earth. You dig what I'm saying? That's why he's saying that from that our religious practice was and is perpetuated and established, right? Okay, he say our knowledge of Nyamewa and Nyame and Yehe, the mother and father supreme beings order, divine order, our role in the divine order, and the means by which we can ritually incorporate divine law and restore balance into our lives is replenished in every generation as the Obosom and the Nananom Unsamanfo continue to communicate with us via spirit possession, spirit communication. Very important, right? Ancestral spirit possession includes communication with our ancient African ancestors up to our recently transitioned ancestresses and ancestors of good character. Alright, so I know a lot of you are American, you know what I'm saying, we on the American job, Indians, all this and the third. Do not get caught up into, you know, the African, you know what I'm saying, and all that language, because again, there's no separation. Alright, this brother is a brother just like the rest of us. You feel what I'm saying? And he is talking about spirituality from traditions, you're right, that supposedly come from our people somewhere else, but are preserved right here where we at, right here amongst us. You dig what I'm saying? So don't get caught up in all that other stuff. But it's important to understand the foundation of how our ancestral religion come into play, right? Alright, so jumping down, right? It's a lot of good information, man, but you know, I'm pressed for time, man. We're almost at 3 hours, so I gotta, you know what I'm saying? So read this, man, and go to his channel and check out his information, you know what I'm saying? But certain things I'm gonna be hitting on, certain things I'm not. So keeping it moving, it says the Akan religion in North America is properly called hoodoo. As we demonstrate in this publication, the term hoodoo is the same term used among the Akan in West Africa, right? Referencing ritual healing, medicine, and the conjuring of the Obosom, the forces of nature, and the ancestors, right? The spiritually cultivated ancestors. Udu, moreover, its roots are found in ancient Khanate Nubia, bearing the exact same meanings, and also identify the ancient Khanate Akani people of the ancient land itself. Alright. So go in here because the brother's gonna talk about the maroon communities, right? which preserved the hoodoo that were established in the Great Decimal Swamps. You feel what I'm saying? The war that was waged with Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman. You feel what I'm saying? The brother go into a lot of stuff because a lot of this stuff all revolves around traditional spirituality, right? Alright, so while the term hoodoo is an Akan term, there were other Africans whose ritual practices became properly referred to as hoodoo. The same is true for voodoo and juju. The voodoo is from the term voodoo, which refers to deity god, goddess amongst the Fan and Ewe people of Togo and Benin. Voodoo is the name of the religion. Juju is a term from the Yoruba people of Nigeria, referencing ritual healing, medicine, spiritual work, right? The Akan, Fan, Ewe, and Yoruba brought their own traditions from Africa to North America under the names hoodoo, voodoo, and juju. The same is true with many others such as the Igbo, the Ubundu, and the Congo traditions among the Gullah Geechee people of South Carolina, of the South Carolina Sea Islands. You feel what I'm saying? It says, this is not African American folk magic. These are fully established expressions of African ancestral religion, which have been preserved intergenerationally and transcarnationally in the Krane Mogya, the soul and blood of African people in North America. Alright, so it's very important to understand that. Alright, so it says, in our publication, Akan Origin of the Term Hoodoo, we proved that the term utilized by African in North America, African Americans, as a title for our ancestrally inherited religious hoodoo, right, meaning medicine, described from root word, is an Akan word for medicine, nduru, or undu, right? The term nduru is plural for aduru. In the Asante dialect of Twi or Akan language, this term is plural. In plural is written and pronounced as nuru. In the Akwamu and the Akwapin dialects of the Twi and Akan language, the plural is written and pronounced undu or nduru, right? It is the Akwamu and Akwapin dialectical variant that survived in North America. The undu or medicine is derived principally from ndua, trees, sticks, plants, roots. So the word hoodoo comes from the term undu, which means medicine, derived principally from undua, trees, sticks, plants, and roots. See what I'm saying? So we also proved that the term hoodoo, meaning conjure, is from the same word with the same root, do or doodoo, right? The term means heavy weight, and also to descend a light and come down, in reference to the spirit descending, lighten, and come down upon an individual during spiritual possession, causing an individual to experience spiritual heaviness, weight, power, right? This is also why the general term for gravity in the Akan is nduru. Alright, so boom, a lot of great information here. I'm not really gonna get into it a lot. Again, dig into this. But what I want to drive home is that this brother is showing that hoodoo, the term hoodoo, comes from the Akan language. Excuse me. And it comes from the word undu, which in Akan means medicine, derived principally from trees, sticks, roots, and plants. So that's what hoodoo means. Hoodoo means two things. It means medicine derived from trees, sticks, plants, roots, and it also means to conjure, right? To be able to have spiritual possession, to be heavy with the spirit, or to bring the spirit down, to cause the spirit to come down. That's what hoodoo means, right? So we're dealing with conjure and we're dealing with medicine. That's what was preserved in the tradition of hoodoo, right? And this same tradition was preserved by our Levitical ones, our priests, our shamans, right? They were the ones that had the science of the healing of the herbs, right? They're the ones who preserved hoodoo in North America. The ones that had this in their blood circles. Remember what he said. Ancestral religion was preserved and established by our blood circles, right? So let's get it real quick. Right, so in Africans in North America brought hoodoo religion and culture with us in our blood circles. So it was in our lineages. Remember, because it's not only transgenerationally passed down, it's also transcarnationally passed down. So it's passed down through the blood as well. And we kind of gonna get into that a little later as well, because it's something I got to show with that, you know what I'm saying? But it's important to understand that this tradition possesses the art and the science of medicine, dealing with trees, roots, sticks, and plants. And that was preserved here in the North America, in our maroon communities especially, which were preserved by the zealous ones, the ones who were zealous enough to separate and not be conformed, colonized, and enslaved, and preserve their ancient traditions and their forms of healing and spirituality, right? And we see the same is true with our own Levitical priesthood in the scriptures. Alright, so, hope y'all was able to understand that, and get a lot out of what we was reading from the brother's books. Very important information, man. We're gonna be coming at that a couple of times today. So I want to come over here, man. I want to show y'all this clip, man. It's about 4 minutes long, man. I want to get this real quick because we're talking about the Archangel Raphael, right? Which is the angel of power for healing, right? Remember, Rapha, Terufah, Rapha, cure, medicine, healing, right? So Raphael is the healer of God, the healing power of God. So this angel represents the healing power of God. Now remember, we commune with the divine forces in nature. So this angel represents a divine force in nature that governs trees, sticks, roots, plants, right? The medicine, right? So even when we see Noah communing with spirits to receive the medicine, remember what it said? It said, and he instructed me to teach them all their medicine. So it was a specific angel talking. So 9 times out of 10, this specific angel was Raphael in the biblical tradition. So he's the one that gave Noah the science of healing, because he's the angel that governs healing forces of, of medicine, things of that nature, right? So that's important. Like I say, I wanted to combine this section of healing with the section of talisman and fetishes, right? Because it's important to understand when we're dealing with African spirituality. So right now, man, I want to go and I want to show y'all something so deep in the Bible that you probably didn't even know was there, but will show you traditional African medicine in the scriptures, right? In the book of Tobit. So let's get this right here on the Archangel Raphael, this divine force in nature, one of the 7 angels, one of the angels of the presence of the Lord, right? One of the Orisha, right? Which was, I think in Ephod, he would be referred to as Oshain or something like that, the Lord of the Leaves. In the voodoo, he would be like Simbi or Loco, you know what I'm saying? So, different names and different traditions, right? But one thing we have to understand is he's there. He's preserved in the tradition, right? As the Lord of medicine and leaves, right? Of plants and roots and things of that nature. So, like I say, without further ado, man, let's go ahead and get this right here. I'll be right back.
Raphael is one of the most important angels in Judeo-Christian culture. His name means God heals or God's cure. Therefore, he is regarded as the angel who carries God's healing powers. The Archangel Raphael is the addressee of many prayers of those who wanted to be cured from the most different diseases. Among the 3 main archangels of Catholic tradition, Saint Raphael the Archangel is one with the most subtle presence in the Bible. His main biblical appearance is found in Book of Tobit, part of the Old Testament. In it, the archangel descended to earth in order to follow Tobit during his journey, who was a God-fearing youngster, someone who loved God above all things. The angel assumed the human form and guided Tobit to his destination. In the middle of their journey, when Tobit and Raphael were on the banks of the Tigris, Tobias was attacked by a large fish that attempted to devour him. But Raphael encouraged him to fight the fish and drag it out of the water. Tobit managed to defeat the fish, and the Lord's angel asked him to keep the fish's heart and liver, as these items would be a healing instrument of the Lord. He would also have to keep the fish's gall. Tobit managed to defeat the fish, and the Lord's angel asked him to keep the fish's heart and liver, as these items would be a healing instrument of the Lord. He would also have to keep the fish's gall. The angel guided Tobit to his destination, where the latter was offered Sarah's hand. Although a beautiful young woman, she was possessed by demons. Sarah had already been married 7 times, and in all of them, their husbands died before marriage. Tobit feared to be another victim of that curse, but Raphael assured him that God was at his side. The angel instructed him how to proceed in order to protect himself from the demons. In this ritual, under Raphael's guidance, Tobit used the heart and liver of the great fish. With that, the demons were exorcised, and Tobit and Sarah managed to consummate their union. The Lord's angel protected Tobit on his return home, and when he found his father, who was blind, Tobit made use of the fish's gall to promote a true miracle, following Raphael's guidance. After putting the gall on his father's eyes, his vision was restored. Due to this biblical passage, those who believe in the angelic figures also believe that the presence of the archangel Raphael helps in the healing of physical maladies, akin to the healing process of Tobias's father's blindness, while also assisting in the healing of psychic and spiritual illnesses, like with Sarah. The angel Raphael is also found in the Islamic culture as Israfil. According to Islamic tradition, this angel carries a trumpet that announces the coming of the Last Judgment. Catholics consecrated October the 24th as the feast of Saint Raphael the Archangel, the bearer of the Lord's healing. And on September 29th, ceremonies are held in honor of the 3 great archangels, Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael.
Alright, so boom, check that out. You know what I'm saying? How many people you really even knew that that story was in the scripture? Cause I ain't gonna lie, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Until coming across this information. But that's why it's important to understand African spirituality in the Bible, traditional spirituality, cause I'm telling you, it's deep and it's gonna show us, you know what I'm saying, some real stuff. So here we see, you feel what I'm saying, the angel of healing is with Tobit, and is showing him, sent by God to show him how to use the gallbladder and the heart of a fish out the water for medicine and healing. This is traditional African spirituality if there ain't another, right? Let's get into a few principalities real quick. Alright, so I'm gonna bring you back over to West African voodoo real quick. Right here in Theology and Practice, it says, all creation is considered divine and therefore contains the power of the divine. This is how medicines such as herbal remedies are understood and explains the ubiquitous use of mundane objects in religious ritual, right? Voodoo talisman are called fetishes, are objects such as statues or dried animal or human parts that are sold for their healing and spiritually rejuvenating properties. Specifically, they are objects inhabited by spirits. The entities that inhabit a fetish are able to perform different tasks according to their stage of development. Fetish objects are often combined together in the construct of shrines used to call for specific voodoo and their associated powers, right? Specific forces in nature and their associated powers. So look, understand, in voodoo, we have to understand that voodoo talisman are called fetishes. And these could be dried animal parts, the dried human parts that are sold for their healing and spiritual rejuvenating properties. Come on, man. All right, real quick. A talisman is an object that someone believes holds magical properties that provide a particular power, energy, or special benefits to the possessor, right? Okay, so let's say voodoo talisman are called fetishes. Alright, so fetishism, right? A fetish, artificial, right, and facile to make, is an object believed to have supernatural powers, or in particular human-made object that has power over others. Essentially, fetishism is the emic attribution of inherent value of powers to an object, right? Alright, practice. The use of the concept in the study of religion derives from the studies of traditional West African religious belief as well as from voodoo, right? Which in turn derives from those beliefs, right? The fetishes were commonly used in Native American religion and practices. The bear represented the shaman, the buffalo, the provider, the mountain lion was the warrior, and the wolf was the pathfinder, alright? Initially, the Portuguese developed the concept of the fetish to refer to objects used in the religious practices by West African natives. The contemporary Portuguese feitiço may refer to a more neutral term such as charm, enchantment, abracadabra, or more potently offensive terms such as juju, witchcraft, witchery, conjuration, or bewitchment. Alright, so boom, so check that, man. So peep that. Okay, man, because I wanted to get that, man, so I can show, right? Voodoo talismans are called fetishes, and they are objects such as statues or dried animal parts that are sold for their healing and spiritual rejuvenating properties. So that's what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the fetish that are made out of dried animal parts for their healing and spiritually rejuvenating properties. Because when we go to our scriptures, that's exactly what happened. What right here with the Archangel Raphael and Tobit, right? He's given him the wisdom. You feel what I'm saying? The understanding and the knowledge on how to make a talisman for healing, a fetish for healing, how to make traditional spiritual medicine. You feel what I'm saying? Go into the book of Tobit and read it, right? It's very interesting, right? You see with this same medicine, not only is he able to heal, but he's able to do exorcism. He's able to cast away spirits that's been tormenting certain people, right? We had a female and she got a spirit that loved her and won't let nobody be with her. Right? You feel what I'm saying? So everybody she goes with ends up dying. You know what I'm saying? I know it's probably people that have had that situation in real life. Seem like every husband they get, they end up dead. Something like that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, so in the biblical tradition, Tobit was able to cast that spirit out by using the science of the medicine of the talisman he created from the fish, the gallbladder, and the heart that was given to him by a science of a divine force in nature. An angel that rules over a divine force in nature that is named Raphael, that is the manifestation of the healing power of God. Okay, so when we see the way our spirituality is, like for example, you know what I'm saying? If you were to come to somebody with a dried animal part and see that you were able to hear whatever ailment that they had, especially if they're a so-called traditional Hebrew or one of your ones out there on the corners and in the camps, you feel what I'm saying? If you come to them with that type of sign, jokers will look at you crazy like, what is that? A fish heart? Nigga, what you got going on? What you doing, the voodoo stuff? Oh no, but you got to go. You know what I'm saying? They gonna look at you like you crazy. That's because they don't understand the true spirituality that the Hebrews possess. They don't understand that it's African spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? They don't understand how to bring these parts out of the scripture and show the true spirituality within them, right? We look and we see in this tradition preserved that is called voodoo, we see certain things. We see in traditional medicine, they make things from dried animal parts and they use them to heal. You feel what I'm saying? This is African spirituality. But we can go into the Bible and we see the same thing. We see Tobit, you know what I'm saying, from the tribe of Naphtali. You feel what I'm saying? A righteous person being met by the Archangel Raphael and being taught divinatory ways of healing. You feel what I'm saying? That he can heal, not only heal, but cast spirits out. This is the power of African spirituality as well as the Hebrew tradition, because we're talking about the same thing. We have to understand that, especially when we're talking about healing and traditional medicine. We have to understand that ability to heal and to provide therapy, healing, medicine, and create the talisman to heal with, we have that ability to do that in our biblical spirituality. Do not separate that from the Bible. Do not separate African spirituality from the Bible. It is all one and the same. All right, so the next aspect of African spirituality that we're going to get into is really a continuation of the talisman and the fetishes. You know what I'm saying? Because it goes into a very corrupt way of viewing African traditional spirituality, right? And so let's get into it. So right here we're on the same page of fetishism, where we left off, and we're gonna come down here to this part, right? Minkisi, right? So it's made and used by the Bakongo people of Western Zaire. A Nkisi is a sculptural object that provides a local habitation for a spiritual personality, right? Through some Nkisi have always been anthropomorphic. They were probably much less naturalistic or realistic before the arrival of Europeans in the 19th century. Congo figures are more naturalistic in the coastal areas than inland. As Europeans tend to think of spirits as objects of worship, idols became the objects of idolatry when worship was addressed to false gods. In this way, European regarded Minkisi as idols as idols on the basis of false assumptions. You feel what I'm saying? Just assuming that these people were worshiping idols and dealing with false God, but that might not be the case. All right, that's what we got to get into. Europeans often called Nkisi fetishes and sometimes idols because they were sometimes rendered in human form. Modernly, anthropology has generally referred to these objects as either power objects or as charms. In addition to the question of whether Nkisi is a fetish, William Gaffney writes about the Congo ritual system as a whole. It bears a relationship to the similar, which Marx supposed that political economy bore to capitalism as its religion, but not for the reason advanced by Bosman, the enlightened thinkers, and Hegel. The irrationally animate characters of the ritual system symbolic apparatus, including Minkisi, divination devices, and witch testing ordeals, obliquely express real relations of power among the participants in ritual. Fetishism is about relations amongst people rather than the objects that mediate and disguise those relationships. Alright, so it's important to understand that. Therefore, McGaffney concludes to call a Nkisi a fetish is to translate certain Congo realities into categories developed in the emergent social sciences of the 19th century post-Enlightenment Europe, which you can't do that because these are very ancient concepts that are cloaked in traditional wisdom, housed from generation to generation, preserved. You feel what I'm saying? So you can't really define that with these type of terms because you really don't know what's going on from your European stamp, you know what I'm saying, point of view, right? And that's very important to understand, that when another culture does not understand your spirituality, it's easy to give certain things titles that they do not possess, like idols and idolatry. But let's get into that a little further. Alright, so when you go to idol, it brings you to coat image, right? And in the practice of religion, a coat image is a human-made object that is venerated or worshipped for the deity, spirit, or daemon, not to be confused with demon, that it embodies or represents. Several traditions, including the ancient religions of Egypt, Greece, and Rome, and modern Hinduism, coat images in a temple may undergo daily routine of being washed, dressed, and having food left for them. Processions outside of the temple on special feast days are often a feature. Religious images cover a wider range of all types of images made with a religious purpose, subject, and connection. In context, coat images specifically means the most important image in the temple, kept in an inner space, and opposed to what may be many other images decorated in the temple. All right? An idol is often synonymous with the coat image. In cultures where idolatry is not viewed negatively, the word idol is not generally seen as predatory, such as in Indian English. Okay, so let's see what we want. All right, so boom, so we ain't got to read too much, man. We know what idols are. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop playing. You know what I'm saying? So we know what idols are. Now, the important thing to understand, especially when we talk about traditional spirituality, is to have a proper view of Hebraic tradition, of what's really going on. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's how we decipher from right from wrong. What is truly our spirituality, what is not. What is corrupted tradition, what is not. You dig what I'm saying? So we know in our Hebraic traditions, in the Israelite custom, that idolatry is a no-no, right? We don't have idols. We don't worship idols. You see what I'm saying? But to give a little leeway, that was never really in our tradition in the first place, only when we corrupted it and started following the ways of other tribes. You see what I'm saying? The heathens round about us. And I want to explain that with something. So let's check something out real quick. Okay, so boom. So coming over here, let's look at the Ark of the Covenant, right? And so I wanted to show some priests before the Ark of the Covenant, just to get a kind of a mental picture, right? And so you can also use these pictures. I know it's two priests right here, but I wanted to do it because it kind of displays something that I want to dig into. But you also have images like this where you have the one priest, the high priest, coming in before the mercy seat, communing with the divine Shekinah, right? And the wings of the cherub. So now, with all that being said, understand something. Because in our tradition, right, it tells us that we are not commanded to have any graven images, right? We're not commanded to make anything, any graven image that is in the heavens or in the earth, right? And worship. You know what I'm saying? So now understand that, right? That's telling us that we can't make these items and worship them, right? Some people go far as to say we can't make them, period. We can't make the items, period. So now what I want to do is I want to show the Ark of the Covenant, right? And on top of the Ark of the Covenant, we know we were commanded to make 2 cherubim, right? And cherubim are angels, right? So where are these angels, right? So the question arises where, if we're not allowed to make graven images, why were we commanded to make cherubim on the ark when these are images that we made with our hands depicting angels? You feel what I'm saying? So you have to ask yourself, so what is an idol and what is not? Because it's easy for somebody who don't know our spirituality to come right here in this picture, right? To walk up on the scene. Let's say a European colonizer walks up on the scene and he sees 2 traditional priests, not these jokers, but 2 real Levites, 2 real Kohanim in the inner sanctuary before the ark, right? He sees them, or maybe not even both of them, just one priest, right? The high priest. He goes in and he sees the high priest doing his thing before the ark, right? What he will see is the priest communing with the divine Shekinah, the spirit of the Most High, between the wings of the cherub, right? But if he don't know the science behind the spirituality and the talismans that were made, or the fetishes that were made, you know what I'm saying, or this instrument of divine communication that was made, it's easy for him to look at the priest and say, you're worshiping idols. You're standing before a man-made figurine and you're talking to a spirit. You're worshiping an idol. It's easy for them to come in and say that. But if they don't know the traditions, it's easy for them to do that if they don't know the tradition. But if they know the traditions like they knew the Israelite tradition, they wouldn't say that it was idolatry. They would say that they were communing with the Great Spirit via these instruments and these utensils, right? Because they know the tradition. You feel what I'm saying? But looking in African spirituality, where they don't know the spirituality, they don't know the system, they don't know how the talismans are made or what they're made for, it's easy for them to look in African spirituality and say, all these things are idols. You're using idols. You feel what I'm saying? It's easy for a voodoo priest to make a talisman for healing and for somebody else to say that he made an idol. You feel what I'm saying? But really, if you knew the traditional science, you would know that it's not an idol. It's not being worshipped. It's an instrument to commune with the divine. That's the same thing that was going on in the Hebraic tradition. That's why I say the only reason why they didn't label it that is because through understanding our records, they were able to understand the tradition. Oh, They're making the mercy seat to commune with God. That's why they're doing this. So that's not idolatry because this. You see what I'm saying? But when they don't know the traditions, it's easy for them to say that that's idolatry. Just like they did with the Nkisi among the Congo. Right? It's easy for them to look at these talismans and these fetishes and say that they are idols because they don't know the traditional spirituality. They don't know the science behind why they're made because they don't have the wisdom. And that's what we're going to get into a little later as well. But so I wanted to say that to show that when we're dealing with African spirituality and Hebraic traditions, it's important for us when we're diving into real spirituality to understand what is real spirituality, right? What is wrong and what is right? What is idolatry and what is not? What is a talisman made by the divine instruction of the Creator to commune with the divine? You feel what I'm saying? We have to make that separation. And that's very important, especially when we dive back into our ancestral religion, our traditional spirituality. Alright, so since we're talking about the art, we're going to move into another aspect of African traditional spirituality, and that's shrines, right? Shrine making, the ability to make shrines and the communion of shrines. What are shrines? You know what I'm saying? And things of that nature. So we know shrines is a big part in traditional African spirituality, right? Shrines in traditional African spirituality, right? We know that in traditional spirituality, they make shrines, and these shrines are the key places of the Obosom or the Loa, you feel what I'm saying? Or the Orisha, or even your ancestors, right? This is the primary institution of learning or communication between these two forces, right? You and the ancestors, or you and the divine forces in nature, depending on what type of shrine it is, all right? So this is a very powerful science in spirituality, very powerful, right? And a lot of times it's demonized if it's not understood, because again, you don't understand the traditions of why certain things are happening amongst certain tribal people, right? It's easy to look at these people and say, oh, you're worshiping idols. You feel what I'm saying? Now, let me make a disclaimer. We fail, so we know our people had corrupted traditions. The important thing is to understand the purity of the tradition. Understand what's right and what's wrong. What's idolatry and what is not. What is divine utensils for spiritual communion and divination and what is not. What is worship. What is in worshiping of an idol of a false god, right? We have to differentiate the two, because everything is not made as an instrument of worship to be worshiped or to cater or worship some type of low vibratory subservient spirit. Alright, so we have to look into our traditional spirituality and see what is in harmony with divine nature and what is in harmony with the purified traditions, right, that our most righteous priesthood left us. Alright, so I know, I'll be rambling and scrambling because I'm trying to beat these concepts into your head, and I'm getting real redundant with a lot of things, but I have to, man, because I got to beat this in your head. You feel me? So now, digging on shrines, like I say, this is a very powerful aspect of traditional African spirituality. But not only is it a powerful aspect of traditional African spirituality, it's a powerful aspect in the Hebraic tradition as well. And let's get into it. Alright, so I'm going to go to this right here. I'm going to read a little bit of this. It's kind of light. You can't really see it. But I don't really want to do too much of the definition digging. You know what I'm saying? Because, a lot of these terms you should know. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know a lot of y'all already been digging in traditional African spirituality anyways. It's just in your bloodline. You really can't help it. Especially, you know what I'm saying, when you talk about goddesses of love and beauty, Oshun. I know a lot of our females rock with that stuff because it's true spirituality. You can't deny it. You know what I'm saying? But once you understand that that same spirituality is your biblical tradition in its most purest form, that should help you navigate, you know what I'm saying, through reclaiming traditional spirituality, right? So a shrine is a sacred relic in a religious formation with an idol, so they say, tree, image, statue erected over it as an immemorial object of worship. Religious formation is an organized system of belief in a certain way of life. Statue, images, idols, and relic do not hear the prayers in their states, but they are memorials and honors of those they represent, right? The art adds beauty and helps to focus attention to the means of worship with confidence to speak or to intercede in the spirit world or in the life force that comes from the life of a spirit, right? At the supplication, prayer, or entreaty, the life of an ancestor will occupy the shrine on the belief that events are controlled by supernatural forces rather than specific law of movement. So it's a lot, man. You can dig on shrines if you want to pause it. Dig on shrine, do that. Understanding that a shrine is something built by a priest or, a practitioner of the faith to be able to house a spirit or to be able to go into commune with the spirit and learn from the spirit or learn and commune with the ancestor. You dig what I'm saying? It's a place of communion, of worship, and of learning, of understanding, right? Of communication with the divine supernatural forces. What's interesting to understand, go into the etymology of, and they give you is Old English screen, Ark of the Covenant. Boom, chest, coffer, case for relics. Alright, case or a box for keeping papers, blah, 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 tomb of a saint. You know what I'm saying? But the first thing they give you is Ark of the Covenant. Let you know Ark of the Covenant is a shrine. So in the Hebraic tradition, what you have to understand, the Ark of the Covenant is a shrine for the Hebrew Israelites, right? In traditional African spirituality, what a shrine is to them, that's what the Ark of the Covenant is to, to the Hebrews, right? They go before that shrine and they're able to that shrine that they built, right? With the incorruptible wood, with that instrument, they're able to house the spirit of the Most High or one of his chief angels, which would probably be Michael. They're able to house a divine spirit, the Shekinah, so that they commune with it right there. That's the science of a shrine. And you can see that present in Hebraic tradition, right? That's what the priest was doing. They were creating these relics and these objects and these shrines so that they can have a space that would house the spirit of the divine so that it can come in the time of need and commune and inquire and ask of it. You feel what I'm saying? That's what the Hebrews were doing with the ark, and that's what traditional Africans or indigenous people were doing with their traditional shrines. You feel me? Alright, so right here, a shrine, right? Case, you feel what I'm saying, is a holy or sacred site dedicated to a specific deity, ancestor, hero, martyr, saint, daemon, or similar figure of respect wherein they are venerated or worshipped. Shrines often contain idols, relics, or other such objects associated with the figure being venerated, right? A shrine at which votive offerings are made is called an altar. Peep that, because that's important, dog, because when you understand in our scriptures, it don't never say shrine, it say altar. But a lot of times our people were building shrines and not just altars, because shrine is a little bit deeper than the altar. You dig what I'm saying? You feel me? The altar where you get those sacrificing, but a shrine is a little bit deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? It goes a little bit deeper. You feel what I'm saying? We're talking about the housing of a spirit for divine communion. Right? And so that when you would look in the Bible and you would see all the times where certain instances where our people would create or build altars, you would see them at that moment divine with a principality, right? Or an angel or a spirit, or the spirit of the Most High will come to them and instruct them, right? At the altar or at the shrine, because you got to understand that is a key place or the institution of learning amongst our people. That's where we go to learn or communicate with the divine. It's via our shrines and things like that. The places where we create a sacred space to house a divine spirit where we can commune with that spirit directly. You feel what I'm saying? And like I say, shrines often contain idols. So if the Ark of the Covenant is a shrine, you would look and see that the two angels made by hand are on top of it that create the mercy seat. Some would call them idols, but since we understand the biblical tradition, they don't give it that name, right? But if we were looking at it as outsiders of African traditional spiritual, we would say, oh, those are idols. But these are instruments that will house the creator spirit when the right priest that has the right knowledge and understanding knows how to construct these things. This is very powerful information, but you got to understand, again, This is the wisdom of our people. Alright, so boom, man. So another aspect of African spirituality I want to talk about is divination, right? Very important, man. One of the most important aspects, man. Because I'm going to show you how this system, this aspect is very important, especially when we talk about the measuring of uprightness, which is going to be the last segment of the video, right? So like I say, man, one of the things I want to get into is divination, right? The ability to divine, right, or inquire of the Most High, to ask, to communicate with the Spirit directly. You feel what I'm saying? This is what divination is all about, right? It's about the inquiry of the divine, right? The asking and the direct spiritual communication with the divine spirit, right? So what I want to do is, man, I want to go into this aspect in both traditions, right? The African spirituality and the Hebraic tradition. Most importantly, you know what I'm saying, the Hebraic tradition, to show how relevant and important divination is amongst the Hebrews, because we already know it's a very strong aspect of traditional African spirituality. Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into divination. Alright, so I want to come over here and talk about Ephod real quick, right? So Ephod is the divination system of the Yoruba people, right? It's not only, Ephod does not only represent the divination system, it represents the collective wisdom of the tradition as a whole, right? The history, the, you know what I'm saying, the ecology, sociology, like everything, you know what I'm saying, all of that is Ephod, right? The Orisha, you know, all of that is Ephod. The whole traditional spiritual system is Ephod. You feel what I'm saying? But Ephod is also the name of the divination system. So let's get a few things. Alright, boom. So Ephod, real quick, let's touch on some things, right? Ephod is a Yoruba religion and system of divination. Okay, so boom. So you see, it's the religion and it's the system of divination, right? The specific system is also called Ephod, right? Its literary corpses is Odu Ifa. Orunmila is identified as the grand priest, as he is who revealed divinity in prophecy to the world, or, you know, to the Yoruba, amongst the Yoruba, right? Or in Iyanifas use either the divining chain known as opele, or the sacred palm or colonets called ikin on the wooden divination tray, right? So we're talking about the casting of nuts, right? Or shells, cowrie shells, you know, whatever your tradition uses, upon Ephod, on a divination tray. Or we're talking about the divining chain that's cast, right? A turn, a flip, you know what I'm saying? Depending on the practice, right? Ephod's practiced throughout Americas, West Africa, and Canary Islands, in the form of a complex religious system, and plays a critical role in the traditions of Santeria, Candomblé, Palumbanda, Voodoo, and Afro-American faiths, right? Which is the hoodoo, as well as some traditional African religions. Alright, so here it goes into, you know what I'm saying, the system. But what I want you to know, because a lot of you probably already know what Ephod is, if they don't, do your research. But we're talking about a system of divination, which is dealing with communing with the divine and casting something to determine the will of God, right? Or to receive an answer, right? And so we know this already sounds familiar in our tradition, but one thing we have to understand is very familiar, because even the names are similar. Alright, we're going to get into that. Alright, so divination, right? Divination, right? To foresee, to foretell, to predict, to prophesy, right? Divine, or to be inspired by God, is the attempt to gain insight into a question or situation by way of an encoded, standardized process of or ritual, right? Used in various forms throughout history, diviners ascertain their interpretations of how a court should proceed by reading signs, events, or omens, or through alleged contact with a supernatural agency. Alright? So divination can be seen as a systematic method with which to organize to what appear to be disjoint random facets of existence, such that they provide insight into a problem at hand. Alright. If a distinction is made between divination and fortune telling, divination has more formal and ritualistic elements and often contains a more social character, usually in a religious context, as seen in traditional African medicine. Boom! You see what I'm saying? Fortune telling, on the other hand, is more of an everyday practice for personal use. You know what I'm saying? Particular divination methods may vary by culture and religion. Alright, so boom. It's very important to understand that, right? The aspect of divination, right? And we can see that with the Yoruba and their traditional spirituality, their system of divination was called Ephod, right? Okay, and so this is what that Ephod looked like, right? You had the chain, right? They cast a chain and read the signs, you feel what I'm saying? Or you had the shells or the nuts that were casted, you know what I'm saying, and that was red, right? As well as you had this form right here, which was the markings, you feel what I'm saying? That was also red, you know what I'm saying? So so it's a very intricate system, very deep, very diverse, very complex, very accurate as well, right? Alright, so we're gonna come over here to orjitafo.com, right? The brother Kwesi's website. And one of his books, one of his articles he did, Adebisa, right? Adebisa is the Akan word for divination. So we're going to get what divination is from a traditional African standpoint, right? Adebisa, right? Wab or Jira Adebisa is the major form of Adebisa divination used within the Akwamu Americanu Atifu Mu Akwamu nation in North America, right? Divination or spiritual consultation is an integral component of all expressions of Nanasom, right? Which is ancestral religion, right? African ancestral religion, wherever Africans are found in the world. So divination is a key or integral component of all expressions of ancestral religion, right? Or traditional spirituality, right? Wherever our people are found in the world, right? This includes Africans in North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean today who are descendants of those who are taken from Africa during the Muso Kesi, the Great Perversity Enslavement era, yet survived, waged war against the white slavers, and liberated ourselves. Alright, so check this out. In Akan culture, the term bisa is a verb meaning to inquire, right? To consult, while abisa is a noun meaning inquiry. The phrase ko bisa means to go, ko, ask, inquire, consult, bisa. This is a phrase typically used when describing the act of someone going to ask, inquire, or consult the obosom, right? The divine forces of nature or the spiritually cultivated ancestors, right? The term ade means thing, object, entity. The term ade bisa therefore means things asked, inquired, or consulted about. Ade bisa is an Akan term for spiritual consultation or divination, a major feature of Akanfo Nanasom, ancient authentic Akan ancestral religion, which is Hoodoo, right? Through Adebisa, one learns from the divine forces of nature and the ancestors the nature of past, present, and potential future circumstances and events, in relation to our thoughts, intentions, and actions as measured against the standard of Nyamewa, Nyame, Nyeye, the supreme being's order, divine order. That's a very powerful statement right there, because that has a lot to do with what, you know what I'm saying, what we talking about today. Right? Because that's a very powerful statement. I got to read that again. Through Adebisa, one learns from the divine forces in nature and the spiritually cultivated ancestors the nature of past, present, and potential future circumstances and events in relation to our thoughts, intentions, and actions as measured against the standard of divine order, the supreme being's divine order. Right? So Adebisa operationalizes African ancestral religion, which is properly defined as the ritual incorporation of divine law and the ritual restoration of divine balance amongst our people. Beautifully put. Beautifully put, right? Adebisa is not only about seeking answers to overcome obstacles or exegesis. We use Adebisa to learn, right? So understand. That's why I say the shrines, right? The ability to divine. This is our institution of learning. This is how we learn directly from our divine forces in nature in our great spirit. You dig? Okay, so now let's go and dig on divination in the scriptures, right? We got it from a traditional African standpoint. So let's get it, from the scripture. Now it's funny because now, like I say, this is where the purification of our traditions and what our spirituality is very important, because we have to tell ourselves what's right and what's wrong, right? We have to understand what's real and what ain't, because we know that the pen of the scribes made our wisdom, our law, our Torah in vain. Not only the pen of the scribes, but the pen of the translators, of the colonizers as well. You feel what I'm saying? So it's funny to see how they'll implement certain things, but then we'll see in our traditional practice the Most High literally goes directly against it. Just like with the graven images, right? We're not supposed to make any graven images, but it then tells, the priest to command certain people that he have given the spirit of wisdom to make these things, to make these utensils that are replicas of angels. You feel what I'm saying? So how do we explain that? So, and right here we have another case, right? But even in that case, though, with the angels and the idols, we see that that's not the case, right? That we weren't worshiping idols when we were dealing with the mercy seat of the ark, that these were divine instruments and talismans used to harness and conjure the divine spirit of the Most High, right? So, abominable practices, right? We in Deuteronomy chapter 18, now peep this out. And when thou shalt have entered into the land of the Lord, into the land that the Lord thy God gives thee. Hold on, let me go to the King James real quick. It says, and when thou come into the land in which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abomination of those nations, right? There shall not be found among you any that make his son or daughter to pass through the fire, right? Now check this out. Or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter of familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all these things are abominations unto the Lord. Because of these abominations, the Lord God have drove them out before the people. Thus shalt thou be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken unto observers of times and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God have not suffered to do so. Now I'm going to show you where the BS come in. Because what they don't want you to know is that this is a very important part of your spirituality. In fact, this will let you know where you're at in alignment with the Creator. This represents an aspect of the measuring system of the Hebrews, the measuring system of uprightness. We're going to get into that. Like I said, it's the last part of the video. But right now we got to understand, because again, we have to learn how to discern from what's right and what's wrong. What is truly our spirituality and what is not, right? What is corrupted tradition? What is not corrupted tradition? Okay? Because right here, they're telling us that the Most High is totally against divination. Now, a lot of these things I can understand. But certain things like divination, observer of times, we know this was one of the gifts given to the tribe of Issachar, right? So certain things we can see that this is really coming from a person who either the pen of the scribes are corrupt in tradition because they have went away from their traditions, right? They have went into heathenistic practices, all right? Or we're looking at translators from colonizers that really don't want us to understand the African traditional spirituality in our Hebrew tradition, right? So we, right here, they telling us that we're not supposed to use divination. There's supposed to be no diviners amongst us. But let's see how biblically true that is. All right, so I want to come over here to the Ephod, right? Very important part of this drop. I know you see it in the title. But yeah, it says an ephod was an artifact and an object to be revered in ancient Israelite culture, right? And was closely connected with oracular practices and priestly rituals. All right. Now, let's go to oracular real quick. Let's see what they talking about. Oracle. An oracle is a person or agency considered to provide wise and insightful counsel or prophetic predictions or precognition of the future inspired by gods. As such, it is a form of divination, right? Because oracular, we talking about prophecy, right? Remember, the ephod was called the ephod of prophecy, right? It's a oracular utensil, right? But not only is it an oracular utensil, it is a form of divination. The system itself, the ephod, is a form of divination. To be an oracle is a form of divination, and the ephod is a utensil of oracular, you feel what I'm saying, judgment, or, you know what I'm saying, prophecies, right? Divination, right? To be inspired by a god, right? Oracle, right? Inspired by the gods, you feel what I'm saying, is a form of divination. So when they tell us, alright, so when they tell us that divination is not a thing to be practiced amongst the Israelites, we have to ask ourselves, like, where is this coming from, and is this true, and is it really of the Most High? Because in the scriptures we can see otherwise, right? So before we even get into the ephod, let's go back to the divination tab and let's dig on something real quick, because right here we can see in antiquity it gives us a instance where divination is present in the Bible, right? It says right here, it says Deuteronomy 18:10 or Leviticus 19 can be interpreted as categorically forbidden divination. However, some would claim that divination is indeed practiced in the Bible, such as Exodus 28 when the Urim and the Thummim are mentioned. Some would say that Gideon also practiced divination through when he used a piece of fleece or wool in Judges 6, right? 36. We got that in the Archangel Michael video. Understand, when he put that fleece down, right? When he inquired of the Most High for a sign to, you know what I'm saying, just basically give him the confirmation that the Most High was going to use him, he used this fleece, and they're saying that this fleece is really a system or a form of divination, right? So Gideon himself was practicing divination, and the Most High really had nothing to, you know what I'm saying, to say about that negatively. He is not attempting to predict the outcome of an important battle. Rather, he is communicating with God. Communicating with God through prayer may in some cases be considered divination. Both are open, typically two-way conversations with God. In addition, the method of casting lots used in Joshua, right? Joshua to divide the conquered lands of Canaan between the 12 tribes is not seen by some as divination, but as done at the behest of God. But I'm here to tell you that actually it is divination, because the casting of lots is what they call clergomancy. You feel what I'm saying? Where they were like rolling die, and this is no different than the casting of the cowrie shells that was done in like ephod divination systems. So it's important that we understand the similarities and the connections with the way the Hebrews divine and the way traditional Africans divine. Alright, so back to the ephod, you know what I'm saying? Over here, in the Bible, in the context, it is worn. The ephod is usually described as being linen, but did not constitute completely clothing of any kind, as books of Samuel describe, right? David was clothed with a robe of fine linen, as were all the Levites who bore the ark, right? And David was wearing a linen ephod. You feel what I'm saying? There appears to have been a strong religious and ceremonial implication to wearing an ephod. You see what I'm saying? It says priests at Nob are specifically identified as being the type of people who wore an ephod, right? Through the Masoretic text, here describes them as being linen ephods, right? Okay, so boom. Samuel as girding themselves with an ephod, okay? So it says, a passage in the book of Exodus describes the ephod as an elaborate garment worn by the high priest, upon which the Hoshin, the breastplate containing the Urim and the Thummim, rested. According to the description, the ephod was woven out of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet threads, and was made of linen, and was embroidered with skillful work in gold thread. The Talmud argues that each of the textures, okay, that's not really important. Let's see here. Alright, so besides used as a garment, and ephod was used for oracular purposes, in conjunction with the Urim and the Thummim, right? So the books of Samuel imply that whenever Saul or David wished to question God via oracular methods, they asked a priest for the ephod, right? Since the oracular process is considered by scholars to have been one of cleromancy, right? And if you see cleromancy here, you see cleromancy is the form of sortition, casting of lots. So the casting of lots that's done in the Hebraic tradition is cleromancy, which is a form of divination. We have to understand that. All right, with the Urim and the Thummim being objects that were drawn as lots, the ephod is considered by scholars to have been some form of container for the Urim and the Thummim, right? To harmonize with this description of the ephod as a garment, it is necessary to conclude that the ephod must have been some sort of pocket which the priests girded themselves. All right. However, the biblical texts state that the Urim and the Thummim were placed in the breastplate, not the ephod, Leviticus 8:8. Right. But the ephod houses the breastplate which the Urim and the Thummim was put on. So either way it goes is on the ephod. Right. The integration of the stones in the breastplate, as well as the Hebrew usage of Urim as light suggested by Urim and Thummim, may have been a type of oracular device through which the priest would look when receiving divine communication. Alright, boom, peep that. Alright, catch this right here. I'm going to jump down right here in apocryphal literature. According to ancient apocryphal lives of the prophets, after the death of Zechariah ben Jehoiada, the priest of the temple could no more as before see the apparitions of the language, nor could make divinations with the ephod, nor give responses to their beard. Boom, they said right here, divinations with the ephod, right? The ephod is for divination. Remember, they said what? That whenever Saul or David wished to question God via oracular methods, they asked for the ephod. So it's important to understand that the ephod is the divination system of the Hebrews, right? When we're understanding divination in the traditional African sense, we're talking about the ability to inquire, right? To consult, adebisa, right? To inquiry, to inquire, to consult, to go, to ask, to inquire, right? Inquire, etymology, right? To ask about, to ask for, to learn or find out by asking, seek information or knowledge. Remember, divination is where you learn as well. What he say? He say one learns from the abosom, right? Adebisa is not only about seeking answers to overcome obstacles. We use adebisa to learn, so we use divination to learn. So divination is an inquiry, right? So to seek information or knowledge as well. You see what I'm saying? Excuse me. But we see the etymological root of it is to ask, to inquire about. Okay, so we see that through in traditional African spirituality that adebisa, that divination, is dealing with the inquiry, to inquire, right? We can see the same thing even with Hebraic divination with the ephod. Ephod is what they use to inquire. This is a method of divination, right? It tells us the divinations with the ephod. So when they tell us that we're not supposed to have divination, we have to ask, well, why did the Most High command us to make the ephod? Because we can see in certain cases where they were coming and they were inquiring with the ephod. Okay, so boom. So understand, right, when we're dealing with the ephod, look right here what it says. Did I not choose out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer upon my altar, to burn incense, and to wear an ephod before me? So we can see, even, you know what I'm saying, when we go up here in the word for ephod, when Most High was giving the traditions to make the ephod, the Most High was telling our people to make the ephod, to give the ephod to the priest, and the priest that should wear the ephod before him. This is a system of divination. You feel what I'm saying? So that's important to understand, right? It's a system of communication with the divine, the way we inquire, right? When we need to ask the Most High something, right? Whether should we go to war, should we do this, should we do that, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. That's why you would see, like in certain instances like this, check this out. So check this out. 1 Samuel chapter 30 verse 7, it says, and David said unto Abiathar the priest, Ahimelech's son, I pray thee, bring me thither the ephod. And Abiathar brought thither the ephod to David, right? Because what? David was greatly distressed, for the people spake of stoning him, and his soul of all the people was grieved, every man for his sons and his daughters. But David encouraged himself in the Lord his God, right? So then David tells the priest, like, hey, bring me the ephod, right? And David inquired at the Lord, saying, shall I pursue after this troop? Shall I overtake them? And he answered him, pursue, for thou shalt overtake them, and without fail recover all. So boom. So look, here now you have the king of Israel asking the priest for the ephod so that he can inquire and ask the Most High whether or not he should go to war. You feel what I'm saying? And will he be victorious? And the Most High answers him through the ephod and says, yeah, pursue, and you shall surely overtake them. This is a very powerful aspect of our traditional spirituality, because they want you to believe that that divination is abominable in the sight of the Lord, because divination deals with direct communion with the Most High himself, or with the Creator, with the divine forces of nature. It cuts out the middleman. It cuts out the deception, right? So of course they want you to understand, oh, this method of spirituality is abominable in the sight of the Most High Lord. But how true is that? All right, so looking at the ephod, right? Remember the ephod contained the breastplate, which contained the Urim and the Thummim. All right, so let's dig on the Urim and the Thummim real quick. All right, so in the Hebrew Bible, the Urim and the Thummim, meaning uncertain, possibly lights imperfection, are the elements of the Hoshin, the breastplate worn by the high priest attached to the ephod. They are connected with divination in general and cleromancy in particular. Come on, man. Most scholars suspect that the phrase refers to the set of two objects used by the high priest to answer and question or reveal the will of God, right? To inquire, right? Or reveal the will of God. So here we go again. They tell us right now, boom, divination is a part of the Hebraic tradition, right? So we got to understand, again, what is right, what is wrong, what is corrupted, and what is not, right? The Urim traditionally has been taken to derive from a root meaning lights. These derivations are reflected in the Naquadat of the Masoretic text. In consequence, the Urim and the Thummim has traditionally been translated as lights in perfection, or by taking a phrase allegorically meaning revelation in truth or doctrine in truth, right? Some boom, boom, boom. So check that out. It's a root. It's an Hebrew term. Curses, curse the faultless, right? Urim and the Thummim were used to answer the question innocent or guilty. All right. So Utu and Tamitu, which are older Babylonian terms for Urim and Thummim, mean oracle and command. You see what I'm saying? All right. So boom. So coming down, right, in 1 Samuel 14 is regarded by biblical scholars as the key to understanding the Urim and the Thummim. The passage describes an attempt to identify a sinner via divination by repeatedly splitting the people in two groups and identifying which group contains the sinner. In the version of the passage of the Masoretic text, it describes Saul and Jonathan being separate from the rest of the people, and lots being cast between them. The Septuagint version, however, states that the Urim would indicate Saul and Jonathan, while the Thummim would indicate the people. In Septuagint, a previous verse uses the phrase which is used translated as inquired of God, which is significant as grammatical forms of the Hebrew implies that the inquiry was performed by objects being manipulated. Scholars view it as evident from these verses that cleromancy was involved, and that Urim and the Thummim were objects being cast, right? Just like the cowrie shells or the cola nuts in Ephod divination. Okay, so understand, right? Yes or no, we talking about the inquiry, right? I ain't even got to get no more, right? Understand that when we dealing with the Urim and the Thummim, we're dealing with systems of divination. The Urim and the Thummim are on a cloth called the Ephod, which was used for divination, it was called the Ephod of prophecy. It was used for oracular prophecy, right? So now what's important to understand is that the system of divination of the Hebrews is capsulated in what we call the Ephod. This is called the Ephod. The Ephod is the oracular divination system of the Hebrews, right? It's what the Urim and the Thummim that's also in the Ephod is divinational tools used to cast, right, so that we can divine and get an answer from the Creator. So the system of divination amongst the Hebrews is called Ephod, right? But the system of divination amongst traditional African spirituality is called Ephod. You see what I'm saying? And it's dealing with the casting of nuts or shells. You feel what I'm saying? And or different forms of spirituality. Even in the Akan, you feel what I'm saying? Tradition, you have the Ade Bisa, and some of those in those traditions cast these shells. You feel what I'm saying? So we're talking about divination systems with tools of things being cast that we can read the signs and communicate directly with the divine, right? They want you to think that this is not a part of your spirituality. It is an abominable part of your spirituality because they don't want you to be able to communicate with the divine right away. Because if you ask the divine, should we move? Should we rebel? Should we do this thing? You're going to get answers. You feel what I'm saying? And they might not like the answers you get. So it's very important to understand that your spirituality, that your Hebraic system of divination is the form of divination of the traditional African spirituality, right? Traditional African spirituality divination is Ephod. Hebraic traditional divination is Ephod. Come on, you cannot deny the phonetics. You feel what I'm saying? From Ephod to Ephod. All right. So right here, man, I want to go to this article I found, man. Very interesting article, man. Here. The nail on the head, man. It says debunking Christianity, right, from debunkingchristianity.com. Divining the will of God, the Israelite priest as voodoo root doctor. Peep game, alright? It says those of us who grew up in the Gullah Geechee coastal areas of southeastern United States in the 1950s or 60s are familiar with voodooism in the former African slave population that inhabit the coastal islands around Beaufort, South Carolina, on such isolated sea islands as Dafuski Island just across from Hilton Head. On these remote coastal islands, the local population incorporated their native African religions, right, because they preserved their traditions, right? They were key in that, mixed with Christianity to create a way to know the will of God via divination, right? So we got to understand that, which is why it's important we talk about this, because we have to purify these traditions, right? We know a lot of the times our people mix the traditions with the religion of the colonizers just to mask it so that we can still practice our traditional spirituality. But once the colonizer is out the way, that should be no more. Just like in Haiti, like once you declare independence, like there should have been no Catholicism mixed in with the voodoo. That should have been cast out. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't, and that was a snare in corrupting the traditions of the people, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? So it says one of the ways to discern the will of God was for the root doctor to cast the bones and read the answers God gave him, right? In the early Israelite religion in the Bible, it only appears that Yahweh is talking directly to his chosen priestly leadership made up of Aaronic priests, Aaronite priests, and the Levites, two clans of the tabernacle holy men, often at odds with each other for power in this ancient theocracy, as in number 16, where a descendant of Levi named Korah rebelled against Moses and Aaron. But apart from Moses, all right, so that should show you that there can be a battle in tradition as well, right? But apart from Moses, the only communication these tabernacle priests had to determine the will of God was by some dice-shaped oracular objects carried in the multicolored pocket carried on the heart above the ephod, right? It's important to understand that the priest wearing the ephod on his chest is literally, that's a proclamation or a declamation that the priest has the divine authority to do divination, that he has the authority to do divination by the Most High. That's why he has the Urim and the Thummim on his chest, right? In the breastplate. Remember, the Urim and the Thummim was given to Levi. So the ability to divine truly belongs to our priestly class, right? And that's what the Most High would rather keep it with, is when other people start doing things and, you know, they don't really know what they're doing, that create problems. Just like when Gideon made an ephod and then the rest of Israel went whoring after it, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of problematic, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we have to keep things in order. So if this is not in your bloodline tradition to divine or do divination, you might not need to be doing that, right? When you start doing it, that's when you might incorporate certain things, because you might not have the ability to divine. Like, that might not be the strength in your bloodline lineage. So who knows what corruption can come with that and what you're really listening to, you know what I'm saying? So it's important that we keep order, right? Keep the systems of divination with those who truly possess that. All right. So it says, like the coastal island voodoo root doctors, these Yahwistic holy men would cast these dice to determine either a yes or no answer to an oracle question directed to God, but only as understood by the priest himself. Although references to the ephod, the ark, and in this case a small oracular dice carried by Abiathar, 1 Kings 2:26, or the Urim and the Thummim, right, are mentioned in a number of texts. The religious term to inquire of the Lord Yahweh was understood to be determined by the casting of these holy dice like objects, just like the voodoo root doctor cast and read his bones. In Numbers 27:21, Joshua directed his questions to the priest Eleazar, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before the Lord. At his words they shall go out, and at his word shall they come in. In this case of Achan in Joshua 7:16-18, though not mentioned directly, these dice were cast to 4 times until the guilty person was found. Right? That's how they found out who caused Israel to lose the war with the wickedness of you know what I'm saying, stealing the spoils when they were told not to. In later times, both King Saul and King David determined the will of God by shooting these dice symbols, just as the bones are read to know the will of God by these Geechee Gullah voodoo root doctors. Okay, so boom. So it's showing you the method and system of Israelite divination and its direct correlation and resemblance to what was preserved and practiced by people who practice traditional African spirituality and preserve that in certain places, right? Especially, we know, amongst the Geechee and the Gullah, you know what I'm saying? So boom, man, that's powerful. You can't deny. Remember, from ephod to ephod. The ephod is the Hebraic divination system. Ephod is the traditional African Yoruba system of divination. Like, come on, man, you can't knock it. All right. So lastly, on divination, one of the things I found interesting about divination is that when you study traditional spirituality, you see that even in divination, dog, you got the ability to know your tribal origins, your tribal lineage. You feel what I'm saying? What tribe you come from through divination. Like, it's that profound of a system. You feel what I'm saying? So I know a lot of us, we do a lot of genealogy research, and a lot of times we find a lot of dead ends and things like that, but we got to understand there's also other methods of recovering our genealogy and our lineage, and that is through divination. Certain divination systems that we have preserved in African spirituality have the ability to let us know what our tribal origins are, right? And so it's interesting because you can kind of see that here in the scriptures, right? You see in Nehemiah chapter 7 a list of lineages, right? So, and of the priests, you see the children of Habia, the children of Kol, the children of Barzillai, which took one of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, to wife, and was called after their name, right? So these sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but it was not found. Therefore they, as polluted, therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood. So it's showing you right there that these people tried to trace their genealogy back to the priesthood, but it was not found. Therefore, they were polluted and put aside from the priesthood. And the Tirshatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest within Urim and the Thummim. Right? So he's telling them right there, okay, we can't trace your lineage back to the priesthood. Right? So you can't, partake in the things of the priesthood and eat the most holy things till there stood up a priest with the ability to divine amongst you, so that we can know who's who, what's what, you know what I'm saying, how's what, right? Because understand this method of divination is the same way they was able to find a Khan, right, which is the one who took the spoils from the people they had just warred against, right? And so they were able to find him via divination, right? So you see the Tishatha, right, saying unto them, since y'all can't trace y'all genealogy and trace it back to the priesthood, you can't partake of the most holy things in the priesthood until there stands up a priest with the ability to divine, because then we'll know you did. Alright, so I want to come over here to another one of the brothers' articles from Ejidifo. Right, authentic, ancestral religion in North America, Akan, right, authentic Akan ancestral religion in North America, right, so, here he has, one of his articles, one of the books he wrote on conjure, right, the Akan origin of the term conjure as hoodoo, right, Kanche, as it's pronounced in the Akan, right, so, I want to read this right quick, because, one of the aspects I want to go into, another one of the aspects of African spirituality, which is spiritual possession, right? To conjure, right? Conjuration, right? A lot of things, man, like these terms, we don't even associate these with the scriptures, especially like something like conjure, right? We don't even associate that with the scriptures, but what we have to understand is this is part of our Hebraic tradition. That's exactly what's going on in the scriptures. Spiritual possession is in the scriptures heavily, right? We're gonna get one case real quick, but right now, but you know what I'm saying, there's many of them, you know what I'm saying, but I'm finna show you how we must start reading the scriptures, right, with African spirituality, right, in mind. So understand that terms like conjure, you feel what I'm saying, spiritual possession that you know from these traditions of voodoo and hoodoo and stuff like that. You don't really think of them to be in the scriptures, but at the core of the foundation of our spirituality, you have to understand it's the same, right? So let's get into it, right? So from we're gonna get conjure from an traditional African spiritual standpoint, that we're gonna dive into scriptures, right? So Kanche, right? A origin of the term conjure as hoodoo, right? So in our publication, Hoodoo People, Africans in North America, Akan custodians of hoodoo from ancient hoodoo Undunu land, Kanet Nubia, right? We prove conclusively that the term hoodoo is an Akan term Undu, right? Referencing medicine from roots, trees, plants, right? So that's what hoodoo means. It means medicine from roots, trees, plants, right? And Undu also means to bring down a spirit, to become heavy with the spirit. We demonstrate this in the Akan language as well as our ancestral language of ancient Kanet and Kamit, right, Nubia and Egypt. The calling down of a spirit during ritual work and to become heavy with spirit via spiritual possession, right? Spirit possession is called conjure. All right, so I'm going to read it again. The calling down of a spirit during ritual work and to become heavy with the spirit via spirit possession is called conjure. right? It is for this reason that the Akan ancestral religion in North America is called hoodoo and also conjure. However, the term conjure as a descriptive of ritual practice is not rooted in European language. The term vocalized as conjure when referencing hoodoo by African people in North America is actually the Akan term kanche. The term kanche is vocalized in the Twi language of the Akan as kanche. This term, used by Akan people for over a millennium in West Africa, means to invoke, pay attention, call the Abosom deities, forces of nature, right? Nsamafo, right? The ancestral spirits, and Yamewa Nyame, right? The great mother and father supreme being, ritually, okay? The term kanche is the verb form, while kanche is a noun form. When the Akan speakers were forced into North America during the Muswo Kesi, the great perversity and enslavement era, we continued to speak our language and practice our religion. We thus continued to use the term undu, hoodoo, to reference our ritual means of procuring medicine, root work, through invocation, right, and evocation of the Obosom and Nsamamfo, deities and ancestral spirits, right. We continue to use the term kanche, conjure, to reference our ritual process by which we call down the spirits. When an Akan speaker enunciated the term kanche, in reference to calling down the spirit, the whites and their offsprings translated this term as conjure. Their assumption was that we were mispronouncing the word conjure within African Southern Ebonic dialect, thus sounding like conjure or kanje. In reality, we were saying kanje all along. Alright? So as we can see, the term kanje is a verb descriptive to pray, to invoke, or to call upon the deity, right? The European used the derogatory term fetish in place of a boson, right? Deity, a loa or orisha, right? However, we see that the Akan informant who is quoted in italics using a bosom when describing the term kanche in context. Note also that kanche is descriptive of making marks or lines. This is part of the ritual process where sacred symbols are drawn to invoke or evoke the abosom and unsamanfo and draw them down. These symbols are included in Adinkra symbols, corpus of Akan culture, and are similar to veves used in voodoo. Alright. Jump down a little bit. Y'all catch some of this. But I'm going to jump down right here. It says, as we can see, the term che means coming forth, to come forth into light, right? He was given a lot of etymology, so this is the ending of the breakdown of the word. I just wanted to come here and get some. When we call, invoke the Abosom and Nsamanfo deities and ancestral spirits ritually, they come forth, appear. They come down and possess our people or manifest in their spirit form so that they can be seen. This is kanche, conjure, in action. The related term che, meaning to become hard, reference the concretization, manifestation of the spirit into the physical world. They can take up residence in the body of a person through possession, as well as in a shrine, right, talisman, right, or amulet. The immaterial spirit has now been concretized, housed in a physical vessel. We thus have the reduplications of the term cheche, meaning to bind, form a sediment, thicken, coalesce, concrete, congeal. Alright, beat that. Alright, so I'm shoot down right here. The term kanche is the calling, invoking through ritual prayer, the abosom and nsamanfo, right, the forces of nature and the ancestors, so that they can literally appear. It is a ritual means by which we can cause the abosom and nsamanfo to come forth for possession and communication, right? Kanche. Okay, so This is the cosmological foundation of Kanja, which is not a term that we learn from the whites and their offsprings. The term Kanche is a term that we have used for thousands of years. Our Akan ancestors continued to utilize this term once forced upon the shores of North America. When we invoke the Abosom Unsamanfo for guidance in their order to heal ourselves or kill our enemies, we were engaged in Kanche, right? It is a term that we continue to use this day. Unchanged sound and meaning. Hoodoo and conjure, undu and kanche, properly define our ritual practice as a common people in North America, an ancestrally inherited practice born of the spirit genetic blood circles which can never be broken. Alright, boom. So peep that. So when we dealing with conjure, what we dealing with? We dealing with the becoming heavy with the spirit, the bringing down of a spirit to become heavy with the spirit via spiritual possession, right? This is conjure. You feel me? During one of our rituals. Alright, so we invoke, we call, right, the spirit to invoke it down to come and possess someone in our ritual setting. You feel what I'm saying? For instruction, guidance, and wisdom. How to move forward, what to do, or whatever we're inquiring for. You dig what I'm saying? Alright, so remember when we was looking at Haitian voodoo, and we're looking at the term Loa, right, which also means laws, right? So check this out, right? Rituals. In a ritual, the Loa are called down, right? We just got that. What we're dealing with conjure, right? The priest and the mambo, the priestess, or the bokor and the kablata, sorcerers and witches, to take part in the service, receive offerings, and grant requests, right? The Loa arrive in the peristyle ritual space by mounting, possessing, a horse, ritualist, in Creole referred to as a chawal, who is said to be ridden, right? This can be a quite violent occurrence as the participants can flail about or convulse before falling to the ground. But some Loa, such as Aizan, will mount their horses very quietly. Alright, so boom, I just wanted to show you that real quick. Just show you even in a ritual space, right? The conjure to call down the spirit and how the spirit comes in. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? To take part in the service, receive, offer, and grant requests, right? And it comes down into the ritual space by mounting someone, right, in attendance. All right, so they're very important to understand. Okay, over here, the Orishas, right? Said we are also blessed. Remember this sentence: we are also blessed from time to time in the religion with the opportunity to meet the Orisha face to face during a ceremony where one or more of the priests will be mounted. See transpossession. So check this out, right? The mounting of the horse, transpossession in La Regla Ocha. Transpossession is an important part of our religion. During a bimbe or a drumming party for the Orishas, an Orisha may be persuaded to join the party by entering the body of one of the priests consecrated to that Orisha. This is referred to as the person being mounted by the Orisha, or that the Orisha has come down from heaven to be with us. The songs, rhythm, and dances are actually calculated to entreating the Orisha to come down so that we may be blessed with their counsel, cleansings, and their sheer presence. When an Orisha decides to use one of our bodies for a time, it is of course a cause of great joy for us. The Orisha only rarely mount an Aleo, or a person who has not been initiated as a priest, and they usually only point this person out as a person who needs to be initiated as a priest in the religion, and then usually only to point this person out as a person who needs to be initiated as a priest in the religion. It is not forced on people, nor is it a thing of evil such as portrayed in movies like The Exorcist, nor does anyone spit pea soup. Alright? If someone is not ready, the Orisha will gently be gently persuaded to leave until the person is initiated and prepared for such an event. And anyone who has experienced being touched or actually mounted will tell you the profound feelings of joy and wisdom that accompany the presence of these great spiritual beings known as Orishas. Okay, man, so with that being said, right, with that formula, right, of conjure in African spirituality, right, in spiritual possession, right, that formula of ritual, right, the invocation, of spirit, right, the invocation, the calling of spirit to come down, right, and possess someone in the midst so that we can have guidance and wisdom, right? The same phenomenon that we see in traditional African spirituality, we can find the same exact scenario, ritual formula in the scriptures. Let's get it. All right, so boom, we're going to come over here to 2 Chronicles chapter 20, right? And this is very important, man. Pay attention to the wording and everything that we've learned so far. Incorporate that while you're reading this, because what I hope this does, I hope it changed the way you read scripture. You feel what I'm saying? So that you can see true spirituality in the spirit, in scripture, the same that our ancestors have preserved, right? So there's no question who we are or what we need to do. We already know what time it is, but this will help you see true spirituality in the scriptures, and then that would help you know that this same spirituality is preserved right in your midst by your ancestors, by your peers, you feel what I'm saying, by those that carry it in their bloodline, by the zealous ones of our priests, you feel what I'm saying, that preserve these traditions, you feel what I'm saying. So like I say, what I hope this does is it helps you, it changes the way you read scripture, because it's very important. So let's check something out, right? Jehoshaphat's prayer, 2 Chronicles chapter 20. It came to pass this also, that the children of Moab and the children of Aaron, and with them other beside the Ammonites, came against Jehoshaphat to battle, right? Then came the sum that told Jehoshaphat, saying, There cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea on this side Syria. And behold, they be in Hazazon Tamar, which is in Gedi. And Jehoshaphat feared and set himself to seek the Lord. Now pay attention. All right, the language, pay attention to everything. Right? Jehoshaphat, right, which is the son of King David, he's ruling in Judah, right, feared and set himself to seek the Lord, right, and proclaim a fast throughout all Judah. All right, so boom. So now he's proclaimed a fast throughout all of Judah, right? And he has set himself to seek the Lord, right? And Judah gathered themselves together to ask help of the Lord, even out of all the cities. So Judah and Jehoshaphat has gathered themselves. Jehoshaphat has set himself to seek the Lord, and Judah has gathered themselves together to ask help of the Lord. Alright, so remember etymology of inquire, right? To inquire is to ask, right? A question, ask about, ask for, learn or find out by asking, seek information or knowledge, right? To ask, inquire about, or seek information, right? We know inquire, right? To inquire of the Lord, right, is divination, right? All right, so boom, so we already got all that. We've been digging on it, right? In to inquire, right? Divination is the process to inquire of the Lord, to ask of the Lord, right? That's what our priests as well as our kings use the Ephod for, to inquire of the Lord, as well as the Urim and the Thummim, our system of divination, right? Was to inquire, to ask, as well as what? Seek information, right? So Jehoshaphat feared and set himself to seek the Lord, and Judah gathered themselves together to ask help of the Lord. So what's going on here? We got a ritual setting, right? We already got a fast proclaimed, so everybody fasting. And we got a ritual setting where divination is being performed to ask or inquire of the Lord. What should we do? You feel me? So, and Jehoshaphat stood in the congregation of Judah and Jerusalem, right, in the house of the Lord before the new court, and said, O Lord God of our fathers, our ancestors, right, art not thou God in heaven, and rulest not thou over all the kingdoms of the heathen? Now pay attention to what's going on, right? Jehoshaphat has stood up in the congregation of Judah and Jerusalem in the house of the Lord, And he is now invoking the spirit, right? He's now calling the spirit. Pay attention to the way, right, the people in the scriptures address the creator when they calling on him, right? When they asking for the help of the Lord. Or you feel what I'm saying? Pay attention to how he dressed him. He said, "O Lord, God of our fathers," right? Our ancestors. "Are not thou God in heaven, and rulest not over the kingdom of the heathen? And in thine hand there, and in thine hand is there not power and might, so that none is able to withstand thee?" So when Jehoshaphat is invoking a specific spirit, he being specific in who he talking to. He's stating accolades. You feel what I'm saying? Because he's invoking, he's trying to get the intention of a specific divinity, of a specific divine spirit, right? The God of our fathers, right? The God in heaven, right? The one with the power. You feel what I'm saying? Are not thou our God, who did drive out the inhabitants of this land before thy people Israel, and gavest it to the seed of Abraham thy friend forever, right? And they dwelt therein, and have built thee a sanctuary therein for thy name, saying, if evil will come upon us as the sword, judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we stand before this house and in thy presence, for thy name is in this house, and cry unto thee in our affliction, then wilt thou hear and help. So pay attention. Like I say, Jehoshaphat is invoking the spirit of the creator to conjure the spirit so that he can come down, right, and commune with them and give them wisdom and instruction. And not only that, but he's stating in this invocation a tradition, right? A tradition of their people. It is tradition for them that when they are in tribulation to stand before that house in his presence and cry in our affliction. And that's what we, you know what I'm saying? Thou will hear and help. So here they are keeping and preserving a tradition coming for the creator. You feel what I'm saying? In ritual, got a format to divine, to inquire of the Lord, right? And invoke his spirit to conjure and bring his spirit down. All right, so pay attention what happened. And now, behold, the children of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, whom thou wouldst not let Israel invade, when they came out of the land of Egypt, but they turned from them and destroyed them not. Right? Behold, I say, how they reward us to come to cast us out of thy possession, right, which thou hast given us to inherit. Alright. O our God, wilt thou not judge them? For we have no might against this great company that cometh against us, neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee. Alright, so boom, so here they are inquiring, right? Jehoshaphat is like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, God, are you gonna judge these people that coming to destroy us and root us out of our inheritance that you gave us? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what to do. Like, Paul, you know what I'm saying? We looking at you. Like, what's up? I mean, our eyes are upon thee. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, let us know something. And all Judah stood before the Lord with their little ones and their wives and their children. All right, now pay attention, right? Verse 14. Then upon Jahaziel, the son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, a Levite of the sons of Asaph, came the Spirit of the Lord in the midst of congregation. Boom. So what are we talking about? We're talking about spiritual possession. Boom, the ceremony is successful. You feel what I'm saying? Dave came in a ritual setting, proclaimed the fast, right? So that, you know what I'm saying, that they can invoke the spirit of the creator and conjure and bring the spirit down that he may possess someone in the midst. And so what's done happened? And now upon Jahaziel, this Levite, then came the Spirit of the Lord in the midst of the congregation. You got to understand, in the scriptures, when the Spirit of the Lord descends or comes upon somebody, we talking about spiritual possession. That's exactly what it is. You feel me? It ain't no sugarcoat, right? And he said, hearken ye in all Judah. He said, hearken ye all Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, and thou King Jehoshaphat. Thus saith the Lord unto you, right? Boom. Spiritual possession. He's speaking on behalf of the Most High. The Most High is speaking through him. Thus saith the Lord unto you, be not afraid nor dismayed by reason of this great multitude. For the battle is not yours, but God's. Check out what he say. Tomorrow. Alright, so boom. Tomorrow. So what we talking about? We talking about prophecy, oracular, divination, right? Because that tomorrow, you feel what I'm saying? So whatever he finna say, it ain't happened yet. You feel what I'm saying? So he's prophesied. He's in the spirit through spiritual possession because he's conjured the spirit down. And now he's prophesying via oracular divination, right? Tomorrow, go ye down against them. Behold, they come up by the cliff of Ziz, and ye shall find them at the end of the brook before the wilderness of Jeruel. Ye shall not need to fight in this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord, O Judah and Jerusalem. Fear not, nor be dismayed. Tomorrow go out against them, for the Lord will be with you. And Jehoshaphat bowed his head with his face to the ground, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell before the Lord, worshiping the Lord, right? And the Levites, the children of the Kohathites, stood up to praise the Lord God of Israel with loud voice on high. Boom. So pay attention to what's happened. Now that we went through African spirituality and codes with the scriptures, pay attention to what just happened, right? Because that's a clear sign of what was going on when our ancestors was preserving ancestral religion here in North America, right? When they were being you know what I'm saying, when they were first, arriving and being colonized and captured and put in captivity, right? It was the tradition that they preserved, that real spirituality that led them to do certain things, and they was able to, have successful rebellions. A certain of our people was able to free a lot of our people successfully because of true spirituality. I'm gonna get in that in a second, but just hitting on this right here, like I say, pay attention to what went down. We got a time of trouble and tribulation. We have, went back to one of our traditions. You feel what I'm saying? Where we go and stand in front of one of our temples and we cry our afflictions and the Most High heroes. That's tradition for us. So we do that. Sanctify, fast, set up a ritual setting, right? You know what I'm saying? And cry our afflictions to the Most High and inquire divine, right? And conjure and invoke the spirit of the Most High that he can come and possess somebody in the midst of us to give us instruction on what to do, right? And then when he does that, the person that gets mounted by the spirit is prophesying on what's going to happen tomorrow. How is he even able to see this? You feel what I'm saying? How is he even able to know where the army is going to come and set up and where the children of Israel need to set up, and that another army going to come and they going to fight, and Israel ain't got to do nothing but watch the salvation of the Most High? How is he even able to see that tomorrow? You feel me? But he's under spiritual possession. He's being mounted by the spirit. You feel what I'm saying? The deity has came down and is speaking through this priest. That's why the priest addressed him and said, thus saith the Lord. You feel what I'm saying? Unto you, because right now the spirit, the priest is under possession of a divine spirit, right? This is African spirituality in its truest form right here in the scriptures. You just got to know how to read the scriptures. You feel me? Alright? It is through hoodoo that Akan people in North America were empowered to wage war against their enslavers. Alright? No different than what we just read in the scriptures. You feel what I'm saying? So understand, right? Look, what? The great war waged by Akanfo Yah, warrior Yah, Nat Turner, in Southampton, Virginia, which resulted in the massacre of numerous white enslavers. If you've seen the movie that they came out with, the Nat Turner, The Birth of a Nation, what was the beginning scene? That was traditional African spirituality right there. You feel what I'm saying? So the freedom movement of Nana Abina Arminta, Harriet Tubman, right? Remember, they said Harriet Tubman had Ashanti ways. Ashanti is an Akan people who led hundreds of enslaved African to freedom, right? Her descendants have confirmed Akan ancestry via DNA. Alright, so, you know what I'm saying? Akanfoya, Nana Abina, Arminta, right? So, Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and Akanfo Kwabena, right? Which was Denmark Vesey, right? In South Carolina. You feel what I'm saying? We're guided by the Nanano Unsamanfo and the Abosom to free our people from enslavement, spiritual possession, spirit communication, ritual medicine for protection against gunshots, and capture and conjure were accounted as foundational components of their liberation movements. Okay, you got to understand, like Harriet Tubman. Okay, you see, I know they had the new movie with Harriet Tubman. If you've seen it, you see how Harriet Tubman used to go on her spells, and what they said when she went in her spell, she was talking to God. All right, what is this? This is divination. You feel what I'm saying? This is divination. You got to understand something. Hold on. All right, peep this here, you feel me? Check this quote out. He say, Quana Parker Comanche, right? He say, we do not go into ceremony to talk about God. We go into ceremony to talk with God. Okay, boom, that's true spirituality. That's what we got to understand, especially for the times we coming in. Because a lot of people, that's all they doing. Right? That's all they doing. All these camps, that's all they doing. They going in the ceremony to talk about God. But who's talking with God? Who's really divine and who's really being possessed by true divine righteous spirit to give their people instruction? Who's really doing that? Right? Who's really resurrecting true, authentic, traditional spirituality and bringing it to the forefront? You feel what I'm saying? And showing the people that the Spirit of God is with them. Who is doing that? And you don't see a lot of people doing that. You feel what I'm saying? But that's the true spirituality that we need, especially in these times of tribulation. Right? Well, like I was talking about Harriet Tubman. Right? They say she going trance, boom, have a little trance and say she was talking to God. You feel what I'm saying? What she was doing. How you think she was able to, you know what I'm saying, transport so many people back and forth? You feel what I'm saying? From the north to the south, from the south to the north. You feel me? How in the world was she able to get herself up to the north, then sneak back into the south, get multiple people back up to the north, and to do that multiple times? You feel what I'm saying? And she said she never lost a passenger, right? It was her ability to divine. She had the ability to divine. That was in her bloodline, right? That was in her lineage. That was part of her ancestral tradition. She had that in her blood. She was able to divine. Right? So she was able to go in trance in spiritual possession and communicate with the divine forces of nature, right? Or the creator, right? Through his divine forces of nature to understand where to go, where we got to go, where we can't go, where they coming, where they at. Boom. So, you know what I'm saying? That we could get a safe passage. That's the same thing that was going on 2 Chronicles chapter 20. You feel what I'm saying? They conjure, they call the spirit down. Spirit possess one of the priests go in spiritual possession. You feel what I'm saying? And literally talk for the creator. You feel what I'm saying? And tell the people what they need to do and what they don't need to do and how they don't need to fight this battle. They need to stand by the cliff of Ziz. You feel what I'm saying? And watch the salvation of the Lord. You have to understand, you feel what I'm saying, our system of spirituality. Because our spirituality is warfare at its core. Alright, and I'm gonna speak on that at the end, right? So let's continue to move to the last portion of this video, and we're gonna close it out. But it's important to understand we got to get back to true spirituality, because we can't continue to just, you know what I'm saying, do all this and talk about God. We got the ability to have true spirituality and go on ceremony and talk with God and let him, hey, what we need to do, what we need to be. You feel what I'm saying? So take that into account. Alright, man, so we had the final part of this video, man. You know, and I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man. I'm gonna try to breeze through this, you know what I'm saying? I know we already 4 hours and 45 minutes in. You know, I know y'all gonna be talking trash, but, you know, at the same time, bro, I don't have a choice. You know, I got to do it how I was given, you know what I'm saying? I got to do what I was told, you feel me? So, you know, I just need y'all to put in the time to get it, you know what I'm saying? So, alright, man, continue. We over here at the book of Jasher, right? In the Pseudepigrapha. Now, this section is very important when we understand, you know, the essence of African spirituality in the Bible, right? And when we understand what this is to us, right, that it's not just our spiritual traditional system, right, but it's also our measuring system of righteousness. It is how the Most High measures our righteousness. You feel what I'm saying? And we're going to get into that aspect because it's very deep, right? But before we do that, I got to kind of set this premise right here. We're going to go to the book of Jasher, chapter 77, Right, I'm gonna get something real interesting. So rock with me. I'm gonna start right here at 35, right? So it say, and the thing seemed good in the sight of Reuel, right? So we dealing with right now, we're talking about the Exodus, right? Moses being amongst Zipporah and her father, you know what I'm saying, and things like that in Midian. So it said and he saw, and behold, the man Moses was living in the dungeon, and and the thing seemed good in the sight of Reuel, and he did according to the word of his daughter, and sent to the dungeon to ascertain what became of Moses. And the thing seemed good, and he saw, and behold, the man Moses was living in the dungeon, standing upon his feet, praying, praising and praying to the God of his ancestors. Alright? Peep that. And Ruah commanded Moses to be brought out of the dungeon, so they shaved him, and he changed his prison garment, and he ate bread. And afterward Moses went into the garden of Ruel, which was behind the house, where he there prayed to the Lord his God, who had done mighty wonders for him. Alright, and it came, and it was that while he prayed, he looked opposite to him, and behold, a sapphire stick was placed in the ground, which was planted in the midst of the garden. And he approached the stick and looked, and behold, the name of the Lord God of hosts was engraved thereon, written and developed upon the stick. Right? And he reached, read it and stretched forth his hand, and he plucked it like a forest tree from the thicket, and the stick was in his hand. And this was the stick which all the works of our God were performed after he had created the heavens and the earth, and all the host of them, seas, rivers, and all the fishes. Right? And when God had driven Adam from the Garden of Eden, he took the stick in his hand and went and tilled the ground from which he was taken. And the stick came down to Noah and was given to Shem and his descendants until it came into the hand of Abraham the Hebrew. And when Abraham had given all that he had to his son Isaac, he also gave him this stick. And when Jacob fled to Padan Aram, he took it in his hand, and when he returned with his father, he had not left it behind him. And when he went down to Egypt, he took it into his hand and gave it to Joseph, one portion above his brother, for Jacob had taken it by force from his brother Esau. And after the death of Joseph, the nobles of Egypt came into the house of Joseph, and the stick came into the hand of Ruel the Midianite, and he went out of Egypt and took it in his hand and planted it in his garden. Right? And all the mighty men of the Kenites tried to pluck it when they endeavored to get Zipporah his daughter, but they were very unsuccessful. So the stick remained planted in the garden of Ruel until he came who had a right to it and took it. Very important. And when Ruel saw the stick in the hand of Moses, he wondered at it, and he gave him his daughter Zipporah for a wife. Alright, so boom, I just wanted to show you this because this stick of this staff of judgment that Moses had ultimately came all the way down from Eden, right? And this is very symbolic, right? This is very symbolic of something that I want to stress, right? That this staff of rulership that Moses had, this stick came down from Eden. So when we understand the Israelite nation, right? The government of Israel, right? We have to understand that Israel is an ecclesiastical nation, right? Meaning they are ruled by God, right? Meaning that they are ruled by divine law. You feel what I'm saying? Natural law, right? So government, right, in etymology is the act of governing or ruling, right? A system by which a thing is governed, right? So let's check something out. Govern, right? To rule with authority. Alright, peep that. To rule with authority. Now, talking about authority, so even in the etymology, authority is an authoritative passage or statement, book, or quotation that settles an argument, passage from scripture. You feel what I'm saying? Authority, right? You know what I'm saying? So we already got, you know what I'm saying, this right authoritative book, right? So when we understand our law, our scriptures are Torah, right? We are ruled by authority. We are ruled by the law of God, right? That is the authority that rules over. All right. So now, when you understand rule, right, it's interesting because check this out. We'll go to the verb, right? To rule, to control, guide, direct, to impose, like to control by rule, direct, right? Check this out. Rule, straight piece of wood, move in a straight line, right? With derivatives meaning to direct in a straight line. All right, peep that. Meaning mark with lines. All right, peep that. You feel what I'm saying? Straight piece of wood. All right, go up here to rule, right? To rule, straighten, guide, right? Principle or maxim governing conduct, formula to which conduct must be conformed. But look, regular, from Latin, regular, straight stick, bar, rule, right? To move in a straight line. Okay, this is very important to understand because we got to understand that we are ruled by the divine law of God, right? And the divine law of God is a system of measurement to measure our uprightness, our righteousness, right? Make straight the way, right? The straightness, the uprightness in which we stand in righteousness, right? This rulership is a way, this divine rulership is also a measurement to measure our uprightness, right? Okay, so we go to ruler, one who rules, right? 14th century, right? From the rule verb, and it also means what? An instrument used for making straight lines, right? So understand that it's an instrument of measurement, right? To the measurement of straight lines, right? To, well, let's say directing the straight line to make straight. So understand that this stick, right? Let's go back. Okay, so understand that this stick, right? This straight stick, right? Or this stick that Moses had in his hand represents the straight stick that is the rulership of Israel, right? The governing conduct, if you will, right? The standard, the system of morals and principles, right? And this stick, this staff of rulership came down from Eden to show that we are ruled by the divine laws of nature that were here in the beginning, in the garden. We're talking about natural law, right? We are ruled by our system of understanding natural law, right? The divine forces in nature, all right? All right, so I want to bring y'all over here, man, to the Big Bro Zion Licks page, man. Shouts out to the brother, man. Brother be putting in a lot of dope work, man. A lot of dope work. I know, you know, he has his ways, whatever we do with the conscious community, whatever, but nonetheless, the brother bring out powerful information. You know what I'm saying? Taught me a lot, you know what I'm saying? So, right here, the mystery of Hezekiah's seal, right? Sacred emblems of high morality, right? So I want to show you this video because the brother is going to break down, right, the measuring system of uprightness in ancient African spirituality coming from Kemet, and correlating that to the Bible, the measuring system of uprightness that is our Torah, right? And I want you to watch this because it's gonna make a whole lot of sense. It's gonna show, you know what I'm saying, what I'm trying to convey to you as far as what exactly our system of uprightness is, but it's gonna put a lot of things into perspective, and you know what I'm saying, and the brother break down some powerful information, man. But just to show the correlation of this measuring system of uprightness in the two spiritualities that we're already digging on, right? So the brother do a profound job on that. So man, the video 20 minutes long. I'm gonna play the whole thing. Y'all just, you know what I'm saying, rock out and catch it. You feel what I'm saying, and listen. The brother gonna break it down. All right. So we'll be back. See you in 20.
I have a little bit more time. I want to touch on, since we're in the book of Kings, I want to look at Hezekiah's seal. If anybody has a smartphone, could you Google Hezekiah's seal and just look at it on your phone? I want to talk about something really quick to close this particular portion with. Just stop me whenever, Chief. All right. I'll give everybody about a minute or two. Now, for those who may not know what Hezekiah's seal is, King Hezekiah's seal has a lot of imagery from what we would call the Kemetic legacy or the Egyptian culture. For instance, you'll see a dung beetle and you'll see an ankh, right? Now, many of us who have looked at this particular seal have, I guess, asked ourselves, why is it that Hezekiah got this ankh on the seal, right? So, as Chief Uzael knows, I've been studying the language of the hieroglyphs, or i.e. the Medunetta, to a point where a lot of the things that they were telling us about the language that we obviously couldn't see because we didn't read it were absolute lies. And now that we do have people among us, such as myself, and I'm sure there's others more that I may not be aware of, that don't have a platform for you to know them, that they know it, that now we can actually even the slate and figure this thing out. So the first thing that we should note about King Hezekiah is that he was a revolutionary. And by revolutionary, I mean from the gate he came in and say, all this right here gonna stop. Did he not? That, by definition, made him a revolutionary. He turned things completely upside down. He said and he knew that Jehovah is God, and guess what? You're gonna follow him. And I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You're gonna follow him. Yes, that's Hezekiah's seal, absolutely. The second thing is that he was a reformer. So, and by reformer, I'm going to bring you back to Scripture and show you that King Hezekiah made alliances. One of his main alliances was with who? Egypt. Right? So, if I'm making an alliance with a people, with a nation, then that means that I'm sending out delegates and we are conversing behind closed doors and we are doing things together to show unity, brotherhood. Correct? This is how an alliance works. King Solomon tried to achieve it another way. He said, we're going to marry them. Anybody was wondering why King Solomon had 1,000 wives? It wasn't because King Solomon was a little extra happy. King Solomon made alliances with many ancient kingdoms. And many of the wives that he took was not out of lust like many of us looking into it with our modern minds would have saw it. Many kings married women from other nations because they knew that, what you gonna do, kill me and your grandkids? We see that play out today too, by the way. We see a lot of great families mesh together that otherwise probably wouldn't have been together. This is wisdom, by the way. But King Solomon did it in a way that was distasteful because the book tells you that he can't do what? Multiply wives. Because again, what are you trying to seek trust in that for? You worried about alliances, you better ally yourself with Torah. So Hezekiah was a revolutionary and a reformer. And when you look at King Hezekiah's seal, you'll notice that there is an ankh on it, and there is also a dung beetle or a scarab beetle. Many of us have no clue what that means and automatically say, wow, King Hezekiah was an idolater. Or else why this there? Right? Wrong. Wrong. First and foremost, to note the Egyptian language, when we look at the syntax, linguistically speaking, of the Egyptian language, it evolved from what is called monoliteral consonants. All of the consonants were first monoliteral. Monoliteral meaning A, that's one sound, right? Biliteral is like two sounds, right? And then tri. So the ankh is a triliteral glyph or a triliteral sign. It gives you A, N, K, ankh, right? Okay, so this is a triliteral. The origin of the ankh, or the root word of ankh, is actually the K, the Kai. In Hebrew, what's the word for life? The word ankh means what in the Kemetic language? It means life, right? The etymological root of the word for life in the Kemetic legacy, in the Kemetic language, is not ankh, it's actually the chai, life, making it relatable to Hebrew. So now we're getting a step closer. The Egyptians lived by something that is known as Ma'at. Ma'at translates in the Egyptian tongue as divine law, divine decrees. The root of Ma'at with a T is Ma'ar. Ma'ar literally means to see, to ponder, or to think, or even to improvise, as we see it used in the Merkut Sabiat, the pyramid text in Kemet, which is the basis or the corpus of their spiritual system, their spiritual books. We go by the Bible or the Torah. They go by something that's called Merkut Sabiat, the pyramid text. That's their Bible. And when you look at their Bible, these are some of the images and the scenery that you will see. Now, Ma'at is usually identified as a female, a goddess. She's usually symboled with a feather, an ostrich feather, coming out of her headdress. And I'm going to pull it up here and let you see it. So, can everyone see this? Can you see that there is an ostrich feather coming out of her headdress? Why an ostrich feather? This is a symbol, or one of the symbols, of divine law in the Kemetic legacy in the Egyptian culture, an ostrich feather. We do know that the people of Kemet went by not 632 commandments, not 10 commandments, but 42 negative confessions. The ostrich is a very unique animal in the animal kingdom. Number one, it doesn't have great social skills when it comes to raising children when you observe them, by the way. So I'm trying to figure out why they use that imagery. Number two, the gestation period of an ostrich is 42 weeks. Hence, when forming their legal system, they began to call it or number it up to the number 42, which is also the number of cities in ancient Kemet. They had what is known as 42 nomes, which is equivalent to saying the 50 or 51 United States, right? Okay. The original shape and form of the Ankh is quite different from what many of you are used to seeing. The image in the bottom left column is the original shape and form of the Ankh. And for those who can't see it right now in the room, it's actually going to be featured online because we have it streaming right now, the PowerPoint. So when you get a chance, you can actually look back at it if you're interested in figuring this out. The original symbol is actually a coiled rope or a measuring rod. The word Ankh doesn't just mean life, it also means citizen, it also means people. It also means a sandal strap. For instance, when we look at the sandal strap on the Narmer palette belonging to the first dynastic king of Egypt, he's wearing a sandal that is literally featured looking exactly like an Ankh. So when you want to say sandal in the Egyptian tongue, you're also going to say Ankh. And this is the most ancient form of the Ankh, it literally looking like a coiled rope. This rope was also used for measuring, because as we know, the ancient Egyptians were known to be one of the most brilliant architects throughout the ancient world. Am I right or am I wrong? So if you're following me, you'll understand that the Ankh itself, although it means life, the original emblematic symbol literally has the shape and form of a measuring rod and a coil, and we'll see why in a second. So this is how we would write the word Ma'at in the Kemetic text. This first symbol to my top left is a pedestal. It's the way that they measured a cubit in the Kemetic culture. They would literally measure it according to the shape and size of this pedestal. This pedestal has the phonetic sound of Ma. The sickle also has the phonetic sound of Ma. The sickle is this sword-like instrument featured right under the pedestal, and it also has the sound. Why the double sound, or it being enumerated twice? In the Kemetic tongue is called a phonetic complement, because the Kemetic people usually, when they wrote on the walls of Kemet, it wasn't just about telling a story. It was the art behind the story. And this art form also played out in the way that they spoke their language. So sometimes they would add similar sounding letters to their words just to overemphasize the word, especially when we see it written. That's why the most correct way to say ma'at is actually mayat in the Kemetic tongue. This arm gives you the sound of A. So far we have ma'ah. And this hill, the semicircle that we see, is the T. This is called a determinative. If you're having trouble or you're struggling reading the text, this determinative will let you know what this word is. This determinative is letting you know that we're talking about a lowercase God, because this is the goddess Ma'at. You know it's the goddess Ma'at because she's wearing the featherhead of Ma'at. In a book entitled The Gods of the Egyptians by E.A. Wallace Budge on page 296, he has a chapter called Chakmah and Ma'at. Wallace Budge was fluent in Hebrew as well as the Egyptian language, which is called Medu Neter, or some say hieroglyphics. He found and made a very, very serious correlation between what we call Chakmah, wisdom, and what the Egyptians were calling Ma'at. He says, and I'll quote, "From the texts of all periods, we learn much about the conception which the Egyptians had arrived at concerning Ma'ah. And it is clear that the word primarily meant that which is straight, or to measure that which is straight. And it is clear that it came from concepts dealing with straightness, rectitude, uprightness, right, law, order, regularity, and justice, so that Ma'at, personified as truth, ultimately means measuring to see the straightness of a thing." What other instrument in the ancient world was used to figure out or come to the idea of the perpendicular shape of an object? A plumb line. It's going to get deep in a couple of seconds. A plumb line. Anyone know what a plumb line is? A plumb line was used in antiquity to measure the straightness of an object. So they would literally take a string and follow me what I was saying about the ankh. Its earliest representation is a coiled rope or a string. And that's their plumb line, by the way. A plumb line is when you take a long cord and you hang something that's heavy from it. Right. And what they would do is, as they were building huge artifices, they would align every single structure or every cubit or every block that is going according to the straightness of it. Because in order to get the hair or the rope perfectly straight, it had to be weighed down by something heavy. Right. All right? So that's how they came, because remember, they're not dealing with today's technology. They're dealing with yesterday's technology, so that's why they're doing it that way. Let me read on. Ma'ah was with, according to the ancient Kemetic text, Kepura, when the world was created. There's a book called the Book of Knowing the Evolutions of Re. Some people say Ra, but the Egyptians actually said Re. In this ancient text entitled The Book of Knowing the Evolutions of Re, the opening line says that I, Ma'ah, was with Re when he created the heavens and the earth. What does Proverbs chapter 8, verses 22 through 30 say? Wisdom was with God when he did what? Ma'at in Kemet represents wisdom. Their divine law. Just like the Torah tells us literally, when the Creator presented the Torah to us, he said what? This shall be your wisdom in the sight of the people, right? So that divine law represents a people's wisdom. So their divine law represented their wisdom in their eyes as well. And in their ancient text, they're saying that Ma'at or Ma'ah was with the Creator when all things were created. Now the dung beetle, or i.e. the scarab beetle that you're looking at on Hezekiah's seal, let me bring you back to that image really quick and try to blow it up. And I'll be really quick, by the way, because I know we're strapping for time. This is one of the forms of a netcher, which is how you say lowercase G-O-D in the Kemetic language. This is one of the forms of their lowercase G-O-D. And the name given is Kepura. But in a play on words, another way to write Kepura is to literally just put an ankh there. because the Ankh had two words, two meanings, and two sounds, depending upon the usage and the text that you were reading. When you look at the Ankh, it's not always pronounced Ankh. Sometimes it's literally pronounced Kepera. Kepera literally means forms or image, or to shape or to mold. The primal deity, lowercase God, representing this form is another nature known as Ptah, P-T-A-H. Anyone familiar with Egyptian culture may have heard of this particular deity. Ptah sounds very much like Hebrew, by the way. In the Egyptian tongue, or in the Egyptian text, they say that the universe was created through the spoken word of God. Does not our text say that? So what I'm going to piece together in a couple minutes and show you is that at one time, ancient Egyptians were absolutely monotheistic. And it began, did I say something crazy? Okay. And they began to devolve from those spheres of wisdom that was handed down to them by their foremost ancestor, Ham. Because Ham is who? He's the son of who? Noah. So didn't Ham know that there was one God? So that means he taught his children that there was one God, right? That means that the ancient Cushites and the ancient Kemetic or Egyptians also knew at one time that there was one God. But they got confused with the many different manifestations of his power. The Creator tells us in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." So when you read El Shaddai, when you read El Rakum, and you're not an Israelite, you say, ooh, they got multiple gods. No, our Creator manifests himself in different ways depending upon the climate, the season, and the reason. They look at all of these different manifestations as separate entities, and therein began the creation of polytheism. Now, everybody really quick, open up, for those who know Hebrew, open up the book of Amos chapter 7 verse 7, and we're going to end the thought here. The Creator tells Amos that he's going to search out the righteous of the city with a plumb line. Keeping in mind with the theme, the plumb line in ancient Kemet is their Ankh. And the plumb line is associated with measuring that which is straight, the straightness of a thing. Therefore, one of the epithets of the nation of Israel is what? What's one of the names that the Creator called us as a people, as a nation? Yashar, the upright one, right? Right? Right. And by calling us that name, Yeshurun, and the root being Yashar, to make straight. Yeshurun, the upright one, that was a poetic way to say that we are in our righteous estate. So that words or concepts having to do with measuring the straightness of a thing was always associated in the ancient world with righteousness. That's why you always see the goddess Ma'at holding an Ankh. She's holding the plumb line, that which makes things straight. The Torah always tells us to follow the straight and narrow, because the straight and narrow path represents righteousness. So they're holding the Ankh. Now follow me. Amos chapter 7 verse 7 says, in Hebrew,
Kohir ani wehine Adonai nitzav al chomat anaka.
Stop right there. Say that last word again.
Anaka.
Anaka. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's the same exact phonetics as Ankh. Ankh is how you also say a plumb line in the Kemetic language. And the Hebrew that we just read in Amos 7:7 called the word plumb line in English, Anak. Now you're going to say, because we so brilliant, well, don't say Ankh. It says Anak. But when you understand linguistics and how phonetics work, you understand that the phonetics are there. A-N-K, Ankh. They're not going to say it exactly like you because they don't belong to your language family. But they're describing the same thing, a plumb line, that which measures righteousness. So when King Hezekiah placed the Ankh on his seal, and he also placed the Necher Kepera, he was playing out Proverbs chapter 8, verses 22 through 30, which is one of the only things that united us in thought. The idea that we both knew and understood that wisdom was with the Creator, the one God, when he created and formed the universe. And by the way, the Kemetic people, those who are monotheistic, always believed in this particular Necher, which is called Keppara. It represented a monotheistic nature. So there's a reason, again, behind why King Hezekiah did this. Hallelujah.
All right, so boom, man. Did the brother go in or did he go in? Which one? You tell me. You know what I'm saying? But, man, real talk, man. Very important to understand that the measuring system of uprightness, or what the Most High uses to measure our uprightness, is our wisdom, right? The wisdom of a people, right? And think about it, right? Think about the aspect of a wisdom of a people measuring their righteousness, right? When you look at a people and you look at the wisdom they possess, it could give you some type of sight of like, man, this is a righteous people. This is a very profound people. You feel what I'm saying? We don't have no wisdom right now, right? Or we do have wisdom, right? But we reject our own wisdom, right? Just like we reject our Torah, because it's the same concept. You feel what I'm saying? So, very important to understand, man, that, these measuring systems of uprightness have a lot to do with, even in African spirituality, their wisdom, their divine law, just like it does in our Torah, right? Our wisdom, our divine law. Alright? Alright, bring your vid Isaiah 28 verse 17, right? Check this out. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet. Right? And hell shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and water shall overflow the hiding place. All right. So, peep that. And I want to get this verse in some other translations. All right. All right. So in the NIV version, check out what it says. I will make justice the measuring line, and righteousness the plumb line. Hell will sweep away your refuge, the lie, and water will overflow your hiding place. Right, I will test you with the measuring line of justice and the plumb line of righteousness. Alright, so peep that. Alright, so check this out, man. So in the scripture, right, you have the word Ephod, right? So check this out, Ephod, right? They say pronounced Ephod, right? Interesting because, check this out. Remember we were in Ephod? Remember I was telling you about the Eve, right? The Eve. Right, among the Ewe people of southern Togo and southeast Ghana, Ifa is known as Afa. Right, these are where voodoo come from, where the voodoo spirits come through and speak. You see what I'm saying? You know, so that's why I was interested like that. You know what I'm saying? Ifa, Afa, you know. So, Ifa, now what's interesting about Ifa, because Ephod in the scripture, Strong H37, it means Ephod, it means a measure, right? Ephod, a dry measure quantity equals to 3 seals or whatever, you know, boom, 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 they give you this there right there. But see, this the thing though, they really don't know exactly what type of measure it is. They give you a lot of different type of measures, right? It says Ephod, right? Ephod, or shortened Ephod, of Egyptian derivation, right? And ephah, or measure for grain, hence a measure in general. Boom. Talking about an Egyptian measure, right? A measure in general, ephah, measure, right? Alright, so like I say, they give you a whole bunch of different types of measures that it could be, you know what I'm saying? But you know, ultimately, you know, it very probably must be referred to the Egyptian language rendered which was a very ancient Egyptian measure. See what I'm saying? So they say it would just really just go back to a very ancient Egyptian measure. So that's interesting to me because in the scriptures we have a word, ephah, dealing with a measure. You feel what I'm saying? A measure in general, right? A measure, right? So that's interesting to me because just like we've been looking at traditional spirituality, right? Ephod, right? The ability to divine, the system of divination, in traditional spirituality, what we have to understand very plainly, and I'm going to show you, is that Ephod in itself, or the ability to divine our spirituality and the system of divination, is one of the ways that the Most High measures our uprightness and righteousness. You feel what I'm saying? It is based on our ability to divine and be in communion with the divine forces, his divine attributes. Like the bro said, we got to remember the Lord our God is one. Alright, so you don't make the same mistake, right, as the heathen, right? Remember, we serve the Creator. That's why I'm always, you know what I'm saying, most high, most high. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's important you understand that, you know. But like I was saying, though, it's interesting to see Ephod in the scriptures be a measure, right? And we talking about wisdom, measuring line. You feel what I'm saying? The measuring line of the Egyptians, the ark being their wisdom, their divine law, and the measuring line, the plumb line of the Hebrews being that in which the Most High uses to measure their straightness, their uprightness, being their Torah, their law, their divine wisdom. You feel what I'm saying? This is interesting because, like I was telling you, the divine science and traditional spirituality of our people is our wisdom. But we got to ask ourselves, like, what does that really mean? Okay, behold, right, we're in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5 and 6, right? Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgment, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye shall do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Okay, so if our divine law is our wisdom, what does that really mean, bro? Do you know how profound that is? Like, that your spirituality is your wisdom in the sight of the nation. So when the nations look at you and they look at your spirituality and they look at the wisdom you have, like, what are you really saying? You feel what I'm saying? Because you got to understand, it takes a very calculated people to observe the divine forces in nature and develop the spiritual traditions that our folks have, right? To have the ability to actually go into a divine state and commune with these forces and with the divine spirit. You feel what I'm saying? Not talking about, you feel what I'm saying, God, but going into ceremony to talk with God, right? That is our divine wisdom in the sight of the people. You feel what I'm saying? Our ability to understand the divine forces in nature that live in every living thing. The rivers, the stream, the trees, you know what I'm saying? The animals. You know what I'm saying? And all that, you know what I'm saying? That everything that possesses the spirit, the divine spirit of the Most High. So it's important to understand, like, what does, you know what I'm saying? Our Torah, our law, you know what I'm saying? That being our wisdom in the sight of the people. Like, what does that really mean? And when you really think about some of the things our people are subjecting themselves to that are vainly written by scribes, like, does that really show the true wisdom that our people have? You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm going to show you an interesting phenomenon in a second, right? Now, when you understand, like, the way wisdom is used in the scriptures, like especially in Exodus, is interesting because it's always used like the Most High give the spirit of wisdom to somebody who know how to do something. You feel what I'm saying? Some type of craft. Know how to make something, know how to build something. You know what I'm saying? You like he had filled him the spirit of God in wisdom, understanding, and knowledge in all manner of workmanship. You feel what I'm saying? Right, and I give him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, the tribe of Dan, in the hearts of all that are wise, if I put wisdom, that they make all that I have commanded thee. See what I'm saying? Right, and thou shalt speak unto them that are wise hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they make Aaron's garments. You feel what I'm saying? So you see how wisdom is used, like right here in Exodus, is used with, like, the Most High giving wisdom to people, and they know how to do things, right? They know how to make things. They know how to create very sacred objects, right? So let's check something out real quick in Exodus chapter 31, right? Okay, so boom. Exodus chapter 31, starting at verse 1. Say, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, see, I have called by name Bazaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in manner and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of timber to work all manner of workmanship, right? And I, behold, have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan. And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted have I put wisdom, that they make all that I command thee, right? The tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table of the tabernacle, and the table of his furniture, and the pure candlestick, right? Candles, right? And with his furniture, the altar of incense. We're talking about the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, right? The lever and his foot, the clothes of the service, and the holy garments of Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister the priest's office, right? And the holy anointing oil, the sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded thee, they shall do. Why? Because he have given them what? He said, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted, I have put wisdom, that they make these things. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the wisdom of our people, dealing with us having the knowledge and the wisdom to be able to do what? What is that? The tabernacle of the congregation, the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat. What is that? That's a shrine. So we're talking about our people having the wisdom to know how to make shrines, to know how to make objects that have the ability to house a divine spirit that we can go and commune with and inquire. You know what I'm saying? And ask and divine with. You feel what I'm saying? When we in need and time in trouble and tribulation. You feel what I'm saying? All of this furniture of the tabernacle, these are divine utensils used for the service of the Creator. Right? He talking about the wisdom to know how to make these things. That's deep when you really think about what's going on. Right? The wisdom to be able to make clothes for priests, holy garments. Right, that when he wear, he has the ability to go and be in the communion in the presence of the Creator. That's deep. You feel what I'm saying? Remember, the ephod was a part of that clothing. The ability to make a cloth that you can divine with. That's like, come on, man. Anointing oil, right? Remember, our kings and priests were anointed with the sacred oil. You feel what I'm saying? That gave them, you know what I'm saying, the authority of rulership. You feel what I'm saying? And the divine communion with the Creator. You feel what I'm saying? In his holy angels. You feel what I'm saying? They had the ability to make this sacred oil. You feel me? That could anoint a king and priest for these things, right? And sweet incense for the holy place, right? Remember in the Smoky Mountain video, right, when we got in Leviticus 16, that it is via the smoke from the incense that the spirit of the Creator is present upon the mercy seat of the ark. So these people know what herbs to use, what incenses to burn, what concoctions to make to be able to conjure the divine Shekinah right there so they can commune and inquire and divine. This is true. We're talking about deep spirituality. We're talking about the wisdom of our people being able and knowing the science of how to do these things, incorporate the divine forces of nature in all manners of workmanship. You feel what I'm saying? That is our wisdom. That is deep. Like, that is very deep. All right. It's interesting because when you look at Arun Milah, right? Arun Milah, right, is an Orisha. He is the Orisha of wisdom, knowledge, and divination. This source of knowledge is believed to have a keen understanding of the human form and of purity, and therefore is praised often as being more effective than other remedies. So Arun Milah is the one who supposedly gave Ephod to the people, right? But he's an Orisha of wisdom and divination. Wisdom, knowledge, and divination. Just like we know, right, our principle of wisdom is dealing with a divine feminine principle, right, that we know is wisdom, which we call what? The Shekinah, right? The divine Shekinah. So understand that, right? Okay. If we know, you know what I'm saying, that our wisdom, right, our divine principle, feminine principle wisdom. She was with the Creator in the beginning, right? You feel what I'm saying? She was the blueprint, right? The Creator consulted wisdom when he was creating, right? So if that is our wisdom, that same thing is our wisdom in the sight of the people, what are we talking about? What did the Most High create? You know what I'm saying? The heavens and the earth with. He created them with divine forces, natural forces, cosmic forces. You feel what I'm saying? So the divine understanding of these things is our wisdom, right? Our ability to house and, you know what I'm saying, and manipulate. Well, not really manipulate. I don't even want to use that word, but the ability to maneuver with these forces in nature and create certain things, to create spirituality amongst the people, right? Utensils, talismans for healing, divination, so we can, in times of tribulation, right? That's the wisdom in the sight of the people, right? Our wisdom being in the beginning, we talking about natural law, right? Remember natural by law was breaking down that in the beginning, right? It was natural law. You feel what I'm saying? That the Most High created the earth with and things of that nature. We talking about divine forces of nature. You feel what I'm saying? The understanding of these things and how to work with these things and be possessed by these divine spirits, right? That are the manifestations of our Creator, right? That is a very powerful thing, okay? Because I want to, like I said, I'm going to show you that our ability to divine is one of the methods in which the Most High used to measure our righteousness, our uprightness. All right, let's dig on that and we're going to close it out. Alright, so boom, real quick, right? I want to show you something. We in 1 Samuel, chapter 10, right? Where Samuel is telling Saul, to go somewhere, right? He say, let's see. Alright, he's telling them where to go, right? Poured it upon his head, kissed him and said, is it not, because the Lord have anointed, thee to be captain over, his inheritance, right? He said, when thou depart from me today, thou shalt find 2 men. So he telling them, what to do, where to go, boom, boom, do this, do that, do the third, you know what I'm saying? And then he say, and thou, and after that, thou shalt come to the hill of God where, is the garrison of the Philistines. And it shall come to pass when thou art come thither to the city that thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from a high place with a psaltery, a tabret, a pipe, a harp before them, and they shall prophesy. And the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and thou shalt be turned into another man. Alright, so Samuel telling them, like, you're going to meet these prophets, you feel what I'm saying? They're going to come down, they're going to be prophesying, they're going to have instruments, music, it's going to be real ceremonial. You feel what I'm saying? And then the Spirit of the Most High is going to possess you, and then you're going to prophesy with them. You feel what I'm saying? And let it be when these signs are come unto thee, that thou do as occasion serve thee, for God is with thee, right? So, alright, so it's right, so he left, and God gave him another heart, right, and all those signs came to pass, right? And when he came thither to the hill, behold, a company of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God came upon him, and he prophesied among them, right? And it came to pass, when all that knew him before time saw that, behold, he prophesied among the prophets. Then the people said to one another, what is it that this is come of the son of Cush? Is Saul also among the prophets? Right? So the people saying like, dang, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Saul prophesied among the prophets. Like, dang, is he a prophet? Like, is he one of the prophets? Is he among the prophets? Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So the Spirit has possessed Saul, and he is prophesied with the prophets, right? But I want to show you something. All right, check this out. All right, so we're going to break the verse down. I want to look at the Strongs for this word for prophesied, right? And it's Nabah. Alright, Nabah, right? Nabah. Prophecy, prophesying, prophet, to prophesy, to prophecy. You feel what I'm saying? Under influence of divine spirit, right? So to prophesy, speak, sing by inspiration, right? Prophecy, make yourself a prophet. Alright. Now check it out. What I want to get to, alright, so they give you a lot of things, right? But even remember when we were looking into the etymology, or not the etymology, but the wicked tab of divination. Remember what it said. Okay, divination, right? To foresee, foretell, to predict, to prophesy. Alright, to be inspired by God. Alright, boom. Now, the interesting thing about this right here is that when you scroll down on this last paragraph, check out what they tell you. The word also means. It means to be mad, right? Or rather, to act as if mad, as the prophets, when moved by the Spirit of God, were often like madmen, vehemently agitated, and spasmodically distorted, right? Applies rather to false prophet than true ones, all right? So that's what they say, but check out what they say down here, right? Latin words of raving were often applied to the divine impulse of the prophets or oracular poets, right? There are found conjoined, boom, 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 mad and prophesying, and a true prophet, right, is called in derision a madman, right? So they were also calling the true prophets mad when they were prophesying by way that they were, you know what I'm saying, they were agitated during spiritual possession. Come over here real quick to the bro Quasi's book, the Hoodoo people. Remember the Akan term hoodoo, right, means to boil, bubble, to foam, to be violently agitated, to excite, agitate, right? The Hurubu means to stir up. Hoodoo, right? Remember the rolling of the R, right? It has like a D sound. Which term means to provoke, to arouse the anger or passion, or to increase in someone, right? Like it says, spoken with the rolling R, the term hoodoo sounds like hoodoo, right? This is how Horubu in the Akan term became Horuba or Hoduba in Hausa through cultural exchange, right? So we know that what? Hoodoo, Udu, Unduru, right? Undu is what? Medicines, right? Derived from plants, stems, roots, right? But also it is dealing with the bringing of the spirit down, right? The conjuring and the spiritual possession, right? Which happens to arouse the spirit, and you see certain agitations come about, right? And you see that word agitate. I remember we were looking in the etymology of something else, and we seen that word agitation as well. But you know what I'm saying? Let's continue. Alright, so I just wanted to show that, man, because I wanted to give a deeper understanding to what's really going on when we talk about our prophets prophesying, right? We talking about the Spirit of the Lord coming upon someone and then them prophesying. What we have to understand, this is in a traditional sense, is that we talking about spiritual possession. You feel what I'm saying? We talking about spiritual possession and oracular divination, right? Prophesying, right? That come from being mounted in the wisdom spoken through the one mounted, right? Things like that. So it's important to understand what's really going on when we talk about prophesied and prophecy. We talk about divination. We talk about spiritual possession, and that's, like I say, is one of the measuring tools the Most High use to measure our uprightness, right? And our prophets, we know, because our prophets are one of the main things the Most High use to tell us where we at, you know what I'm saying? And it's through their method of prophesying. So we really got to understand what's going on. Alright, so boom, bring y'all over here. Second Chronicle, we're gonna get 3 more verses, you know what I'm saying, scriptures, and then we're gonna peel. You know what I'm saying? So it says, 2 Chronicles chapter 15, it says, and the Spirit of God came upon Azariah, the son of Obed, and he went out to meet Asa, and said unto him, hear ye me, Asa, and all Benjamin, and all Judah and Benjamin, right? The Lord is with you while ye be with him. If ye seek him, he will be found of you. If ye forsake him, he will forsake you. All right, so pay attention to what's going on. The priest has been possessed by the Spirit of the Most High. You feel what I'm saying? And he went to Asa and said to him, like, hey, listen, you, Judah, and Benjamin, like all of y'all, you know what I'm saying? The Lord is with you. You know what I'm saying? If you with him, if you seek him, he will be found. But if you forsake him, he will forsake you. Look what he tell him. He say, now for a long season, Israel have been without the true law of God, and without a teaching priest, and without law. You feel what I'm saying? But when they when they in trouble did turn unto the Lord God of Israel and sought him, he was found of them. Alright, and in those times there was no peace to him that went out, or to him that came in, but great vexations were upon the inhabitants of the country. And nation was destroyed of nation, and city of city, and God did vex them with all adversity. So be ye strong therefore, and let not your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded. And when Asa heard these words, and the prophecy of Obed the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominable idols out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of all the cities which had been taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of the Lord that was before the porch of the Lord. And he gathered all Benjamin and Judah and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon, for they fell to him out of Israel in abundance when they saw that the Lord God was with them. And they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year in the reign of Asa, right? And so they offered unto the Lord, right? And then they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord God of their fathers with all their heart and soul, that whosoever would not seek the Lord God should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. And they swear unto the Lord with a loud voice and with shouting and with trumpets and with cornets, right? And all Judah rejoiced at the oath, for they had sworn with all their hearts and sought him with the whole desire, and he was found of them, and the Lord gave them rest round about. So pay attention to what done happened. We talking about a priestess came, right? And is spiritually, a priestess came and has been possessed by the Spirit of the Most High, and goes into oracular divination and goes into prophecy, right? And tells, I guess, a ruler of Judah and Benjamin, right, that look, the Most High is with you. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if you seek him, he will be found. But, like, pay attention to what's been going on, because for a long season, Israel has been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without the law. You feel what I'm saying? He say, but when we turn to our Most High God, when we turn back to our Creator, and we seek him, he's always found of us, right? And so, so like you say right now, it ain't no peace. You feel what I'm saying? Nation destroying nation, city, a city, is going down. You feel what I'm saying? But he say, be ye strong and let not your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded. So when Asa hear the words of the prophecy, right, from the priest who is spiritually possessed by the divine spirit, he gets courageous, and he goes and puts away all the idols in the land of Israel and Judah, right? And cleans up everything, renews the altar, gathers the tribe, you feel what I'm saying, and makes them vow, you feel what I'm saying, to be righteousness or die. You feel what I'm saying? Like to slay wickedness. You feel what I'm saying? Whosoever will not seek the Lord God should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. So look at the power that the divination that occurred with the spiritual possession. Look how powerful it was in showing Israel where we erred and how we can get back right. And how when listening to that divine prophecy, we're able to clean up ourselves and have the Most High, like I say, he was found of them, his presence come back amongst us, and then we can have that rest, you feel what I'm saying? But we got to understand how deep spirituality play. The Ephod, or divination, the measure, or the measuring system. The divination is a system the Most High uses to measure our righteousness, because the level in which his spirit is able to possess you will determine how righteous you are. Because if you're being wicked, you won't be able to have that type of divination, spiritual possession, and insight, right? And guidance. You feel what I'm saying? That's very important to understand. So you can see how the Most High uses this to show us, right? To measure our righteousness, let us know where we at, what we can do, how we can fix it to get right. Boom. You know what I'm saying? And get back in communion. Alright, so boom, I want to get this verse right here. 2 Chronicles 24:20. So I'm just grab this verse, but check out what it say. It say, "In the spirit of God came upon Zechariah the son of Jehoiada the priest." Right? So here we go. The spirit coming upon another priest. You feel what I'm saying? "Which stood above the people and said unto them, Thus saith God, why transgress ye the commandments of the Lord, that ye cannot prosper. Because ye have forsaken the Lord, he have also forsaken you. So here we go again. The Most High using divination, right? He's using one of his priests that he can possess, right? And mount. You feel what I'm saying? Come down upon, that he can speak through the priest and show Israel their transgression, right? Measure them and measure their uprightness and say, hey, look, boom. You feel what I'm saying? You are being wicked. You transgress the Most High and you wonder why you can't prosper. It is because you have forsaken the Lord and he have forsaken you. So with our people knowing that, oh, boom, one of our priests is being mounted by the divine spirit, and look what his instructions was. We got to tighten up. You know what I'm saying? We clean up the scene. Or we should, but we see here in this chapter what you will find is they didn't do that, and they actually killed this priest, and you know what I'm saying, kindled the anger of the Lord even further. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so last verse of the day, man. In Micah chapter 3, right? Starting at verse 1, says, and I said, hear, I pray you, O heads of Jacob, and ye princes of the house of Israel. Is it not for you to know judgment? Alright, so you know what I'm saying? You know what's going on. Who hate the good and love the evil, who pluck off their skin from off them and their flesh from off their bones, who eat the flesh of my people, to flay the skin from off them, and they break the bones and chop them in pieces as for a pot, and as the flesh within a cauldron. Right, we talking about wickedness. All right. Then shall they cry unto the Lord, but he will not hear them. Peep this. He will even hide his face from them at that time, as they have behaved themselves ill in their doings. Thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry peace, and he that putteth not in their mouths, they even prepare war against them. Therefore night shall be unto you, that ye shall not have a vision, and it shall be dark unto you, that ye shall not divine. You feel me? And the sun shall go down over the prophets, and the day shall be dark over them. Then shall the seers be ashamed, and the diviners confounded. Yeah, they all cover their lips, for there is no answer of God. Okay, boom, we know divination is what? Is to inquire, to ask of God. But the Most High saying, due to your wickedness, due to you not being upright, and I can see it, you won't have the ability to divine, right? My spirit is not coming down to possess none of your prophets, right? You're not going to have no visions. What do you say? You feel what I'm saying? He said that the seer shall be ashamed and the diviner shall be confounded. They confused. They don't know they inquire, but they have no answer. You feel what I'm saying? So that shows you that our ability to divine and have this traditional spirituality is a form of measuring our righteousness, because if we are wicked, we don't really have the ability to do these things. And we say we do now, but at the same time, look at the condition we in. So who are we really communing with? Who are we really divining and listening to? You dig what I'm saying? So the Most High is showing you, like, I'm measuring your righteousness with your wisdom. And through your wisdom, I can see how wicked you've been, because you don't even have the ability to possess my spirit, right? To foresee, to prophesy, to divine. You feel what I'm saying? But check out what he say. He say, but truly, I am full of power by the Spirit of the Lord, and of judgment, and of might, to declare unto Jacob his transgressions, and to Israel his sin. You feel what I'm saying? So boom. So check out what he say. Michael say, you are being wicked and you don't even have the ability to divine. Like the Most High is measuring you and seeing how wicked you is. You feel what I'm saying? So he's not possessing you. He's not allowing you to foresee, to prophesy, or get no answers when you inquire. But I am full of power by the possession of the Spirit of God upon me, right? And of judgment, of might, that I can declare unto Jacob his transgressions and to Israel his sins. So that what? We can clean ourselves up, because we know you don't got the ability to divine. I'm the only one with it. You feel what I'm saying? By the Spirit of the Lord being able to possess me. So it's clear as day that when I speak, thus saith the Lord, we know I'm prophesying on behalf of God. We talking about true spiritual possession here. You feel what I'm saying? We talking about the battle of the priesthood, like priests tell them, like, look, you don't have the ability to possess the spirit of the Most High, to understand where we err, what we going, what we doing, because you wicked as hell. But I am full of power by the Spirit of the Lord, right? And I can show and I can possess the Spirit of the Most High, that He will show you your transgressions and where you sin, so that you can do what? You can clean up the scene, clean up your acts like Asa did. You feel what I'm saying? So that what? The Most High can come back and, you know what I'm saying, be amongst the people, be a God, reign them and protect the people, you feel what I'm saying, in their time of tribulation. That's very important for what we coming into. Alright, man, so boom, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and close it out, man. Oh man, real heavy. I told you, man, we almost 6 hours in. Oh my God, I gotta go ahead and close this video out. I can't let it get to 6 hours, man. I can't let y'all see that 6 up there, boy. Y'all will kill me. You know what I'm saying? But for real though, like I told you, man, it was very heavy, because we have to understand. We have to get back to true spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? We have to understand what true spirituality is. We cannot separate African spirituality from the Hebraic traditions of the Bible. We cannot do that, because they're one and the same. You feel what I'm saying? At the very foundational core of the biblical traditions, we find African spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? At its core, at its root, that's what it is. You feel what I'm saying? We got to understand, that's how we got to read scriptures. We got to know what's really going on. The language that's being used. You feel what I'm saying? What the Most High say, you know, the Spirit of God came. We got to understand the language. We got to understand the ability to see our traditional spirituality in the scriptures, because that's what's powerful. That's what's always been there for our people. What's always liberated our people. That's what's always going to be there for our people. Because remember, like I say, the law is preserved in tradition. So when we talking about the returning back to the law, you feel what I'm saying? The returning back to the Creator, what we talking about is returning back to an ancient form, a traditional form of spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? That's what we talking about. We talking about turning back to a traditional form of spirituality, because we know this is one of the ways the Most High measures our righteousness, our ability to divine, possess His Spirit, go into communion, go into ritual setting, and conjure His Spirit, and for insight, for instruction. You feel what I'm saying? So when it get real, do we have the ability to do that? Because that's our wisdom in the sight of the people. The Most High searching is like, boom, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up? You know, I'm measuring your uprightness, your righteousness with your wisdom. What wisdom do you have? You feel what I'm saying? You're supposed to have the wisdom to be able to know how to commune with the divine forces in my great spirit. Do you have the understanding, the knowledge on how to create a space for me? You know what I'm saying? To clean a person's body, temple, that I may possess it. You feel what I'm saying? That I may give instruction and wisdom and let you know where you err, or what you need to do to put yourself in a closer, you know what I'm saying, position of communion with me. Do you have this wisdom? I'm measuring you to see, you know what I'm saying, do you have that wisdom? Because that is your wisdom in the sight of the people. If you don't have it, I know where you at, right? But we understand that when we return to our God and we seek Him, that He what? He's always found of us. So it's important for us to understand that we got to get back to traditional spirituality, because we have to seek and inquire of our God in these times. When it's time to move, we got to know. People got to be amongst us to have the ability to go into trance and spiritual possession, right? To be able to divine, to know, to possess the spirit of the divine forces of nature. You feel what I'm saying? The trees, the plant, you know what I'm saying? The divine angels via the spirit of the Most High's command. You feel what I'm saying? To know where to go, where to move, how to move, what, you know what I'm saying, when to move, why to, you know what I'm saying, where they coming, things of that nature. The same things our ancestors have done. You feel what I'm saying? In the preservation of their traditional spirituality right here. You feel what I'm saying? North America, and the things they've done in the ancient past. You know what I'm saying? That we look in scriptures and see. You feel what I'm saying? We got to understand. Our spirituality is in the blood. It's in the blood. It ain't going nowhere. You feel what I'm saying? Our ability to connect back to the Creator is in us. When the Most High was giving us tradition, when He was giving us laws in traditional form, He was instilling certain things in our bloodline. That's why, you know what I'm saying, even though we don't have a lot of things was taken away from us, you see people that pop up with the Urim and the Thummim and the ability to divine. You feel what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Harriet Tubman. You feel what I'm saying? That had this ability naturally to go into trance and to be able to tell her people where we need to go, how we need to move, so we can make a safe passage to freedom. You feel what I'm saying? Our our traditional spirituality has always been at the core of our liberation. You have to understand that. Remember, I told you, our spirituality is warfare. That's what it is from the beginning. Remember what Michael told Levi. I'm the angel that intercedes on behalf of Israel, because every evil spirit attacketh it. So every tradition the Most High gave us, it was to fight spiritually. If it was to combat spirits, to the clean purification, right? All these things. Even when you burn sage and hurt, that's spiritual warfare. You cleaning out of space. You sending, you know what I'm saying, the Most High goons up in there to clear out of space, to run whatever in there out. You feel what I'm saying? We talking about warfare, because we know these evil spirits are always attacking us. So what is our wisdom? What is our measuring system? You know what I'm saying? Do you have the ability to, you know what I'm saying, to pick the right herbs, to cure the right diseases? Do you have this wisdom? Because you should. You should have it transgenerationally and carnationally. However you pronounce that word, in your bloodline. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of us do, man. We got to bring it out. We got to understand that the core root of our traditional spirituality, the core root of our biblical traditions, is traditional spirituality. We got to understand that, because that's what's going to get us through these times. You feel what I'm saying? Our ability to not talk about what God and what happened in the past, but the ability to define and go directly into communion with the Spirit and let us know what we need to do, what we need to be, where we need to go. Okay? That's what we need. You know what I'm saying? That's the traditional spiritual we got to be focused on. That's what we're going to have in these times, because it's real. You feel what I'm saying? Again, that is our measuring system. That is our wisdom. That is our inheritance. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, with that being said, man, I just want to say, man, I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Take that, you know. I hope everything was clear. You know, I know it's long. I've been rambling. You know what I'm saying? But, man, you got to understand how deep this is, how real this is. Like, it ain't time for, man, everybody, they ain't talking about traditional spirituality. And we ain't talking about the ability to go into ceremony with God and talk and have true spiritual rights. You feel what I'm saying? Not anything symbolic or supposed to represent. No, we talking about real deal spirituality. You feel what I'm saying? If it ain't that, we can't fool with it right now, because we got to make it back to the Creator. We got to appease the divine spirits, the forces of nature, so we can restore order in the earth and the health of our planet. You feel what I'm saying? So we can restore our kingdom and get back to it. You did? So, man, I'll leave y'all with that, man. I love you. Hope, you know what I'm saying, y'all staying safe and faithful out there. Stay healthy. You feel what I'm saying? If you got these traditions in your bloodline, your lineage, you need to tap into it and bring it out. Remember, coast, you know what I'm saying, with the Assyrian tradition, you know what I'm saying, let that be a guideline in your rubric. You dig what I'm saying? I love y'all, and I'm out. Peace. Shalom.